Gamers of the Underworld. Chapter 50, Never Before Seen Scene. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock pushed Evelyn to the background wall of the door. She looked astonished at Sherlock and gave muffled sounds. Sherlock took out a card and asked, "Do you have a card?" Evelyn struggled more furiously. Sherlock pondered over his words and found them ambiguous. He said, "It's not a robbery. I'm transferring magic stones to you." Evelyn heaved a sigh of relief. Sherlock released his grasp and backed up. "I thought Lord Sherlock had forgotten about it, so I wrote an invitation letter and put in a reminder on the back of the letter. I was shocked by your actions just now." Evelyn clasped her magic stone card. She was pleased to see 5 magic stones being transferred to her. "How could I forget? I've been looking for you, but I didn't manage to find you. I'm relieved that you're doing well in your current job." "I'm leaving," Sherlock said casually. He noticed several recruitment tags on the wall, and one of them attracted his attention. "Lord Sherlock." As Evelyn was pushed to the wall, she was unable to move her body. She covered her chest with her hands, and her tail shifted nervously. "Is this for real?" Sherlock pointed to the recruitment tag behind Evelyn, who turned her head to take a look. "Recruitment of special talent, to complete the spiritual graduation research and test the latest combat power of the Spirit Legion, I am recruiting intelligent and strong combatants. The requirement is being fearless of death. Attractive remuneration." That is the recruitment notice for the Spectre College every semester before graduation. There aren't many applicants as the requirements are stringent. "What is it? Is Lord Sherlock interested in applying?" Evelyn asked, puzzled. "Of course, it's not me. However, some of my friends could be interested. I'm looking out for them." Sherlock left Evelyn and took the recruitment notice off the wall. He examined the notice carefully. "Is there any detailed information on the remuneration?" The previously recruited combatants were either seriously injured or killed instantly. The liches were newly graduated, and they weren't familiar with the control of the Spirit Legion, so there were lots of accidents. "Each combatant's remuneration isn't high, and there's no death compensation," Evelyn said. "Those with strong capability weren't willing to do troublesome work with little pay. That's why very few creatures applied. Help me contact the Spectre College. I'd like to contact them, as my friends might be interested in this job if the remuneration is reasonable," Sherlock said casually. "You know my address. Write me a letter after contacting them." "Really? Thank you, Lord Sherlock, for supporting my work. Since graduating from school, my business has always been from Lord Sherlock. I'm really touched." Evelyn wiped her face with the sleeves. "Yeah, you're just beginning your career, so it's harder to get businesses. It's normal. As long as you work hard, you'll be successful. You're such a diligent girl, you'll have a bright future," Sherlock said sincerely as he handed the recruitment notice back to her. As he turned to leave, she caught hold of Sherlock's cloak. Sherlock turned his head and saw reluctance in Evelyn's eyes. "Intermediary application fees, 5 magic stones," Evelyn said. "What? You bought a dungeon next to the spirit world? Dungeons cannot be paid for with loans and must be paid in full. My God, your dungeon is located in such a good location. The lich that I recruited the other day graduated 3rd in place in the Spectre College, and I got him from the Eternal Fire Dungeon. Do you know the Eternal Fire Dungeon? The top-notch dungeon in the northern underworld. I just discussed an item. Didn't I hunt for a magical beast with my minions previously? The quality of the beasts is good. Magic stones aren't a problem as long as you get him to work in my dungeon immediately. Yes, it's negotiable. Remuneration? Of course, it's good. Private swimming pool, scenic villa by the coast, fully simulated surface weather, best clay meals 3 times a day, available throughout the 4 seasons. My dad has a dungeon, and I'm an intern over there. I'll look for a good place in the future to develop the dungeon. Your merchant band is good. Come to my dungeon and set up a permanent trading post in the future. The surface world's adventurers charged into my dungeon like wild dogs as they raided my items. You don't know how chaotic the scene was. Arthur, not wearing pants, and Sylvanus stood at the entrance of the novice group commerce area and observed the meal section that was getting crowded. The devils and the strange underworld creatures were socializing, while the goblins and sludge monsters in tuxedos served the crowd. They held plates that were filled with colored bubbling drinks and various bloody snacks. Why do I get the feeling of hidden missions when I listen to the NPCs' conversations? Not wearing pants said helplessly. Sylvanus suggested, shall we return to the door and wait for Shirley? Isn't the door behind us? If Shirley comes out, we'll notice. Arthur pointed to the house with the sign Special Talent Recruitment Center. What shall we do? Shall we ask somebody? Not wearing pants said as he started looking for a candidate to interact with. As he walked out, he knocked into the knee of a passing devil. It was a serious blow, and he fell to the ground. The devil had a pair of huge, meaty wings and crimson-red skin. His body, chin, elbows, and knees protruded with long feelers. He looked like a huge octopus. The octopus devil turned and looked at the fallen goblin whose head had green words that he didn't understand. Then he exerted his dominance, causing the noisy hall to become quieter. Some creatures were unaffected and continued their conversations. Those low-level creatures, however, felt the overwhelming dominance and looked over at them. A few nearby goblins were trembling with fright and collapsed to the ground. The octopus devil thought that the fallen goblin would behave like the other trembling goblins, but the goblin stood up, ran around him, and squeezed the feeler on his knee. Greetings, I'm not wearing pants, one of those who defeated the leader of the Houndhead men, Kramer. I came from the Great Eternal Kingdom dungeon. The nearby devils and underworld creatures sniggered. Sylvanus said nonchalantly, these creatures will be part of the instance dungeon for us to kill, and yet they dare to laugh at us. They won't live long. Not wearing pants and his companions weren't fools. They could discern that the laughter wasn't friendly. Lowly creatures. The octopus devil exerted more of his dominance and extended his hand, which was filled with tentacles, towards not wearing pants. I'll teach you how to write the word death using your flesh and blood. Pa! The hand of the octopus devil made a loud sound as not wearing pants lifted his hand to fend off the devil's hand with no effect. Not wearing pants was dumbstruck, while the octopus devil was taken aback. The surrounding chatter faded as the nearby devils looked on with interest. They had seen all sorts of things, but a goblin against a devil? They hadn't seen such a confrontation before. The octopus devil lifted his hand and gazed at not wearing pants before slapping down viciously. This time, it was a fast slap. As he was about to slap not wearing pants' head, a hand caught hold of the octopus devil's hand. Sherlock stood emotionlessly behind not wearing pants as he grabbed the octopus devil's hand. Sherlock. The octopus devil recognized Sherlock. Chapter 51, Is there a similar game? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It has been a long time since we last met. I don't know what feud you have with this goblin, but he's my servant. Sherlock released his grasp of the octopus devil's hand and pushed not wearing pants behind him. At the same time, he exerted his dominance so that the three gamers were unable to move or speak. To the three gamers, it wasn't Sherlock's dominance that prevented them from moving, it was the start of the plot animation. Sherlock. The octopus devil looked at Sherlock as though he had grievances, but he kept quiet and left. After the octopus devil left, Sherlock waved at the three gamers behind him. That's an irritating fellow, but he has little to do with Eternal Kingdom. Hope that we won't meet him again. Let's go, Arthur, Sylvanus, not wearing pants. Your mission is complete. We have obtained sufficient funding and commendation. We should return back to Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock intended to obtain financial support via loans or investments, but it wasn't feasible to obtain a loan, and the investment requirements were too stringent. Though the conference was about sharing experience, Sherlock had nothing to share except for his experience about his insane gamers. Sherlock didn't return empty-handed, however. He had found a suitable mission that he could entrust to the other world's gamers. As for buying other items or recruiting magical item producers, alchemists, and enchantment and precious stone talents, Sherlock was not interested after seeing the astronomical price tag. He originally intended to let his gamers show their fearless nature during the loan process so that he could obtain a higher loan. But it wasn't necessary since he was unable to borrow money. Secondly, he had other avenues for earning money. Sherlock didn't want to waste any more time. He had to plan how to work with the Spectre College and come up with plot missions for the gamers. Sherlock found that the gamers were becoming more and more important to him. They could work without pay. As long as Sherlock gave them rewards, they would work diligently. And now, they would even help him earn magic stones. How could Sherlock not love the gamers? The gamers were still keen on exploring the manor and were interested in the malevolent octopus devil. That was correct. They were interested. That octopus face was fierce. I wonder if it will be the first boss in the open beta. That's possible. He seems to be closely related to Shirley, but Shirley didn't explain anything to us. It might be another hidden mission. They were discussing similar topics along the way. Sherlock didn't respond to them as usual. He quickly took them to Winterfell and traveled back to Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portal. They were warmly welcomed by the gathered gamers. The gamers surrounded Arthur, not wearing pants, and Sylvanas. Everyone was curious. The three selected gamers left for a few hours. What kind of mission did they do? What was it like at the conference? The moment Not Wearing Pants arrived at the dungeon, he found a place to lie down and went offline. He was in a hurry to make a post in the discussion forum. He had just returned from the conference, so he had lots of things to share. After Not Wearing Pants went offline, Arthur followed suit. That left Sylvanas to be surrounded and bombarded with questions by the gamers. It would take some time for Sylvanas to answer the questions. Sherlock created equipment insurance for the 6 legendary items and gave the teleport tokens to the 3 owners of the legendary items. They could install the teleport tokens within the dungeon. Arthur had gone offline, so the teleport tokens would be handed to him the next time he was online. Sherlock revived some gamers' corpses that he didn't manage to resurrect last time. Then he returned to the dungeon core main hall and brainstormed for the gamers' main plot. He shouted for Brew to help, but Brew replied, "The main plot can be anything, as long as the gamers enjoy being the saviors of the world. Without them, the entire underworld would be finished. Use this as a guide and select the plots that the gamers prefer, like the recent killing of the notorious Kramer. It's cool and awesome. I'm going to do coding for the banking system. It's not that easy." Then Brew remained silent. Sherlock had to depend on himself for the main plot. After racking his brain for 3 minutes, Sherlock browsed the official forum. With his administrator account, he posted the words, "Are there any games that are similar to the Dungeon series?" The post received many replies. K-King, what? Instead of working, the administrator is skiving? Beware of your pay being docked. Manual comedy. Garden Sunshine, what dungeon? Is that Dungeon and Fighter? Cloudless Piano, the administrator is asking about the Dungeon series. It's the stand-alone game made by the German company. I cannot recall the actual name. 33 Cats, heard of the Civilization series. Chiffon Prattle, I am pleading for beta tester status. It's good to have an official live stream of the beta testing. Sherlock refreshed his screen a few times, and the contents were mostly people pleading for beta testing status. Brew. Sherlock closed the forum page and asked, "What is the Civilization series?" It's a stand-alone quality game that is about the other world's progression of civilization. Is Lord Sherlock keen to try the game? Brew appeared surprised. I'm not keen to play the game. I'm finding inspiration for the main plot, Sherlock explained. Let me suggest, try the game when you're free. This game is very popular in the other world. When the gamers started the game, they couldn't stop playing for at least 10 days, Brew said earnestly. Do you think I'm like them? I'm a devil. Brew kept quiet for a while and said, since Lord Sherlock is that insistent. The download icon of Civilization Series.rar appeared on Sherlock's screen, and the download speed was much slower than before. It required more than 50 hours for a complete download. Apologies, Lord Sherlock. I need large amounts of mana to code the banking system, so the resources for downloading stuff is limited. If you can't wait to play. Sherlock quickly said, no worries, let it download at this speed. It was more important for Brew to focus on the banking system. Sherlock minimized the download window and opened the official discussion forum to browse. A few gamers came to purchase private land and beds, but they didn't take up a lot of Sherlock's time. Posts about the Dungeon Lord Experience Sharing Conference appeared on the forum and were created by Not Wearing Pants. A post called Mission, from the beginning to the end of the Dungeon Lord Experience Sharing Conference and speculations about Shirley became the most popular post. Even Sherlock's previous post on the Dungeon series was demoted in terms of popularity. Sherlock opened up Not Wearing Pants post, which was filled with many pictures. The pictures showed all the creatures and scenery on his journey. There were also captions to explain the pictures. The main contents were about Not Wearing Pants' experience in the conference and emphasized 2 points. First was Shirley's unclear relationship with a succubus NPC and possibly an unusual plot for gamers to discover. Second was a devil with the face of Kel'Thuzad who could possibly be a boss that had to be defeated. This devil has a mysterious relationship with Shirley. When he shouted Sherlock, it was filled with animosity. With such sensational news, an explosion of discussions ensued in the forum. Bachelor with terminal cancer, what's that? We have to give that dog some incentives just to play the online game. Lusty hero saving distressed damsel, the Kel'Thuzad-looking devil doesn't look convincing. If he wasn't of giant size, would he be fear-inspiring? Homefutanari Peony legend, hey previous poster, perhaps the devil hadn't transformed himself. Stargazer's month-old bunny, I had a grand vision of the world view and the countless boss NPCs. We will be fighting the devils and liches who appeared at the conference. The above board does not give flirty signals. If Shirley doesn't remain single, he will lose a lot of fans. Are you okay, Thunder Virus? Is there an official novel for this game? Like the Warcraft War of the Ancients? I'm into world views. The gamers were responding excitedly to Not Wearing Pants post, and they discussed the world view of Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom. Time sped by while Sherlock was browsing the forum. The number of active gamers dwindled, and many gamers went offline. Sherlock looked at the progress of the Civilization download. 5 hours had elapsed, but it was still quite some time before the download was completed. Sherlock pondered if he should play another round of Dungeon. At that time, the dungeon core emitted a ball of fire, and a letter was spat out. It landed on Sherlock's table. The letter had a skull with the words, "To Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Lord, the respectable Lord Sherlock Spectre College, sent." Chapter 52, My Goblin Friends. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Respectable Devil Lord Sherlock. We have received notice from the Special Talent Recruitment Center that your friends intend to apply as combatants and participate in the graduation research of the liches in the new semester. Our college is treating this with the highest priority, and we have sent a staff member to Winterfell. We look forward to discussing the details with you and your friends. We hope that you will confirm the meeting time and location. The following is the contact address of our college's staff member. Winterfell Old District number 777, Black Shop Hotel, room 213. Professor Bacon, Academic Deputy Director, Spectre College. Sherlock thought that the Special Talent Recruitment Center and the Spectre College were very efficient. It was less than half a day, and the Academic Deputy Director had already arrived in Winterfell. Sherlock asked Brew to manage the dungeon while he used the teleport scroll to travel to Winterfell. After leaving the teleport portal reception hall, he looked for a Hades horse carriage that had a valid license. Winterfell Old District number 777, Black Shop Hotel. Please use the meter, thank you. Pa. Pa. The horse carriage behind Sherlock cantered off when the gnome coachman cracked his whip over the Hades horses. In front of Sherlock was a hotel with the signboard Black Shop. At the hotel entrance, an orc who was scantily clad looked askance at Sherlock. Sherlock wasn't bothered. He walked straight into the hotel. "I'm looking for room 213, Professor Bacon," Sherlock said to a gnome receptionist who was busy filing her nails. "Okay, please register your name, then proceed to level 21. The right-hand lane is the fast lane," the receptionist said courteously. Sherlock was taken aback. He registered quickly and headed towards the right lane. At the end of the right lane, there was a gnome in a service suit waiting. When he saw Sherlock, he perked up and asked in a shrill voice, "Devil Lord, which level are you going?" "Level 21, thank you." The gnome slapped on the wall, which then started to quake. A hole opened in the middle, and a sticky liquid was stretched into thin lines. It wasn't a wall but a mouth or container that looked like a wall. The inside of the container was covered with wooden planks, and there was a magical lamp. Sherlock walked into the container, and the mouth closed immediately. After a loud bang, it started a free-fall exercise as it plunged for 5 seconds before stopping. The mouth opened up, and Sherlock looked at the corridor before him. The numbers 21 were on the sides. Sherlock peered out from the container. Room 213 was within a stone's throw. "Do you want to go down?" "My mouth's tired," the container complained in a muffled voice as Sherlock was peering around. Sherlock walked out, and the container shut itself, looking just like a wall. "Pa-ta!" As Sherlock was about to knock on the door of room 213, the door opened by itself. A scantily clad orc and gnome walked out of the door while casting flirty gazes inside the room. "You're so interesting, Professor. Do call us again. We leaving." "Thank you, Professor, for your hospitality." Both of them left the room. When they saw Sherlock, they appeared nervous and walked close to the wall. They stood waiting at the fast lane behind Sherlock. Sherlock felt weird, but he walked to room 213 and knocked on the door. "Did you forget your stuff? My little precious?" The room door opened, and a skeleton who was emitting black smoke appeared behind the door. He stopped halfway through his speech and looked stunned when he saw a devil by the door. "Apologies, you are. Nice to meet you, I'm Devil Lord Sherlock." Sherlock took out the letter from the Spectre College and passed it to the skeleton politely. "I found this place according to the address indicated on the letter. Are you Professor Bacon, Academic Deputy Director of the Spectre College?" The skeleton looked at Sherlock and gazed at the orc and gnome waiting at the fast lane. Then he looked at his own skeleton frame, and his cheekbones blushed. "Do come in, Lord Sherlock." Professor Bacon made way for Sherlock to step in. The room was quite high class, with a living room and a bedroom that were filled with a pungent smell. Bags filled with mud were scattered by the tea set. The sofa had a sizable orc pillow, and the bed was a mess. It looked as though there was a pillow fight. "Apologies, I just arrived and am too tired to clean up. You should have informed me earlier so that I could have prepared. Please take a seat while I change my clothes," Professor Bacon said as he entered his bedroom. He came out of the room with a bathrobe. "Those two just now," Sherlock pointed outside the door. "Those were my sponsored students whose families are poor. They are good students with bright futures. I don't wish to see them disadvantaged because of their poverty. They knew I came to Winterfell and came to thank me," Do you understand me? Professor Bacon said as he brewed a cup of blood chrysanthemum tea for Sherlock. He sat on the sofa and threw the pillow behind him as if nothing had happened. Understand, I fully understand. Sherlock nodded and said sincerely, it's rare to find a spectre like Professor Bacon, someone who is compassionate and has high integrity. It's good to help destitute students. Now, let's discuss the competence of the Lich's graduation research. Yes, let's discuss the important affairs. How many of your friends will be taking part in the graduation research? Professor Bacon extended his hand and pressed his thumb and index finger together as if he was squeezing something. In our recruitment notice, we stated that there's danger, just a little bit of danger. Creatures lose their lives every year. Our college has a limited budget, so high remuneration and compensation are out of the question. Don't worry, Lord Sherlock, the remuneration won't be that low either. I know those from the Special Talents Recruitment Center. I would like to know how many creatures your college is recruiting, how much they are paid, and how long it lasts. Sherlock asked. As the college is the largest spectre organization in the northern underworld, more than half of the Liches graduate from our college. Every year, there are many graduates, so we intend to recruit 1,000 creatures, and the remuneration is 100 magic stones. The duration is 10 months to completion, assuming there are no deaths. If all of them perish, then we would have to recruit again, and the duration would be off. Professor Bacon sighed. The recruitment of these talents takes up a lot of time. Even the surface wars and the underworld wars take a shorter time. For the past tens of years, there has been no successful completion within 3 months, and the annual graduation is dragged on for a long time. The longest time was over 10 years. It's not easy being an academic deputy director. It is indeed hard on you, Sherlock said with empathy. How many of your friends are applying? If the number is large, I can apply to the college to pay you commission, Lord Sherlock, Professor Bacon said as he lifted the cup of bloody chrysanthemum to his mouth. The chrysanthemum flowed down the mandible and dripped on the sofa and floor. To be honest, I would like to undertake the entire recruitment requirement for this year's graduation research. If possible, I would like to create a long-term collaboration with your college. The scope of the collaboration wouldn't be limited to research, Sherlock said earnestly as Professor Bacon gaped in astonishment. He was stunned for a long while before saying, Lord Sherlock wishes to undertake the recruitment requirement for this year's graduation research? Perhaps Lord Sherlock didn't understand my intention. We don't accept powerful creatures since the graduating liches are far inferior to mature and experienced liches. If the combatants are too strong, the liches might not be able to fend for themselves, and then we would be unable to assess their capabilities. Hence, we would like to recruit orcs or gnomes. A superior devil like you might not be a suitable candidate. Apologies, Professor, you have mistaken my intention. I'm not participating. My friends are taking part, Sherlock shook his head as he replied. Pardon my question, but who are your friends? Gnomes? Orcs? Are there enough of them? Don't they require death compensation? Professor Bacon asked worriedly. My goblin friends, Sherlock answered. Chapter 53, What is an Instance Dungeon? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After Sherlock finished speaking, it became dead quiet. Professor Bacon straightened his body. Then he folded his arms to support his chin and leaned on the sofa twice, making bone-scraping sounds. Sherlock was patient. He crossed his legs and sipped his thick, fragrant, and bloody chrysanthemum tea. You're saying? Professor Bacon stood up and paced in the room. Your goblin friends are taking part in the graduation research? Apologies, Lord Sherlock, perhaps you've misunderstood my intention. I didn't make it clear. The capability of the combatants cannot be too strong or too weak. I'm afraid the goblins might not be up to the job. If the goblins become the targets of the liches, the college might prefer to set up more scarecrows instead. Professor Bacon had made his intentions clear, and he tried not to be offensive. If the creature sitting opposite wasn't a superior devil drinking tea, Professor Bacon would have pointed at his nose and asked, "Are you treating me like a fool?" "Don't be mistaken, Professor. My friends and I aren't looking down on the college, and we don't have the intention of fooling you. I know you're prejudiced against goblins, and I don't like them either, but my goblin friends are different." Sherlock put down the cup of tea and clasped his hands at his knees before saying, "To be exact, these goblins are my dungeon's servants. Though they are servants, I treat them as friends. Their lifespans aren't long, their status in society isn't high, and they often die in accidents. However, they have ideals and goals, and their capabilities are strong. Though they can't be compared to the gnomes and orcs, they are able to handle the spirit legion conjured by the novice liches. They are also resilient. They enjoy challenging themselves and doing the impossible. 100 magic stones is more than enough for a goblin, as his compensation is only 50 magic stones. They won't have any complaints, even if there's a fatality. Also, nobody will complain and cause a negative public opinion since there is no Goblin Rights Protection Association." Professor Bacon thought for a while and said, "Lord Sherlock would like to send your goblins to be cannon fodders. You plan to charge 50 magic stones as their compensation while you take 50 magic stones as commission. How could I do that? I'm not that kind of person. How would I appropriate 50 magic stones from the goblins?" Sherlock said with integrity. Though Lord Sherlock said it with integrity, without a contract, the devil's words weren't reliable. Professor Bacon made a simple calculation. For a dungeon corps to recruit a goblin, only a signed contract was required. With the dungeon lord's identity, he could deceive them into participating in the research without paying their salary. After they perished, 50 magic stones would be given as compensation. Meanwhile, Lord Sherlock could keep 50 magic stones. This would become an infinite money-making scheme. The crux was whether the college was willing to accept the goblins as the lich's opponents. The college was obviously not willing. "Lord Sherlock, as you know, I can't make a decision. Please go back and wait a while. I'll convey your proposal to the college. If they are agreeable, I'll inform you straight away." Professor Bacon stood up and said, "Professor, I understand your predicament. If you don't try and dismiss my goblin friends straight away, aren't you too dogmatic?" Sherlock stood up and said, "Since you are here in Winterfell, it would be a pity if you leave. Why don't you give my goblin friends a chance?" "Lord Sherlock, I would like to give your goblin friends a chance, but the college has rules that I can't break." Professor Bacon shook his ribs and sighed. "Professor Bacon, give my goblin friends a chance, and you will have more time to stay in Winterfell for investigation. You're also giving the poor Winterfell female students a chance. I know of a place with many poor and beautiful female students." Sherlock didn't manage to finish his sentence before Professor Bacon's eyes lit up. "Where?" Professor Bacon felt he was too rash and changed his tune. "I mean, where is your dungeon? I'm willing to spend more time to investigate and see if your goblin friends are as good in combat as you claimed. Of course, the Eternal Kingdom welcomes your arrival." "I have a small request," Sherlock said. "My goblin friends have a special trait. If you appear as a college academic deputy director to investigate, it might not incite their fighting spirit. As you know, the minds of goblins are hard to figure out. If I don't create a sense of mission in them, they might not be willing to participate in the graduation research." Professor Bacon tilted his emotionless skull face as Sherlock edged close to him and said, "I'll go back and think of a good solution while Professor Bacon focuses on helping the poor female students in Winterfell. Wait for my letter." The bright rays of the teleport portal illuminated the dungeon core main hall. The gamers, who were carrying bricks diligently, looked in the direction of the portal. As Sherlock walked out, the gamers ran over to him. Some of them showed their coins excitedly while some injured gamers crawled or limped over. "I'm buying land! I'm buying land!" I want to buy land. Bed. I want a bed. My leg was crushed by the ore. Help me heal my leg please, Shirley. I can't mine for ore. *T. Can't the system give a maintenance notice for the revival system? When is our compensation given? The gamers shouted wildly. There were that many requests just from 100 gamers. The group of goblins looked like a hungry group of pets waiting for Sherlock to feed them. Sherlock completed all their requests. He watched them leave before he went back to his work. The gamers were no longer curious about Sherlock. Though a Devil Lord looked cool and awesome, after long periods of exposure, it was no longer exciting. Who had the time to look at Shirley? The time was better spent carrying bricks. Is the equipment improved? Is the private land purchased? Is the bed purchased? All required money. As for the compensation, it was Brew who managed it. To show that Eternal Kingdom was a professional game company, the compensation would be sent out the next day at 6 o'clock. Sherlock browsed the forum with ease in the Dungeon Core main hall. He also had to think of the gamer's main plot and background story. The forum was filled with discussions about the background story of Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, the relationship between Shirley and the Octopus Devil, the relationship between the Succubus and Shirley, Baron Lassie's warm attitude towards Shirley, and other trivial content. All these attracted the insane curiosity of the gamers. Though only fragments of information were presented to the gamers, they speculated that the game producers were planning a game with a massive world background. The factions included the various independent dungeons and the Winterfell Merchant Alliance. The gamers speculated on the roles of these factions. Would they be against the gamers or allies of the gamers? The speed of posts refreshing was fast. Pressing F5 would reveal an entirely new page. Only Not Wearing Pants' detailed mission narration remained consistently on the first page, as the post was continuously being pushed to the top. As Sherlock had already read the post, he wasn't interested in it. He browsed other posts in the forum and noticed a post which was constantly being pushed to the top. The topic was regarding Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, speculation and analysis of the first instance dungeon. Spider Queen? Octopus Devil? Or Lassie? Brew, Sherlock shouted at Brew, who was busy coding, and asked, "What is an instance dungeon?" Instance dungeon? You're asking about the online game Instance Dungeons? From a professional viewpoint, an instance dungeon is a place that provides generous equipment, items, and resources to gamers. It's different from normal game or scene areas. I'll let you watch some videos. These are the videos on instance dungeons from World of Warcraft. You may use it as research for your understanding. The screen before Sherlock showed various videos on instance dungeons. Chapter 54, Let's start the show. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Is this the instance dungeon from the Otherworld's online game? Sherlock viewed various games video channels. Some of the videos were narrated by the Otherworld's gamers. Sherlock held his arm and pondered before saying, "Though I don't understand a lot of the terms, I find the way they played the games interesting. I roughly understand the gamers' tastes. It seems like a notorious leader of the Houndhead men like Kramer isn't enough to whet their appetite." Sherlock thought for a few minutes. Then he took out a pen and paper and started writing. Respectable Professor Bacon, Academic Deputy Director of the Spectre College. I am sorry to impose on you while you are helping those poor female students. I'm Lord Sherlock from Eternal Kingdom. I have thought of a way for you to appear. It had been 3 days since the end of the Winterfell Dungeon Lord Experience Sharing Conference. Though the gamers were discussing excitedly in the forum, the 100 beta gamers decided to further the plot. They decided to conquer the Spider's Lair. As the first released area in the game, the Spider's Lair had been a difficult area to conquer. Many gamers were in fear of the spiders. Later, there was the appearance of the boss, Kramer, who massacred the gamers. With the gamers' teamwork, they conquered the terrifying Kramer. After Kramer was defeated, there were many new plots and even a hidden mission: the Winterfell Dungeon Lord Experience Sharing Conference. Though only 3 gamers were selected for this hidden mission, they witnessed the immensity of the outside world. Not Wearing Pants posted the details of the hidden mission on the official forum, causing many gamers to speculate about Eternal Kingdom's worldview and background story. Deep within the spider's lair was the Spider Queen, which was the first designated boss in the game. The gamers looked forward to defeating the Spider Queen so that they could discover new plots. Moreover, the Spider Queen's hair was one of the things sought after by Shirley. Perhaps, there would be another hidden plot. As such, the excitement of conquering the spider's lair reached a new high. The gamers' combat skills were being honed. With the help of Brew and Morose, the gamers' skills improved by leaps and bounds. The gamers discovered tips about improving their equipment, like when seeing Simba at work, volunteer and help. When Simba is at work, do not disturb him, and don't speak nonsense to Simba. Especially the third point. The gamers who spoke more nonsense to Simba or harassed him had an incredibly low chance of improving equipment. When Peasant was improving his level 2 short sword, he asked Simba if there was a mission for him. Simba threatened to break his short sword, saying, "One more word from you, and I'll destroy your sword." With such good tips, it was foolish to antagonize Simba. If the gamers made Simba angry, they deserved to lose their swords. Because of the previous factors, the gamers' progress of conquering the spider's lair accelerated from loitering at the entrance to clearing out a large safety zone. Using it as a stronghold, they ventured deeper into the spider's lair. Another big piece of news was that while normally gamers formed a team of 3 to hunt spiders, Arthur managed to kill a spider one-on-one using 3 pieces of Kramer's equipment. The discussion forum exploded with many topics, and many gamers tried to mimic Arthur's feat. All attempts ended in failure. Burning Chest Hair was one of them. He wielded one of Kramer's weapons, Kramer's dagger, while he was armed with Eternal Kingdom's shield and armor that were improved to level 4. He was challenging a spider cautiously while the other gamers watched from a hidden location. If the gamers were too close, the spider might escape in fear. When faced with a single goblin, the spider had no intention to flee. Though the spiders were hunted daily, with their low intellect, they didn't have the intelligence to figure out the capability of the goblins. Burning Chest Hair regulated his breathing, which was something taught to him by Morose in his first class. To survive in a life-or-death situation, the goblin had to master his breathing. Burning Chest Hair wasn't in a life-or-death situation. Instead, the spider had many injuries after being stabbed many times. The advantage of the dagger was that it was small and convenient. If the goblin was able to get close to the spider, he was able to stab many times. As the dagger was lighter, the attack speed was higher than a short sword. Though the damage wasn't as high as the short sword and hammer, it was as high as 0 to 25. A fully improved Eternal Kingdom short sword only had 0 to 15 damage. With such high damage, it was a different feeling to stab the spider with the dagger. There was no way to verify that the 0 to 25 dagger was more destructive than the hiltless short sword with 0 to 15 damage. It was a joy to stab, and the dagger created confidence. Burning Chest Hair wasn't complacent, as he didn't have 3 pieces of legendary equipment like Arthur. Arthur had a plate legging, a short sword, and a breastplate. With the 3 pieces of legendary equipment, as long as the head wasn't stomped by the spider's leg, the goblin was safe. But for Burning Chest Hair, he only had a piece of level 4 armor. If he didn't parry with his shield, his body armor could only take a hit. If his armor took a second hit, he would be mortally wounded. Burning Chest Hair could feel that the hit points of the spider were dwindling. Though he couldn't see the hit points, after killing so many spiders over these few days, he could feel it. The spider charged at Burning Chest Hair. He also charged at the spider with a cool slide as he raised up his dagger in an attempt to slit open the belly of the struggling spider. He was fast and looked cool. As he neared the spider's leg, he didn't panic, and there was no fear. The spider's leg penetrated his skull and nailed him to the ground. Burning chest hair perished. Aya, it was that close, but he failed again. It's a pity. Chest hair's solo kill was harder than Arthur's. It's a pity it failed. What a pity. Try again next time. He fought the spider for 2 hours. Such a pity. Let's go and recover the corpse. I wonder if Shirley can revive him with his smashed head. The 4 gamers finished off the struggling spider. They then dragged burning chest hair's corpse and the spider's carcass happily back to Eternal Kingdom. The gamers didn't know that their actions were being observed by a superior devil and a skeleton lich hidden in the shadows. Bacon gazed at the scene with his empty eye sockets and gaped for a long time. Bacon was summoned by Sherlock to Eternal Kingdom secretly. Sherlock accepted his teleport request after he closed the dungeon core main hall. Then he used his mana to make both of them invisible before sneaking into the spider's lair to observe. After a long time, Bacon said with a tone of disbelief, "These goblins, were they trained by you? How many of these combat goblins do you have? Though they are a bit weak, they are perfect for our graduating students. Do you have 1,000? With these goblins, I would need 1,500 of them to be cannon fodder. I mean to complete the graduating research. Don't worry about the numbers. As long as Professor Bacon feels that they are suitable, and as long as there's payment of magic stones, the quantity of goblins is not a problem," Sherlock assured him solemnly. "What about combat skills quality? Are they like the goblins just now?" Professor Bacon sounded worried. "I've already discussed this with you. You have to investigate and test the capabilities of the goblins according to our discussed method," Sherlock said. "Yes, I'll do the testing, but is it necessary? Lord Sherlock recommended the poor students' gathering place and allowed me to help them complete their studies, and while I'm very grateful, this matter is embarrassing. I don't have any drama performance experience. Should we get a professional actor?" Professor Bacon looked hesitant. "A professional actor wouldn't have the capability. Professor Bacon is more suitable." Enough discussion. Since they're online, since they haven't slept, let's start the show. Sherlock looked at Professor Bacon and said. Chapter 55, Did You Drug Them? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. On a grey mud stump, a hound-head man looked around warily as his nose sniffed about. In the labyrinth-like spider's lair, the smell of goblins pervaded the air, and the hound-head man felt uneasy. 10 days prior, a group of goblins appeared in the normally peaceful spider's lair. Initially, these goblins were food for the spiders, and they came in mad hordes. The hound-head men tribe benefited from the extra food source, though not for long. The predator and prey switched roles within a few days. The spiders faced extinction as their numbers dwindled, and the goblins ventured deeper into the spider's lair and disrupted the hound-head men's lives. The most important thing was that the hound-head men didn't have enough food. The young hound-head man didn't know anything after that. He only knew that the leader left, the elder left, and the strong warriors left and that they never came back. He had to hunt for food, and his prey was the goblins. And he didn't ponder the important question of why the leader, elder, and the warriors didn't come back because his low intelligence couldn't cope with such a complex question. Then he discovered a lone goblin, who could be eaten once the head was removed. The young hound-head man edged closer to the lone goblin, whose head was showing strange green words. The goblin was wearing a breastplate and plate leggings. However, it was all right since his back skull was unprotected. All the hound-head man needed to do was to club the goblin, and he would pass out. The young hound-head man was confident, and his charging speed accelerated. Suddenly, he felt something trip his leg, and he fell to the ground with a thud. He felt dizzy and nauseous. He was unable to stand up, and he heard the goblins talking. Gosh, the traps are effective. 666, the degree of freedom is too high. I'm going to brag about it on the forum. The hound-head man screamed and wanted to stand up, but he felt he was being tossed over. His neck felt cold, and he was unable to make any sounds. He saw 3 goblins staring at him before his vision became blurred. Arthur ended the Houndhead man's life with a precision cut. Not wearing pants and Sylvanas checked that the Houndhead man was no longer breathing before searching around. There's nothing valuable. It's too pathetic. At least have some bronze coins, Not wearing pants sighed with disappointment. We're better off fighting spiders. At least the materials can be exchanged for coins and reputation points or used for equipment improvement. Sylvanas was disappointed and said, "We laid an ambush here for an hour, and there's only a Houndhead man. If we don't venture deeper into the spider's lair, there won't be any spiders." "Never. If we venture deeper, we might get lost. It wasn't easy to improve my equipment to level 4. If we all perish, I'll lose my equipment. No way. We'll form a larger expedition for safety and find the Spider Queen as soon as possible. Once we defeat this boss, I bet there will be a new plot and mission." Not wearing pants folded his arms and said, "Let's go back. I'm going to post on the forum and then go offline." Sylvanas and Arthur agreed, and the 3 of them walked in the direction of the dungeon. The gamers had already left road signs and location marks in the lair. They even cleared a large space for use as a stronghold. The term stronghold was the gamers' term, and the place was meant for gamers who were in danger or needed to go offline to obtain sanctuary. Those who were lucky might encounter other resting gamers who could help out. Dungeon: Eternal Kingdom was a virtual reality online game with a high degree of freedom. When the goblins were outside the dungeon, there were no safety zones. The concept of the stronghold was randomly proposed by a beta gamer and promoted on the discussion forum. It was well received by other gamers. As there were only 100 gamers, it was easy to get a consensus. Not wearing pants, Arthur and Sylvanas didn't bother with the corpse of the Houndhead man since Shirley didn't require any Houndhead men as materials. The 3 gamers decided to return to the dungeon. As they were about to leave, there was movement coming from behind. The dead Houndhead man stood up trembling. His eyes were shimmering with green rays of light. "What's that?" Not wearing pants was confused. "I don't know, I'm a bit scared." Sylvanas squirmed her body and shifted closer to Arthur. "Gosh, don't pretend to be a dainty girl. You're a rich gamer, learn the aloofness of Arthur." Not wearing pants looked teasingly at Sylvanas, who was indignant as she replied, "Since when am I pretending? I'm a dainty girl born after 2000. You don't believe me? The heck I do. If you say one more word, I'll kill you. Don't smear my virtuous image in front of brother Arthur. Gosh, I almost vomited my meal from last night. If I were you, Arthur, I'd chop off her head." While Not wearing pants and Sylvanas were bickering by Arthur's sides, the Houndhead man charged forward. "That fast?" Not wearing pants saw the charging Houndhead man, who had greater speed than before. He instinctively raised his shield and short sword. His experience told him that things weren't so simple. This Houndhead man was different from the other monsters. While Not wearing pants was getting ready, Arthur had charged forward while swinging the Kramer's short sword. He penetrated the Houndhead man's body with his sword, but the Houndhead man raised his club as though he was intact. Then the Houndhead man smashed the club down on Arthur's head. "Arthur!" As Arthur collapsed to the ground, Sylvanas shouted out like in the young idol love dramas. However, her goblin voice sounded like pigs being sent to the slaughterhouse. Sylvanas readied her short bow with an arrow in one smooth motion. Shoo! An arrow flew towards the Houndhead man and struck Arthur's face. Arthur's short sword, breastplate, and plate leggings vanished after flashing with brilliant rays, leaving Arthur in shorts. An arrow was stuck in his face as he fell face up at the Houndhead man's legs. He was motionless. It was obvious that he had perished. D*MN, it's so hilarious, you're killing me. Ha 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 ha. Not wearing pants fell to the ground rolling as he guffawed. Sylvanas gave Not wearing pants a vicious kick. She put away her bow and readied her short sword as she charged towards the Houndhead man. Not Wearing Pants laughed for a while before he charged. Both of them attacked the Houndhead man in a pincer formation. Though the speed of the Houndhead man had become faster, the gamers were prepared, and the Houndhead man collapsed to the ground once again. The skeletons left by the spiders started to stand up. Their eyes were filled with a green light. What's that? New monsters. There are too many of them. Let's run. Not Wearing Pants and Sylvanas dragged Arthur as they fled. Not Wearing Pants took 2 steps before returning to drag the Houndhead man's corpse. It's so funny. Arthur was killed by you, a guy pretending to be a girl. I'll shoot you the next time. It was unintentional. Do you believe that he'll give you a good scolding? Ha 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 ha. Brother Arthur won't scold me. The teasing and bickering of the 2 gamers faded into the distance. Professor Bacon, who was at the corner conjuring the spectre warriors and observing the gamers, looked seriously at Sherlock and asked, "Lord Sherlock, did you give the goblins drugs?" No, no, no. Why would I give them combat stimulants? They went through basic combat skills training. With proper training, the goblins can be good fighters, Sherlock said while shaking his head. I don't mean that. I'm saying, Professor Bacon organized his thoughts and said, they saw the spectre warriors, but they were fearless and even killed one of their companions. They dragged the corpses as though it was normal. They even chatted and joked while running away. Were they high from the drugs? Chapter 56, imba.manoroth.con. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Not Wearing Pants and Sylvanas dragged the corpses of the Houndhead man, Spectre Warrior and Arthur as they ran to the stronghold that was set up by the gamers in the spider's lair. There were 10 gamers in the stronghold who were eating spider meat, resting to recover their strength, and chatting. When they saw the 2 gamers running anxiously with Arthur, whose face was shot, they burst into laughter. Is it funny? The Houndhead man died once and revived, and new monsters started appearing from the sides. They looked like skeletons that we haven't seen before. I guess it could be a boss. Call for reinforcements. I'm posting on the discussion forum. Sylvanas blushed from the gamers' teasing. After speaking, she laid on the ground and went offline. She had gone to the forum to create a post. When they heard about the new monsters, they climbed up and wanted to take a look. Not Wearing Pants brought the gamers to the cave where the skeletons appeared. The cave was filled densely with skeletons, and they continued to grow in number. There were a lot of bones accumulated over the years in the spider's lair. The gamers contributed their fair share over the past month. The bones were conjured by Professor Bacon to become the Spirit Legion. The gamers hadn't witnessed such a scene before, and the skeletons were frightening. They were accustomed to underground spiders, but with that many skeletons, whose eyes were beaming with green light, they started to panic. Nobody fled despite their panic. It wasn't easy to encounter such a strange phenomenon. There must be something, perhaps a hidden plot or mission. It was terrifying, but with more than 10 of them gathered together, the gamers composed themselves. Moreover, it was only a game. The skeleton soldiers on the outer perimeter discovered the gamers. They opened their mouths and caw-caw sounds filled the cave as they charged at the gamers. Oh my god! It's scary. Is this a horror game? Be quick! Who's fighting the monster? The gamers hadn't fought with skeleton soldiers before, and they were disorganized. There was a gamer who collapsed to the ground after being scared offline. There were only 5 skeleton soldiers, and they didn't have any weapons. They used their bones or the stones on the ground as weapons as they charged at the gamers. One of the skeletons was a dire wolf. The mouth had sharp fangs that made this skeleton more threatening than the normal humanoid skeletons. The gamers were fully armed with shields, weapons, and armor. Though they screamed and were terrified by the skeleton soldiers, they gained courage in greater numbers. They had 10 of them versus 5 skeleton soldiers. The gamers charged at the skeleton soldiers and slashed wildly. The fighting alerted the other skeleton soldiers, and more of them made their way to the commotion. The gamers realized their predicament. They shouted to each other before fleeing. On the discussion forum, Sylvanas made a post entitled "Undead Monsters Appearing in Spider's Lair. Call for all beta gamers to rally." The post created a sensation on the forum. The chain reaction was that the gamers who were carrying bricks went out in force, except for the offline gamers and a pro-life gamer who was planting at the flower bed. The gamers marched out together, leaving only 4 NPCs in the dungeon. Moros made use of the opportunity to chat with Simba and Mufasa at the blacksmith shop, as they appeared more normal than the goblins. Even the useless little fairy, who laid on the bed daily and spat saliva at the gamers who harassed her, appeared more normal than the goblins. 2 black Chiron dwarves and a gnome sat in the blacksmith shop, enjoying a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and a slice of moose spider leg cake. They gazed in the direction the goblins left and heaved a sigh of relief. Another peaceful day in the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. Killing. More killing. Every gamer was surrounded by 1 or 2 skeleton soldiers, and more skeleton soldiers started coming in. When the gamers who were carrying bricks rushed to the spider's lair, the 10 gamers who were defending the stronghold were being chased out by the skeleton soldiers. Other gamers in the spider's lair were also being chased out by the undead forces. The gamers consolidated their forces and fought a terrible battle with the skeleton legion. The gamers were brave, but they quickly retreated. It wasn't that the gamers couldn't defeat the skeleton legion. While the skeleton soldiers had greater numbers, most of them were without armor and weapons. The skeleton soldiers would use their bone fists to hammer the gamers' chests while the wild beast skeletons that had teeth stood by the side and watched. The gamers retreated because they didn't want to fight. It was risky to fight the skeleton soldiers. If they were surrounded, they couldn't run away, and then they would lose their equipment. The situation wasn't clear, and they didn't want to kill the skeleton soldiers blindly. There were no reputation points and no loot. If there were reputation or coin rewards, then the gamers would be willing to kill skeleton soldiers daily. The gamers retreated from the skeleton soldiers, who were unable to catch up with them. The skeleton soldiers didn't pursue the gamers, wandering around in the spider's lair instead. The gamers gathered and did a roll call. Besides a gamer whose face was badly beaten by the skeleton soldiers, there were no casualties. What's the situation? This is a bug. Is there going to be a new map? Did someone unravel a plot? The gamers started discussing. Before they figured out what was happening, nobody wanted to fight with the skeletons. At this instance, the cave was filled with a gust of cold wind, and it sounded like a whistle. Dark mana gathered from all directions towards the spider's lair entrance. The gamers hadn't seen such effects before, and they stared wide-eyed at the strange phenomenon. Gosh, that's awesome! Looks like Hollywood special effects. The game producers are awesome. Did someone unlock a plot? Sylvanas, did you discover good stuff? Could you keep quiet so that I can watch the plot? The group of gamers chatted incessantly. The dark mana gathered and formed a cloaked man with dark smoke. The man was covered entirely by the cloak, and his face was indiscernible. Only 2 green rays shot out like some hellish flames from within the cloak. Small and lowly goblins, you dare to challenge the devil from the void. The devil's voice was deep, muffled, and hoarse, as though it was emitted from a box. The cloaked man appeared in an environment that screamed, "I am a boss." The gamers started to chat loudly. **T. This is the first boss with dialogue. That's strange. Incredible. It seems like after defeating the terrifying Kramer, we're going to save the world again. This is hilarious. You are so entertaining. I told you that you had unraveled some plot. The special effects of the boss's appearance were incredible. It's a pity that the special effects of the surrounding scene weren't as good. A large group of skeleton soldiers. Could it be a calamity brought by the departed souls? How do we fight? How do we fight? How do we fight this boss? Let's strip out of our equipment and send in a wave of cannon fodder to check out his skills. I'm going offline soon. Don't kill the boss that fast. Wait for me. Don't worry. We fought for a few days to defeat Kramer. This boss looks more powerful than Kramer. We don't even know if we can fight it. Perhaps it's just a plot boss to whet our appetite. Gosh, that's right. This boss looks powerful. The gamers chatted wildly in front of ba.manoroth.con. Some even stripped out of their armor and pants. ba.manoroth.con was stunned by what he saw. A stone hit his cloak, and he turned to see the invisible Sherlock giving hints with his lips. Make haste, make haste. ba.manoroth.con recovered himself and continued to speak using his previous voice. I am ba.manoroth.con. I'm here to destroy your paltry world. You are all dispensable. Sherlock coordinated by exerting his dominance so that the gamers couldn't move. It was like being immersed in a plot with a restriction on moving. The hand of ba.manoroth.con gathered a ball of dark mana that became dark rays and shot towards the gamers. Before the gamers could react, dark rays appeared in front of them. A tall figure suddenly appeared among the gamers. His huge devil wings extended, and a magical barrier engulfed all the gamers. The dark rays collided with the magical barrier and created scintillating effects and a static noise. Sherlock lifted his hand, and his figure appeared godlike in the lighting effect. He was resolute and commanded the gamers, "Keep close to me. Citizens of the Eternal Kingdom. I will shield you." Chapter 57, The Extremely Responsible Lord Sherlock. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After Sherlock's command, none of the gamers moved. They were restrained by Sherlock's dominance, and they focused on watching the plot animation. As the dark rays collided with the magical barrier and created multicolored sparks and realistic sound effects, the tall, cloaked ba.manoroth.con advanced towards Sherlock and spoke in a deep, eerie devilish voice, "Sherlock? Just as I thought. You were here. I detected your odor long ago." Sherlock was in agony as he shouted dramatically, "No. My power is being drained." The magical barrier became weaker and weaker. The dark magical beam penetrated the barrier and pounded Sherlock. "Die! Sherlock, you can't stop me this time." The dark magical beam from ba.manoroth.con's hand pounded Sherlock continuously. The brilliance from the magical contact almost engulfed Sherlock. "Ah!" Sherlock howled in agony as he knelt on one knee and supported himself with a hand on the ground. He looked extremely vulnerable, and he shouted to the gamers, "Help me! Citizens of the Eternal Kingdom, stop him! Stop ba.manoroth.con!" The gamers realized that they were able to move. It wasn't known who shouted, for surely. For Eternal Kingdom. However, the other gamers began shouting as well. For Noko. For the equipment. For the world. For Azeroth. For Madoka Kaname. Yaa. D*mn. It's only a plot boss, could you stop yelling? There's no loot for fighting a plot boss. Haven't you played online games before? The gamers screamed at the top of their lungs as they charged at ba.manoroth.con. ba.manoroth.con was dumbstruck and backed up. He had lots of experience, but he hadn't seen a bunch of fearless goblins charging at him. He composed himself and shouted, "Pathetic goblins, do you think you can stop me? I came from the void, I am ba.manoroth.con." Once the word "con" was uttered, a gust of magical wind blew from ba.manoroth.con's body and made them fall all over the place. The gamers steadied themselves and charged nosily at ba.manoroth.con. The 100 goblins were armed with short swords as they charged wildly. Though ba.manoroth.con was tall, he wasn't as tall as Sherlock. The gamers were at the height of his thigh, which created a serious problem. The gamers who were on the outer rim were unable to slash at ba.manoroth.con. If ba.manorath.con was tens of meters tall and tens of meters wide, then the gamers would be able to form a circle and slash at him. However, only 6 to 7 gamers were able to surround him. The second ring of gamers had to stab at his knees or thighs through the first ring. The third ring of gamers could only stab at the first ring of gamers through the second ring of gamers. Each stab drew fresh blood all over the place, and the gamers wailed. **T. Who are you stabbing? Could you look where you're stabbing? You've stabbed your allies. D***MN it. Stop stabbing. The boss didn't attack us. We've killed a few of our allies. D***MN. Did you stab me? Could you attack the boss? Why did you attack your own people? He stabbed me first. Idiot, didn't we vow to be united? Why are you bickering? If you continue bickering, I'll hang all of you on the tallest tree on top of the Yellow Mountain. Those who killed allies should die first. Yes, why are you creating trouble out of nothing? Yes? KKP. This is hilarious. What the heck? I'm not fighting anymore. D***MN, ha ha ha. It's so hilarious that I can't hold my sword properly. Ha ha ha. Before ba.manorath.con, tens of goblins were in chaos. A few goblins were stabbed to death. A gamer at the back laid on the ground and laughed while tossing around. A few goblins at the front threw their swords away and wrestled with each other. Every goblin was shouting and screaming. ba.manorath.con's ears were filled with incessant noise. ba.manorath.con felt someone cutting his toe. He lowered his head and saw a goblin whose head showed the strange words burning chest hair. The goblin was holding a broken dagger as he sprawled on the ground with one hand acting as a support. He was trimming ba.manorath.con's toenails. Another goblin stepped on burning chest hairs back in the chaos, but he didn't move at all. He was focused on trimming ba.manorath.con's toenails. As he trimmed, he shouted, "Horizontal slash, Berserker strike, horizontal slash, Berserker strike." ba.manorath.con stood dumbfounded while lifting his hand to create the magical beam that shot at Sherlock's body. Though the gamers slashed at him, there was no damage. The gamers couldn't even damage his cloak that was protected by magical defenses. The gamers slashed for a period of time while Sherlock encouraged them. A minute later, ba.manorath.con conjured a magical wind that blew away the gamers surrounding him. Sherlock exerted his dominance, and the gamers were unable to move or speak. To the gamers, they had entered another plot animation. Thank you for your help, citizens of the Eternal Kingdom. My power has come back. Sherlock stood up as his black mana expanded and dispersed ba.manorath.con's dark beam. ba.manorath.con backed up and shouted, "No! This is impossible! ba.manorath.con, you won't be successful." Sherlock walked towards ba.manorath.con and said, "The citizens of Eternal Kingdom will stop you." Sherlock jumped high up and transformed into a black magical block that smashed on ba.manorath.con. There were bright lights and loud banging sounds. Under Sherlock's magical attack, the ground formed a pit. When everything was quiet, the thick mana became small particles that floated in the air like black snowflakes that scattered down. ba.manorath.con stood beside the pit and was unharmed. He trembled, and he said in a trembling voice, "Sherlock, I'll be back. Nobody could stop us. You can't stop us." His body became blurred, and he vanished. The skeleton soldiers behind him fled back into the spider's lair. When the ruckus ended, Sherlock revived the gamers' corpses and said exhausted, "Thank you, citizens of the Eternal Kingdom. No, you're all heroes. Without your support, I won't be able to stop ba.manorath.con." Sherlock walked out of the pit and said, "I know you have a lot of questions, but I need to rest. Once I've recovered, find me in Eternal Kingdom. I'll tell you the details." After speaking, Sherlock stood up and walked towards Eternal Kingdom. His body became blurred before he vanished. Gosh! What is this? I suppose it's the new main plot. Let's return to Eternal Kingdom. The plot's too exciting. I'm going to make a post on the forum. It's a good chance to gain experience points. The gamers left the spider's lair entrance and walked in the direction of the Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock made himself invisible as he and Bacon watched the gamers leave. Sherlock said to Professor Bacon, "It was hard on you, Professor Bacon. Here, this is another Winterfell gathering place for pretty and poor female students. The address is on this piece of paper." Sherlock handed Bacon a piece of paper. Lord Sherlock, you are extremely responsible towards the poor female students. Don't worry, I'll help these poor female students. Bacon wiped his invisible tears and kept the piece of paper. Chapter 58, Initial Agreement. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Professor Bacon put the piece of paper from Sherlock in his pocket and exhaled before saying, "I thought Lord Sherlock was going to kill me. You only needed to use a simple illusion. That was for dramatic effect. Apologies for scaring Professor Bacon." Sherlock waved his hand. "It was hard on you, Lord Sherlock. You have to play these games with the goblins. To be honest, it's shameful." Bacon's cheekbones blushed. You might not believe me. They're like my family members. As long as they are living well, I'm not bothered whether it's shameful or not. Yes, what do you think of the goblins becoming the combatants for the liches?" Sherlock exhaled and said. "Lord Sherlock, this batch of goblins are pretty good, though their brains don't seem right. As combatants for the graduating liches, I mean research assistants, there's no problem. Brains aren't required as long as they can fight and are fearless. The goblins have proved themselves worthy." "Don't you worry," Bacon nodded and said. "Professor, I'm relieved. Since the goblins are qualified, can we discuss the details of the graduating research?" "Let's go to my office," Sherlock said as he made Bacon invisible. "Of course." Both of them chatted as they strolled to Eternal Kingdom. The gamers returned to Eternal Kingdom in a hurry. They chatted excitedly about the plot animation along the way. Lord Sherlock had said that he would tell everyone the details once they returned to the dungeon. The gamers returned to the dungeon happily and looked for Sherlock. When they saw him, Sherlock's head had a large word, SHH, and they were puzzled. Sherlock said, "Once I recover my power, I'll tell you." Then he shut the dungeon core main hall. Sherlock was busy discussing the graduating research with Professor Bacon, so he was unable to tell stories to the gamers. To deal with the gamers' questions, Brew announced a full-service mission. Full-service mission, protect the vulnerable devil Lord Sherlock. Mission description: after the battle with ba.manoroth.con, Lord Sherlock is very weak. ba.manoroth.con's evil legion could attack Eternal Kingdom anytime. Heroes of the Eternal Kingdom, take up your weapons and protect Devil Lord Sherlock. Please note that gamers are not able to request revival during the mission period. Mission reward: those who carry out the daily construction mission will receive double rewards. All the gamers went into an infrastructure madness as they carried bricks diligently. What about the main plot mission? It was all right, let Sherlock rest for a while. The gamers mined ore with their pickaxes diligently. They carried the ore stones and cut the stone slabs to cover the ground in order to complete the construction missions and earn double rewards. In the dungeon core main hall, there was a table with original wood color and 2 wooden stools. It wasn't poor, it was simple. Bacon wasn't used to such an environment. He sat on the stool and placed both of his hands on the table. He tapped the table with his finger bones. Sherlock brewed a cup of bubbling crimson chrysanthemum tea and sat down. Thousands of liches graduate annually. For the past tens of years, the college hasn't been able to recruit enough manpower, so tens of thousands of liches have been unable to graduate. Every graduating lich has to prepare his own spectre warrior and obtain the approval of the examiner to graduate. They are rather strict rules. No wonder your college is the most famous spectre college. With so many students, it isn't easy to determine their combat power. Professor Bacon nodded and said, the biggest problem is an insufficient number of combatants. As such, the college wishes to sign the collaboration agreement as soon as possible. Because it's the graduation season and yet there's not much progress, the college is getting worried. If the goblins could make it to our college as soon as possible. Bacon felt his words inappropriate. It was as though he was hurrying the goblins to their death. He explained, I know we should give some time for the goblins to bid farewell to their families. However, considering the cost of the college, if a student's graduation is delayed one day, the operating cost would increase. In addition, the accumulation of students waiting to graduate is a smear to our college's reputation. Currently, it's the golden period for the development of dungeons, and every dungeon is in urgent need of a lich. If we can sign the agreement earlier and begin the graduation examination, that would be perfect. I understand, I fully understand. As the top spectre college in the northern underworld, I will fully support your school. I don't have any problem here. We can sign the agreement now, Sherlock said. I have a small question. Are you only recruiting 1,000 combatants? You said just now that there are tens of thousands of liches waiting for graduation. You are saying, Bacon's empty eye sockets lit up as he leaned forward. 1,000 combatants won't be enough if they are all killed, Sherlock said solemnly. Professor Bacon was stunned, and he said, This is a problem. We can't make things difficult for you. Obtaining 1,000 goblins from you is already difficult for you. If I demand more, it might attract the attention of the Underworld Labor Union. Would Lord Sherlock get into trouble? Don't worry, why would I be affected? This is something the goblins chose. I've said that the goblins have ideals and dreams. They don't wish to live in mediocrity. They would rather perish in a valiant battle that is appropriate for their dream and honor, Sherlock said. He was in a generous mood. Your college and I will help them complete their dreams with a heavy heart. Lord Sherlock, I'm touched. You're the new generation philanthropist. Professor Bacon said excitedly. I don't deserve to be mentioned. My efforts are a notch below Professor Bacon. Sherlock waved his hand modestly as he said, My intention is simple. Your college has many graduating students while my goblins are eager to start their adventure. Shall I undertake the entire graduating research? We'll go according to the head count instead of fixing a number. I guarantee that it will be lower than your estimation. Of course, to protect the college's interest, I won't get inferior goblins to participate in the graduating research so that I can reap profits from their death, Sherlock said. The goblins will go through a strict selection process to become combat-fit goblins. That will reduce casualties and the cost to the college to a minimum. All these terms can be included in the agreement so that the college will have a peace of mind. That's great. Lord Sherlock, you are the epitome of justice. Bacon said. This is not an insult. I hope that you don't misunderstand me. Understand, I understand. Sherlock lifted his hand and said, If the college has no other issues, we'll discuss the details in the agreement. After checking, we can sign the agreement. For the spectre warriors summoned by the liches, will they have their own equipment? Yes, but not much. Most of the skeleton soldiers don't have any equipment. Is there a problem? Professor Bacon was puzzled. Oh, if the goblins defeat the spectre warriors, can their equipment be the reward for the goblins? Professor Bacon understood Sherlock's intention and said, I understand Lord Sherlock's intention. The equipment prepared by the students isn't expensive, and there's no problem giving it to the goblins as a reward. There's no such precedence, but Lord Sherlock has helped us tremendously, so we can agree to this request. What about the students' opinions? We'll deal with the students' opinions. Don't worry. What about the equipment left by the goblins? Lord Sherlock, it will be returned intact. Sherlock and Bacon looked at each other and smiled. Bacon's face appeared happy as both of them finalized their initial agreement. Sherlock smiled as he said, "Let's discuss the details. Normally, a lich and a combatant would fight one-on-one. However, as the goblins are far inferior to the gnomes and orcs in terms of anatomy, I suggest that 2 liches fight against 5 goblins in an instance dungeon setting." 2 liches against 5 goblins? Instance dungeon. Bacon was puzzled. I'll explain it to you. Chapter 59, Offline Maintenance. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock and Professor Bacon finalized their initial agreement. Professor Bacon had a deeper understanding of the request to package the graduating research as a heroic conquest of an instance dungeon. They even discussed the details of the instance dungeon plot. Professor Bacon used a teleport scroll to return to Winterfell. He had promised to bring the agreement contract and his workers 3 days later. Sherlock would be the representative for the goblins in the agreement with the Spectre College. The workers would be in charge of constructing the teleport portal. The Spectre College had provided a specific location for the graduating research. As Sherlock had agreed to supply the goblins to solve the problem of the graduating liches, spending a few tens of thousands of magic stones on building a teleport portal was a small matter for the college. It would help the goblins arrive quickly at the graduating research training grounds. There were tens of thousands of graduating liches, and a similar number of goblins was required. Would the college provide the teleport scrolls? And deploy a lich with teleport scrolls to Eternal Kingdom as a teleport specialist? No matter the method, the cost would be high. It was better to install a teleport portal and do Lord Sherlock a favor. A few tens of thousands of magic stones was a paltry sum to the Spectre College. It charged high fees and provided a premium education. This teleport portal was linked to Winterfell and not Spectre College. Winterfell was the teleport interchange in which the goblins could be teleported to Spectre College. As Spectre College had only contacted Sherlock recently, there was no reason to open its school to a dungeon governed by a superior devil. Winterfell was different, it was a neutral town of the Merchant Alliance. It was perfectly safe. To ensure timely teleportation, the Spectre College rented a teleport portal in Winterfell for a specialized fast lane. Sherlock was good with the arrangement as he didn't have to use teleport scrolls to travel to Winterfell in the future. After sending off Bacon, Sherlock looked at the diligent gamers before browsing the discussion forum, which was filled with posts by the beta gamers. Not Wearing Pants wrote a post titled "Shirley's plot is awesome, all other games' cutscenes were inferior." The post attracted tens of thousands of replies. Though it wasn't the most popular post, it attracted Sherlock's attention. Sherlock opened the post, and the beginning was Not Wearing Pants' symbolic greeting. "Greetings everyone. It's me, Not Wearing Pants. It has been a week since I wrote the strategy guide on Kramer. Recently, there have been great changes in the plot. Those gamers who were offline and non-beta gamers who weren't able to witness it, it's alright, I have many screenshots for your viewing pleasure. Picture, picture, picture. The special effects are awesome compared to the previous games that I have played. The game has a 100% true-to-life animation that has a shocking effect. It is as though I am immersed in the Harry Potter universe. I would say the special effects are even better than Harry Potter. We will discuss the game plot. We found many skeleton soldiers in the spider's lair. Sylvanas posted a call to arms, and many gamers gathered in the spider's lair. Then we were shown the plot animation. That is correct. It is the Void Devil ba.manoroth.con. Picture. There were a lot of us, and we weren't able to move during the animation. Of all the screen captures, this is the best one. Please bear with it. The mysterious ba.manoroth.con is the first boss with dialogue and is on par with Sherlock's power. ba.manoroth.con looked pretty cool. We only have the following information on ba.manoroth.con. 1. He is a boss with hit points. Though we didn't kill him, we will definitely fight him in the future. Everyone get ready to obtain ba.manoroth.con's leash. 2. He knows Shirley, but their relationship isn't good. He is on par or even higher than Shirley's level. 3. His goal is to destroy the Underworld, but he is being stopped by Shirley. This might be a contrived plot, so it won't be discussed. 4. 2 of his abilities are known. The first one is to summon skeleton soldiers. In the fight with ba.manoroth.con, they didn't come and help. The second one is to create a magical gust to blow the gamers all over the place. It didn't cause any damage to us. As this is a plot boss fight, the abilities are for consideration only. I'm not sure what his actual abilities are when we fight him in the dungeon. This is what we gathered about ba.manoroth.con. After defeating ba.manoroth.con, we got to know about a new plot mission from Shirley, but we will only get the details after Shirley has recovered his power. As Shirley hasn't recovered, the plot is currently unable to continue. As for when the plot will continue, we have to wait for updates, which are frequent during the beta testing. In the next encounter with the plot boss, could everyone please refrain from attacking our own gamers? Shirley's plot is really awesome. Please take a look at the pictures as my words are unable to express the awesomeness. I am sending Shirley's pictures. Picture. Currently, there are double rewards for the missions. I will hurry back to carry more bricks. Farewell. Dragon taking flight. The pictures showed that the producers are paying a lot for the special effects. Invincible stronghold. Imaginative Lich King attacks the sacred nuptial light. Dark sky. When Shirley was vulnerable, should you not have stabbed him? What if he has loot? High altitude rain. The previous poster is smart. Why did I not think of it? Young dragon. This is hilarious. Is the chest hair in the picture a pedicurist? Lang Ge Li Ge Lang, D*MN, its allies, stop. Manual comedy. Seafood shaved ice. Wait, did anyone discover the front and end name of the boss combines into bacon? Perhaps it's an Easter egg. Nuclear beard. Gosh, you found a blind spot. Omega equals. As Sherlock was browsing the posts, Brew said, Lord Sherlock, the Civilization series has completed its download. That fast? It has been 50 hours already? Let me see. Sherlock closed the discussion forum and uncompressed the zipped file. He installed the game and started Civilization 6. After the strange opening animation, Sherlock browsed the selectable roles and chose the Qin Emperor, who looked like a capable human leader. He clicked on the Quick Start button. Isn't Lord Sherlock starting as a beginner? Isn't this your first time playing this type of game? Brew had some experience. It's too troublesome. I'll learn as I go along, Sherlock said confidently as he looked at the game graphics and followed the step-by-step tutorial to move his units. He noticed the words at the bottom right corner next turn. Sherlock clicked on it. Lord Sherlock? Lord Sherlock! It's time! Brew shouted to Sherlock. What? The opponent finished constructing the wonder of the world? Impossible, I've calculated that I'm faster. Brew said immediately, Lord Sherlock, the creatures from Spectre College have arrived. It's the third day today. Today is the third day. Sherlock lifted his head and saw the gamers working diligently outside. A few gamers bought beds and private land from Brew. During this period of time, Brew took over Sherlock's job. Sherlock was dazed. Why did time pass so fast? He felt he had only clicked a few next turn buttons. Lord Sherlock, the Spectre College is constructing the teleport portal in the dungeon, and it will take at least 2 days. During this time, I suggest offline maintenance. They are different from the Winterfell workers. Most likely, they are monoskilled liches. If they come in contact with our gamers, there could be issues. I'll explain offline maintenance to you. Sherlock agreed to Bruce's suggestion. He could focus on the main plot, background story, and the instance dungeon updates. The gamers received Bruce's system announcement. Offline maintenance notice: the game will carry out offline maintenance and upgrade the functions in the new version. The gamers are to go offline within half an hour to prevent data loss. Chapter 60, version 0.03 update log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Gosh, offline maintenance and updates. Isn't the game updated while we're online? Why is the update done offline this time? The servers were kept running for a month. If the servers aren't maintained, won't they overheat? Not bad, it's better than Unix servers since there's only offline maintenance once a month. How long is the maintenance? Is there a notice on the official website? Let's go offline. Go, go, go. Let's go to our residential area to go offline. The residential area was designated by Sherlock and could be sold to gamers at 1 silver coin per 2 square meters. Every gamer was only allowed to purchase a private land of 2 square meters. This was to cater to their requirement for privacy so that they could place a bed and even a private storage box. Sherlock originally intended to purchase a 7 to 8 story bed for everyone to use. It could save space, improve land usage efficiency, and improve the gamers' relationships. Perhaps some bedroom culture as well, though they didn't move when they were offline. Sherlock couldn't help recalling his 90 years of voluntary education, which was his youthful period. Lord Sherlock, everyone is offline. Those who weren't offline were forced offline. While Sherlock was reminiscing about his youth in his school period, Brew interrupted him. Sherlock gazed outside the dungeon core main hall, and only a handful of goblins laid outside sleeping. Most of the goblins had gone to the residential area to go offline. The residential area was way past the blacksmith shop and the carpenter workshop around the corner. It was a newly excavated space, so Sherlock was unable to see it from his location. Sherlock walked out of the dungeon core main hall. It was dead quiet. Sherlock wasn't used to the serenity. He arranged the few goblins that were lying outside the dungeon core main hall in a corner. He saw a goblin lying on a seed bed next to the blacksmith shop. He lifted the goblin and placed the goblin in a corner. Little Fairy that was squirming on a bed by the flower bed looked around in terror. She witnessed how the Devil Lord threw his citizens in a corner and heard the slamming sounds as they landed. The evil Devil Lord wasn't taking care of his citizens. How scary! Those chattering goblins who would harass her daily were suddenly possessed as they ran laughing back to their rooms to sleep. Those who didn't have rooms fell to the ground. Even the goblin, Raintia, who was cultivating flowers, fell to the soil and never woke up. The Devil Lord must have placed an evil curse or used mana on the goblins. It was horrifying. Little Fairy curled herself into a ball. Sherlock ignored Little Fairy, who was imagining things. He cleared the gamers who were blocking the way, then he summoned Moros, Mufasa, and Simba. The 2 black Chiron dwarves and the gnome were curious about what had happened to the goblins. Lord Sherlock didn't intend to explain. He held his magic stone card and said to them, "I'm paying your salary today according to daily rates. Let's synchronize our time so that it will facilitate the next payday. I'm giving you 2 days of leave. You may visit Winterfell or your family. You can't be working all the time. Working 672 hours per month is sufficient. I'm a generous Devil Lord." When everyone heard about their salary, what Lord Sherlock said after that wasn't important. As long as the salary was paid, it didn't matter whether one was working 996, 9 am to 9 pm 6 days a week, 12,127, 12 pm to 12 am 7-day week, or 727, 7 am to 2 am 7-day week, overtime, everyone could accept it. Why else would everyone work so hard? For love? For responsibility? It was poverty. Even if it was the underworld, they had to eat. The period of dark hatred, bloody wars, and the destruction of the world had passed. Everyone obtained their salary happily. Sherlock generously provided a teleport scroll and sent them to the Winterfell teleport portal reception hall before returning to Eternal Kingdom alone. He started editing the background story, main plot, and the update announcement. A long time ago, the underworld was filled with chaotic evil. The creatures were living in darkness, death, and extreme hopelessness for millions of years. Thousands of years ago, the rays of order appeared in the northern underworld. It was an evil and chaotic underworld that was stricken with blood and inferno, the hellish end of days. A few powerful superior devils appeared. They collaborated and defeated other chaos devils and chased them out. After which, they built an underworld based on order. It was brutal, but according to Bruce's suggestion, the gamers loved this kind of background story. They were born with this kind of righteousness. Next was the added version plot. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom latest version, Spectre Legion. For thousands of years, peace and order were maintained in the underworld. But the Void Devils that were released tried to destroy the underworld. With the leadership of the Void Devil, ba.manoroth.con, the underworld was cast in the Void's shadow. The Void Devil leader, ba.manoroth.con, led his Spectre Legion to the vicinity near Eternal Kingdom. Though they were defeated by the heroes from Eternal Kingdom, ba.manoroth.con and his Spectre Legion had gained a foothold in the underworld. Before Spectre College, there was the famous College Ren Lada. It had trained many notable magicians. In ancient times, Ren Lada chose to help the Order faction. In the Battle of Chaos and Order, Ren Lada was completely destroyed. The previously beautiful Ren Lada was filled with death. It became a forbidden place for the living and a heaven for the undead. According to Eternal Kingdom's non-existing intelligence organization's intelligence, the Void Leader, ba.manoroth.con, returned to the battlefield and built a new Spectre College, one filled with skeleton soldiers running amok and undead liches. Their numbers were still increasing. When would they attack Eternal Kingdom again? Or other targets? Was ba.manoroth.con still in the Spectre College? It was still a huge mystery. Nobody had the answer. Citizens of Eternal Kingdom, heroes of the underworld. Take up your weapons and defend our beloved underworld. Sherlock continued editing the version update log. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.03 update log. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.03 update log. The new contents will be online 2 days after the maintenance. Upgraded to a new game version. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom latest version, Spectre Legion. For details, please refer to version description. Added new attribute, close combat, long range, weapon level. The value will be calculated according to gamer's constitution, training performance, reputation level, and amount of combat experience with the weapon. The initial level is 1. Added new instance dungeon, Spectre College, Training Grounds, New Liches Training Ground. They are ba.manoroth.con's newly recruited liches, the evil clutches of the Spectre Legion. They possess undead magic and control Spectre servants. They are considered the worst nightmare on the battlefield. Gamers with reputation level 2, 30,000 reputation points, and close combat, long range, weapon level 2 can enter. The minimum number of gamers is 5. Every instance dungeon boss is independent and random. Killing the instance dungeon monsters and boss will reward reputation points. Added new equipment service, instance dungeon equipment appraisal and purchase. Gamers can receive equipment as loot from Spectre College, Training Grounds. Gamers can bring the loot to Eternal Kingdom and spend a fixed price for brew to appraise the item, or they can exchange it for reputation points and coins. Added new equipment service, equipment redemption. Gamers who perish in Spectre College, Training Grounds and lose their equipment can redeem their equipment from brew a day later using a fixed amount of coins and reputation points. The improvement level of the equipment will remain intact. Added new instance dungeon daily mission, daily exploration of Spectre College, Training Grounds, Eternal Kingdom requires you to explore Spectre College for intelligence and diminish the Spectre Legion's power. Killing enough Spectres, 0/10, will reward coins and reputation points. Added new area construction teleport portal. A teleport portal to Spectre College training grounds was installed at the plaza outside the Dungeon Core main hall. Winterfell will be the teleport interchange. During the teleport, gamers will be unable to move around in Winterfell. Chapter 61, The Gamer's Intelligence. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock completed writing his announcement and checked it through once. He pondered over the background story and said to Brew, "How about this background story? Not bad. Though it's a bit old-fashioned, it feels epic and suits the gamer's tastes. The gaming quality is first, and the background story is second," Brew said. "Lord Sherlock, the creatures from Spectre College are here." Sherlock nodded as he published the edited background story and the update logs. He allowed Brew to let them in. In the entire dungeon, only Sherlock and Little Fairy were present. The gamers were offline, while Simba, Mufasa, and Morose were given 2 days of leave. The dungeon was very quiet. A large teleport portal appeared outside the dungeon core main hall. The magical rays formed a white magical door from which the first creature walked out. It was Professor Bacon. Professor Bacon had his skeleton frame. It had only been 3 days, but he looked exhausted. It was as though he had used up a lot of energy. "Lord Sherlock, we meet again. It has only been 3 days, but it felt like 3 centuries." Though he looked tired, he appeared friendly. Various creatures walked out from the teleport portal behind him, carrying various materials for constructing the teleport portal. The materials were wrapped with special coverings to prevent the mana from affecting the materials. 2 liches were by the sides of the portal, transferring mana to sustain the teleport portal. Sherlock didn't share the same feelings as Professor Bacon. He had only clicked on the next turn in civilization. It felt like an hour ago that he had discussed the agreement with Professor Bacon. "Professor Bacon, it has been hard on you. You have slimmed down." Professor Bacon shook his skeleton frame as if he was laughing. "Lord Sherlock is jesting. Where are your dungeon servants?" Professor Bacon noticed the pile of goblins at one side, but seeing Sherlock's nonchalance, he felt that he had to ask about the goblins. After pondering, he mentioned it in passing. Though it was a new age, he was a superior devil who could sell thousands of goblins without batting an eyelid. Perhaps the devil wasn't in a good mood and killed all the goblins as entertainment. "Oh, they are going to the Spectre College to adventure and are excited." To prepare for the trip, they went to sleep. Sherlock smiled. Bacon couldn't understand the meaning of sleep, but Sherlock said, "It's trivial. Let's discuss the contract." "Yes, let's discuss the official matter." Bacon took out the agreement contract from his pocket. The contract had the Spectre College's seal. Only Sherlock's signature was missing. This wasn't the Otherworld's contract, so Sherlock had to examine it carefully. The content indicated that one party was Spectre College, and the other was Sherlock. Spectre College contracted Sherlock to solve the problem of the graduating liches. Spectre College would pay 100 magic stones to Sherlock in exchange for him providing sufficient combatants to help in the graduating research. It didn't matter whether the combatants perished, Spectre College wouldn't pay additional fees to Sherlock. The weekly payout would be for 100 goblins. After the contract was signed, Sherlock would be paid immediately for providing 100 goblins. Sherlock had the responsibility to provide sufficient quality combatants to ensure Spectre College could carry out the graduating research. If Sherlock's goblins defeated all the Spectre warriors, they could obtain the equipment as loot, and if Sherlock's goblins perished, Spectre College would retrieve their equipment and return it to Sherlock. Spectre College had to follow the instance dungeon combat system and teach the graduating liches the instance dungeon dialogue. The liches were to be given basic acting training, and they had to place the Spectre warriors at designated locations, complete with scene and sound effects. Spectre College had the responsibility to provide teleport service to Eternal Kingdom and construct a teleport portal at Eternal Kingdom to facilitate the goblins in arriving at the Spectre College training ground. Sherlock had the responsibility. The remaining contents were small details and the penalties for breaking the contract. Sherlock examined the terms and conditions of the contract and ensured that there were no problems before signing the contract. The magical seal appeared on the contract, and it was completed. To be able to sign the contract with Lord Sherlock is a great honor. You have solved our huge problem. Bacon transferred 10,000 magic stones to Sherlock's magic stone card. Then he ordered the workers and the liches to construct the teleport portal. Sherlock selected an empty spot for them to construct the teleport portal. The materials for constructing the portal were sent in batches to Eternal Kingdom. The construction required dimension magic, which was troublesome work. As such, the construction fee was high in addition to expensive materials. The installation and testing of the teleport portal required 2 days, but Sherlock wasn't required to provide food. The well-prepared workers had brought their own food and sleeping bags. After Bacon gave work assignments to the workers, he left using a teleport scroll. Sherlock didn't ask where he went since he was most likely going to attend to the poor female students. While the workers were busy, Sherlock went back to the dungeon core to browse the forum. In a short period of time, Sherlock's public announcement had garnered tens of thousands of replies. NIXP, is the non-existing intelligence organization okay? Omega. Metal-skinned ape, what is Eternal Kingdom training ground? Is that a new scene? Clean glazing in glazed mirror, it's the training ground of the gnome instructor. The beta gamers do their transactions and forming of teams over there. Morning Alsace, what are the updates? Requires 2 days offline. Beat that goblin, are the updates not indicated in the announcement? Nanmo Gatling Bodhisattva, there are quite a lot of updates. Peasant, I'm in trouble. I can't play dungeon for 2 days, and I'm dying. Raintia, I forgot to go offline while cultivating the flowers. Will that be alright? Jade Tree Wind Barrier, gosh, those 2 above must be beta gamers. Raintia must be the life connoisseur gamer who cultivates flowers. Heard that flowers were kept alive. Fifth Ocean, isn't the background story lacking in sincerity? It's too little. Less than 1,000 words. Will there be an official novel? White Blue Sky, can I apply for beta tester status? At Administrator Shirley. Deranged Heart, the person above, don't waste your efforts. The administrator will only publish announcements. He will never reply to gamers. Zeus Creator, thumbs down for the administrator. Asterisk. Early Night Rain, is the private land in the game not a grave, 2 square meters. Being a good girl, there is no need to restrict housing, and there should be benefits. This game isn't entertaining since it doesn't allow gamers to build a beautiful villa. Believe in sacred light, is anybody ridiculing Ran Lada? Zelnaga, the above commenter on the private land. You have underestimated the game's freedom. The beta gamers have constructed a huge house. A gamer has 2 square meters, so there are 200 meters altogether. This is called gamer's intelligence. Don's boyfriend, what? What kind of a game is that? I would like to see. Are there pictures? Are there Minecraft fellows? Do you need a civil engineering profession? Perhaps there is a guild later on? Oh my god, I want to live in a villa. I see fire, gosh, the previous commenter's question is difficult. Too lazy to remember names, I want to know when the open beta is. It has been closed beta for a month. It's time for open beta. Resting Rapid Rain, I plead for the open beta like the previous commenter. Those who agree, support me. Sherlock looked at the replies and asked Brew, those beta gamers accumulated their private land to build a house. Didn't Lord Sherlock know? They created a building. You can take a look. It's pretty neat. Sherlock walked out of the dungeon core main hall and walked in the direction of the goblins' private lands. Chapter 62, I Am the Shame of the Devils. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. When Sherlock was planning the excavation of Eternal Kingdom, he used the dungeon core as the origin. In the southern direction, the regional blocks were connected to form a tunnel. In the direction opposite the dungeon core main hall, there was a 200-meter wide tunnel that was used as a central tunnel. The 200-meter tunnel looked more like a plaza since the length was less than 100 meters. Though the gamers worked day and night over the course of a month, excavating, carrying bricks, and leveling ground and walls, Sherlock's priority was to create functional rooms or regional blocks. For example, food storage, a goods warehouse, seed beds, a carpenter workshop, training grounds, and the gamer's residential area. The space behind the dungeon core main hall could be developed, and there was a tunnel leading to the outside world. Developing a dungeon wasn't merely about excavation. Sherlock's plan wasn't like that. His goal was to become the greatest devil king of all time and construct the grandest dungeon. He had to construct an underworld focal point that could sustain millions of creatures, massive wealth, and a notable reputation. Proper dungeon planning was crucial to his goal. Sherlock's original plan for the gamer's residential area was to let them build a pigeon-type house that could hold a bed and a private storage box. That would suffice. What else would the gamers want? Combining the private lands in order to build a large mansion? Were they expecting to decorate the mansion with furniture, grand doors, independent gardens, balconies, and a swimming pool? I can understand Lord Sherlock's concern. If we don't restrict the gamers' activities, they will construct illegal buildings and affect the future development of the dungeon, Bruce said as Sherlock walked to the residential area. These gamers are able to accept the harsh environment and benefits. Their only desire is to have as large a house as possible with furniture, grand doors, independent gardens, balconies, and swimming pools. Why don't we accede to their desires and let them combine the lands and construct their dream home or even high-rise buildings? Lord Sherlock won't have any losses, and it will satisfy their needs. You're right, but they have gone too far this time. Sherlock had arrived at the residential area. When he saw the house, he couldn't describe how he felt. Sherlock's original planned residential area had wide paths surrounding the 200 square meters of space. Walls were constructed at the perimeter of the empty space, and within the walls, there were tens of goblins who were lying all over the place and sleeping peacefully. They didn't react to Sherlock's presence. Sherlock wasn't unhappy with the sleeping goblins or the surrounding walls. He was unhappy with the construction diagram drawn on the walls using stones. On the construction diagram was a 3D building with many 2D diagrams that were professionally drafted. Even the length was denoted on every line. There was a thickened line on the wall with the words heavy-duty wall. The diagram depicted a single-story building that occupied the 200 square meters. The top part of the building was like the shape that was inverted. The protruded floors were designed to integrate into the sides of the wall. The space above the 10-meter pathway that was designated by Sherlock was occupied by the building. There was a basement below the building that had the same shape. The protrusion was as high as the first story. One of them was inverted and joined with the other at the protrusions. The protrusions became the connectors. The final shape looked like a standing dumbbell. On the top part of the plan was the word dream, while the bottom was filled with gamers' signatures carved with stone. There was a pile of wall body at the perimeter. Chisels, hammers without handles, pickaxes, small tools that had spider silk twirled around stones, various kinds of rocks, grassroots items, or stones, and all sorts of tools were placed neatly by the side. The 100 beta gamers were serious. There are civil engineering students in this batch of gamers, and they are good. The diagrams are professional. Brew didn't know why he said that. Why are the chisels and hammers used in missions placed here? Sherlock frowned and asked. Sherlock remembered that the chisels and the hammers were loaned out during missions. After completing the missions, the gamers were to return the tools. The gamers not only used the tools to complete missions, but they also used them to construct their own houses. I'll check the server statistics and check historical records. Brew was puzzled and started checking. 10 seconds later, Brew said, after gamers accepted their missions, they stalled them and used the mission tools to construct their house. Tisk, these horrible standing apes took advantage of loopholes. Brew seemed to be praising the gamers. Sherlock, on the other hand, wanted them to be more manageable. He didn't want them taking advantage of loopholes. He didn't want them to build nice houses. Instead, developing Eternal Kingdom should be their first priority. Was the pigeon-type housing not sufficient? Sherlock thought for a while and felt he needed to amend the mission mechanics. He said to Brew, "Brew, retrieve all the chisels, pickaxes, and hammers. Leave the tools of the gamers alone. Cancel all the current missions and update them with an additional time restriction. Missions not completed within the time limit will have the rewards halved. Missions that take more than 2 times the time limit will have a reputation points penalty. Those who cancel their construction missions will have a reputation points penalty. If we implement the changes, won't it increase the burden on the gamers?" Lord Sherlock has to empathize with their desire to build their homes, Brew said with concern after some pondering. "I haven't finished yet. We'll add a tool rental service, with a week as the rental period. The gamers can rent the tools from Simba by using their reputation points and coins. Each gamer is limited to a set of tools," Sherlock said. "In this way, the gamers won't make use of my valuable resources to build their house while slacking on their assigned missions. I'm a reasonable devil. If they wish to build their homes, they have to develop the dungeon first. After earning reputation points and coins, they can use them to rent the tools for their own construction. This forms a positive feedback loop." Lord Sherlock, what about the combining of private lands by the gamers? Should we enforce new rules? Brew asked. "It's not necessary. Since they like to build large houses, let them be. Buildings with protrusions are not allowed as they are ugly. High-rise buildings and basements are not allowed. If they really want to have them, charge them accordingly. The size and shape of the buildings have to stay within the restricted perimeter. We will limit buildings to 3 levels above and below the ground. I'll publish everything in an addendum." Sherlock waved at the wall with the diagrams and added the following words to it: "Work hard." The words "work hard" appeared next to "dream." Looking at the words, Sherlock sighed. Of course, if they really want to build private villas, once the dungeon is fully developed, they can do so with reputation points and coins. They can build dumbbell-shaped houses or even beet lemon-shaped houses. I have no qualms about that as long as they can afford them. I'm so generous, just, and compassionate. I'm the shame of the devils. Chapter 63, Welcome back. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock had to think carefully about the update contents, amendments of construction missions, and details of private lands. Sherlock had experienced how the gamers took advantage of a loophole. If any of his measures weren't well thought out, the gamers would do something astonishing. Just like the living quarters that he had just seen. If a gamer hadn't mentioned combining land in order to build a house on the discussion forum and made him take a look, the whole outline of the house would have been built within 10 days. The gamers would have used the tools for developing the dungeon to build their house. Sherlock spent some time deliberating before announcing the addendum. 1. Amended the private land construction issue. Gamers are temporarily allowed to build level 2 and 3 above and below the ground. For each level, each gamer is allowed 2 square meters at the cost of 1 silver coin. In the future, more land will be released for construction with the corresponding increment in prices. 2. Amended the daily construction mission conditions. Added services of weekly rental of tools through Simba. To prevent the gamers from taking advantage of loopholes, Sherlock examined the addendum carefully before publishing it. The gamers were discussing the new version, Spectre Legion, and complaining about how the offline maintenance took 2 days. After Sherlock published new updates, the gamers commented with excitement. Landlord Mo Lily, what's this? The gamers discovered a bug? Obtaining an additional tool by stalling a mission? Does the tool cause damage? 3rd Gen Euroking Miracle, gosh, I just learned that the beta gamers created a building together, and now the game officials are restricting it. Cloud Hopping Fairy, Forum Administrator. Ape Garden, Administrator, buck up. Cloud Gazer Snow Pile, Administrator, buck up. Seafood Ice Shaver, cut the repetition. V. On seeing most of the gamers saying Administrator, buck up, Sherlock was relieved. He was pleased by this comment. Sherlock resumed his official work after glancing at the workers constructing the portal. Civilization 6 starting. Next turn, begin. Lord Sherlock. Lord Sherlock. When Bruce's voice sounded in Sherlock's mind, he panicked and looked at Civilization 6's information indicator that showed Sage Hero Gandhi dropping a nuclear bomb on him. Gandhi's nuclear bomb again? He talked about peace in the diplomatic dialogue every time. Was that a typographical error? Sherlock was feeling vexed when Bruce said, Lord Sherlock, the workers have finished their work. The workers' leader is waiting for you outside the dungeon core main hall. That fast? 2 days have passed. Sherlock was shocked and looked at the next turn button at the bottom right corner of the screen as he shook his head. Sherlock saved his game and shut it down. A cloaked lich with an emotionless skeleton face waited outside the dungeon core main hall. Sherlock walked out of the hall, and the lich bowed. Lord Sherlock, according to the contract, we have completed the teleport portal to Winterfell. We have also made adjustments based on your requirement. There are 2 teleport modes. The first one is using Winterfell as an interchange to arrive at the Spectre College. The other one is a direct teleport to Winterfell. Lord Sherlock, I'll show you. Sherlock thanked the lich and followed him to the 7-meter-tall portal, which was tall enough for a giant. Sherlock could also enter the portal comfortably. It was a bit too big for the goblins. With the 3-meter width, 10 goblins could enter at the same time. The teleport portal foundation was situated in a newly excavated space, which would become the teleport portal reception hall. The ambitious Sherlock wouldn't be satisfied with a single teleport portal, though there was only one in the reception hall. There were no surrounding walls or ornaments, but it was temporary. A month ago, Sherlock had just bought the dungeon. Even the dungeon core was abandoned. He used a lot of effort to revive the core. Who would have expected him to have excavated that much space and constructed that many buildings within a month? As a devil, he had to have dreams. To choose the portal mode, he had to change the direction of mana. Hence, he didn't have to worry about the gamers changing the portal mode, going to Winterfell, and creating trouble. Sherlock set the portal mode and transferred his mana to activate the teleport portal. He walked through the portal that was covered with white-colored magical light and arrived at the Winterfell teleport portal reception hall. There was peace and serenity, and there were no foul-speaking receptionist orcs. Sherlock was in a 100-square-meter room with nice decorations. Besides the portal, there were a few small tables, comfortable chairs, and a rack with a newspaper and magazines. Sherlock noticed a sexy devil with goat horns and a long, slender tail on a magazine cover. The tail was placed in front and covered the crotch area. And the top 2 sensuous points were covered by a slanted newspaper. Tisk! Sherlock was annoyed and extended his hand towards the newspaper. Lord Sherlock, this teleport portal is directly connected to. The previous lich walked out from the portal, and his skeleton head turned to the rack that was without a newspaper. He said to Sherlock, the Winterfell VIP room. Lord Sherlock helped to solve our major problem. This is a small gift from our college. This isn't cheap? I'm very grateful. Sherlock expressed his gratitude and put back the newspaper that had the words Son of the Grand Duke, Alexandria, will be visiting Winterfell. The newspaper covered the alluring magazine cover. Lord Sherlock, would you like to visit Spectre College? The Lich asked, turning his head back with an expressionless skeleton face. It's not necessary. I'm busy with my dungeon, and I visited the college a few years back. Sherlock waved his hand as he replied. Since Sherlock wasn't going, the Lich kept quiet. Since the Liches and workers had completed their work, they wouldn't be staying in Eternal Kingdom. They weren't worried about Professor Bacon, and one of the Liches said Professor Bacon would return on his own. Sherlock bade farewell to the workers and sent them off. He then let Brew adjust the portal mode. Then Brew said, Lord Sherlock. Mufasa, Simba, and Morose are back. Sherlock allowed them to enter. The teleport portal glimmered with ripples of mana, and two chatting and smiling black Chiron dwarves walked out with many bags. Morose was behind them, and he was smiling merrily. The scars on his face weren't that obvious. The three of them bowed to Sherlock and returned to their rooms to pack up before starting work. Mufasa noticed the pile of corpse-like goblins in a corner. As he was about to say something, Simba dragged him off as he said, Seems like the Devil Lord could no longer stand the goblins. I lost my sleep without the goblins chattering beside me. Simba's voice faded into the distance. Lord Sherlock, there's 10 more minutes before we resume service. Those gamers are coming back. I'm looking forward to seeing their reaction on entering the instance dungeon, Brew said with anticipation. Sherlock nodded and discussed the issues of the new version with Brew. Sherlock looked forward to the gamers' return, as well as their attempts to conquer the instance dungeon. It implied his magic stones would increase continuously. Once 100 gamers perished, he would obtain another 10,000 magic stones. If the gamers were strong enough to survive, they would obtain good equipment. This would satisfy their desire to improve their equipment and their desire for new ways to play the game. It would also save them a huge sum of money on improving equipment. They could also exchange the equipment for a large sum of coins. With the continuous inflow of magic stones, it wouldn't be long before he made $1 billion. In the contract, Sherlock had to ensure the combatants were qualified. If the combatants were too weak and there were massive casualties, then he would be suspected of reaping profits from their deaths. Sherlock felt that it wasn't easy to be a goblin dealer these days. It was indeed a period of mass poverty. Sherlock felt that it was harder and harder to make money, and he missed the chattering gamers. Sherlock revealed a sinister grin when Arthur, one of the goblins placed in the corner, opened his eyes. Welcome back, citizens of Eternal Kingdom. Chapter 64, Waking Up. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A black cauldron was hung above a diamond seam stove with magical flames. The underground water in the cauldron emitted hot air, but it was still some time from boiling. Mufasa dragged pieces of spider meat to the middle of the carpenter workshop and used the underground water obtained from the sides to clean the meat. His cousin, Simba, was smoking a piece of red-hot diamond seam. The red smoke rings came out from his beard and dispersed into the air. He looked at Mufasa and said, Without those noisy goblins, the world is perfect. Aren't those goblins coming back? They are quite diligent, and Lord Sherlock likes them. Mufasa dragged the spider meat into the cauldron, and the meat was stained with dust. Mufasa was aware, but he wasn't bothered since clay would be put on the meat anyway. Simba puffed out the smoke rings as he said, Do you know what day it was when we were given the 2 days leave? What day was it? Payday. A bunch of capable but noisy, insolent, greedy goblins who did what pleased them. Go figure it out. Simba puffed out a ring of smoke and kept quiet. Mufasa became frightened the more he thought about it. It was his first time working in a dungeon, and he heard Simba say that Eternal Kingdom wasn't the same as other dungeons. The wounded acted like they were intact, the goblins babbled nonsense, and the Devil Lord was rich and inhumane. Summoning goblins was like eating clay dumplings. He could even have a deep relationship with the spirit world since he could claim the goblins' souls. The Dungeon Lord, who had a mysterious background, was a powerful devil, and the dungeon only used worthless metal coins that were common in the surface world. Mufasa didn't have much work experience and had only been to a few dungeons, but he knew Eternal Kingdom was different from the rest. All of it originated from the dungeon lord who sat behind the table in the dungeon core main hall, thinking of how to inflict pain and suffering on the world Sherlock. When the weak were faced with the strong, the weak would be in awe of the strong. Mufasa was in awe of the rich and powerful dungeon lord Sherlock. Though Sherlock was young, a devil's appearance could be deceiving. Who would know the real Sherlock? He could be a devil who was tens of thousands of years old. Lord Sherlock is a cruel, cold-blooded, unscrupulous devil lord with a bright future. As long as we work hard for Lord Sherlock, talk less and do more, unlike the chattering goblins, once Eternal Kingdom is fully developed, we can become famous Black Chiron dwarves. Perhaps in a few months, I will have a group of students calling me teacher. Simba smiled and said with nostalgia, to be honest, after being bothered by the chattering goblins for a month, I'm not used to the sudden silence. Every day, someone would ask me about hidden missions and hidden equipment. Now, there's no one asking, I'm. Before Simba finished talking, a green figure, whose head had green words above it, walked unsteadily over and said, Blacksmith. Is there a hidden mission? Get lost. Not Wearing Pants opened his eyes in the living quarters and sat up slowly. Congratulations, Not Wearing Pants. Close combat, short sword and shield, weapon level was increased to level 2. You are qualified with your current reputation points. Please proceed to the Dungeon Core Main Hall's mission panel to obtain the latest instance dungeon guided mission. Not Wearing Pants was taken aback. He moved his fingers and opened the small bag at his chest to take a look at the shiny bronze coins and a few silver coins. He heaved a sigh of relief. More goblins woke up, and their reactions were similar to Not Wearing Pants. What? Why are you putting your feet on my crotch? Sylvanas pushed Peasant's feet away violently and looked at her side. Brother Arthur. Are you online? Where are you? Let's form a team and talk about exploring the instance dungeon. As Sylvanas' voice faded, hoarse voices started shouting. Selling silver. Sword on sale. +3 sword. Those who want to join the skills training but don't have money, come over. D*MN, what a comedy. Are you making a comedy or doing business? Forming expedition. Those who want to increase your weapon level, look over here. Gosh. My short bow is at level 2? Anyone with level 2 and above? Let's form an expedition to the instance dungeon. We'll sell the loot for a fortune. Form your own expedition. We're not taking archers. How do I increase my weapon level? Why am I at level 1? What? Our tools were taken away. They remedied the bug that fast. The new updates indicated that we have to pay for multiple stories and basements? What's going to happen to our dreams? Not Wearing Pants shook his head. The other gamers were still hollering while he felt hungry and weak. Because his sensation of pain was nullified, he didn't feel stomach pain. The wall that had the word dream was filled with diagrams. However, they weren't important, as there were additional words work hard. Was this an Easter egg? No, this was a prank by the game producers. **it. The dog planners. Not Wearing Pants shouted out his first online words. Arthur woke up and moved his body. He used all his effort to move the goblins on top of him. Then he discovered that his right arm was broken. Arthur squirmed out with difficulty from the goblin pile. During this period, goblins gradually woke up. He landed on the ground with a loud thud. He discovered that the goblins at the bottom were crushed to death. Without breath, the gamers would have to wait for revival after going online. What was this about? Perhaps the gamers didn't go offline in time, resulting in lost data? Arthur stood up and examined his distorted arm and other parts of his body. After ensuring there were no other injuries, he was dumbstruck. Weapon level 3 only? Arthur shook his head and felt weak all over. He sat down and took out the spider meat rolls from his backpack. As he chewed on his food, the goblins behind him started to move. My head's broken? And it's bleeding. Why is my hand not moving? Gosh, why is my leg broken? Oh, my money's gone. Why is my sword broken? Oh no, I should have gone offline in time. Raintia ran to the flower bed in a panic and tripped over the path that was being paved. She quickly got up and kept running. Arthur lifted his head to observe, but he kept quiet. He heard faint noises from the living quarters. He finished his food quickly and wiped his mouth before he made his way to the mission panel that was in front of the dungeon core main hall. More and more gamers moved towards the mission panel. Chapter 65, Instance Dungeon Tactics Preparation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A green stone slab was stacked on top of some soil and stones, making it into a makeshift platform. The green stone slab was covered in dense words. A group of goblins surrounded the green stone slab and were discussing its contents. The green stone slab had the following words. This is from the Eternal Kingdom Non-Existing Intelligence Organization's Critical Intelligence. The Evil Void leader occupied Spectre College, which was filled with countless liches and specters. They were building up their strength in a bid to attack Eternal Kingdom and the beautiful Underworld. Devil Lord Sherlock's entrustment, Eternal Kingdom's warriors, we need you to protect our homeland. The Underworld requires your help. Do not be afraid of death and sacrifice. Take up your weapons and fight. Daily exploration of Spectre College, training grounds. Mission description, Eternal Kingdom requires you to go to Spectre College, training grounds and obtain intelligence and diminish the Spectre Legion's power. Kill sufficient specters, 0/10. Mission reward, 100 reputation points 50 bronze coins. Mission hints, the Spectre College, training grounds instance dungeon is for a maximum team of 5 gamers. After selecting your members, proceed to the designated teleport portal main hall, beside the seed bed. Wait within the 1 meter radius of the portal. When the teleport portal is activated by mana, you may enter. Each activation lasts for 20 seconds. Instance dungeon requirement, reputation level 2 and above, 30,000, close combat, long range, weapon level 2 and above. The contents on the green slab stone were very detailed. After the gamers finished reading the contents, they forgot all about the version updates that destroyed their Dumbbell Villa dream. Those with weapon level 2, join us. Archers are declined. Those with +3 equipment, join us. Make haste. First expedition team, move out. Spider hunters, join us. Those who want materials and equipment improvement, join us. We'll leave once a team of 4 is formed. Loot distribution is by rolling dice. The group of gamers shouted at the top of their lungs, and the entrance of the dungeon core main hall was rowdy like a Sunday market. Pom! 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 Simba, who was improving the gamers' equipment, heard the loud shouting from the main hall. The green veins on his forehead pulsated, and he was getting very impatient. Uncle Blacksmith, help me have a successful equipment improvement, otherwise, I'll lie down in front of your shop. Your chest armor is gone. No. Peasant grabbed his head in despair and wailed, kneeling down as he witnessed Simba hammer out a huge hole in his breastplate and throw it mercilessly into the recycling furnace. The gamers who were queuing up for equipment improvement witnessed Peasant's predicament, as well as 2 other gamers who were wailing in despair. They walked off silently. It wasn't a good day for equipment improvement. Half of the gamers were below combat level 2. When they realized that they were unable to enter the instance dungeon, they quickly formed teams to hunt for spiders. The spiders were facing another bloodbath. When these gamers flooded the spiders' lair, the remaining gamers formed teams of 5. Some gamers had formed their teams and were preparing for their expedition to Spectre College. 5 goblins sat in a circle close to the teleport portal. They were Arthur, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, burning chest hair, and Peasant. While other gamers were still forming teams, they had started to discuss their combat tactics. Like this, follow according to how we fought the skeleton soldiers of the plot boss. Does everyone understand? Not wearing pants said as he used the tip of his sword to draw out the combat plan. Sylvanas and Peasant hesitated and nodded. Arthur didn't respond, while burning chest hair grabbed his arm and asked, "Wait, I don't understand." "I understand the left and right flanking followed by a sneak attack at the back. But what is this initial short bow volley about? What? Is there a problem? Before engaging the monsters at close range, we fire from a distance. Isn't this common knowledge in an online game?" Sylvanas frowned and looked at burning chest hair as she asked, "Are you worried about my archery skill and harming allies? My long-range weapon level is 2. No, I'm not worried that you will harm allies. Before engagement, we will be hiding behind. No matter how good you aren't able to shoot behind your head unless you're God V," burning chest hair said as he spread out his hands. "I mean, think about the skeleton soldiers. Aren't they made of bones?" "Yes, what about it?" Sylvanas looked puzzledly at burning chest hair. "You're shooting at a skeleton, where are you going to shoot?" Burning chest hair said, and the other gamers understood. Not wearing pants slammed down his palm and said, "*MN, I forgot about this problem. I'm playing this game like previous online games. We'll throw stones at the skeletons. The accuracy is better anyway. We agreed that I would use my short bow to engage the monsters first. Why are you changing the plan? Don't you trust me?" Sylvanas objected. "Even if they are skeletons, I can kill them with a shot to their skull. Perhaps I can kill all of them without you fighting. Do you believe that? The skeleton soldiers are all bones without any flesh for the arrow to hit. If you shoot an arrow through a soldier's ribs and hit the spine of another soldier behind, thus killing 2 soldiers, wouldn't we be wasting our talents? Use the stones. It's not only more accurate but will save on arrows," Peasant suggested. "Yes, you shot Arthur's skull last time. Have you forgotten?" Not wearing pants said. "I said it was an accident." Brother Arthur didn't say anything. "Why are you always mentioning that? If I don't use my short bow, what's the use of owning one?" Sylvanas stood up impatiently and screamed at Not wearing pants. A few gamers looked in their direction. "Use stones," Arthur, who was sitting cross-legged, said. "Oh, I agree with Brother Arthur." The hot-tempered Sylvanas sat down obediently. "If there are no other issues, we'll move out," Arthur said as he slapped his thigh and stood up. Chapter 66, Brainiac. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dew with bright reflections dripped from mellow leaves onto the damp soil. Dense mist shrouded the grey forest and scattered light dispersed in the forest. Dire wolves wandered in the forest, while huge spiders spun their transparent webs among the trees. The forest was like a dangerous labyrinth dreamscape. In the sky, a wyvern shrieked as it flew close to the trees. Within the reflection of its dark eyes, a few beet lemons were running towards a huge fortress on a forest path. The wyvern extended its wings, and its shadow swept across the surface, covering the beet lemons and the huge fortress. After passing by the fortress, the wyvern dove vertically down along the walls. When it reached a certain height, the wyvern adjusted its body and resumed flying forward. The wyvern disappeared from view, leaving a luminous plant and a dark underground tunnel in sight. In the tunnel, various beet lemons, Hades horses, and enormous giants were busy traversing. Behind the wyvern, a semicircle magical curtain engulfed a huge cave that could hold a forest and a fortress. The magical curtain blocked all light rays and shimmered with a magical glow. After going through the magic curtain and following the forested path was the fortress. In a building on the side of the fortress, liches were manipulating skeleton soldiers, lifting various items, using mana to raise bone walls, and creating flames using magical effects. A large music box made of bones was playing sinister music. This was originally the preparation hall for the Spectre College graduating training grounds. It was now disguised as an ancient battlefield by various props, bone walls, and special effects illusions. With the sinister music, the preparation hall had become a frightening entrance to the stronghold. A square door made from rocks was placed in the main hall. White magic rays filled the entire square door. This was the entrance to the graduating training grounds. That teleport portal was connected to 150 sealed graduating training grounds. On the side was a dark-robed lich with his skeleton palm pressed on the stone teleport portal. There were a form and a feather pen floating by his side. There is no problem with training ground number 150. Prepare to proceed. The floating feather pen started writing furiously on the form. Noises were heard in a corridor leading to the main hall, and a group of liches in student cloaks was led by a tired-looking lich whose body was emitting dark smoke. Professor Bacon. The lich who was checking the training ground entrance walked forward and bowed to Bacon respectfully. Brainiac? Haven't you graduated? Didn't you report for work at the Eternal Fire Dungeon? Bacon asked in astonishment. The headmaster recommended me to Eternal Fire Dungeon to gain exposure. With experience in a huge dungeon, coming back for a professorship is much easier. But I prefer staying in the college and working as a teaching assistant. To obtain a professorship requires a long time. Also, dungeon work isn't suitable for me as it consists of punching the time card daily, getting paid at the start of the month, and currying the favor of superiors. There is no research work. Instead, it's summoning specters for the dungeon lord or repairing magical items. That's not what I want. I want to learn new knowledge and mana skills and experience new things. Brainiac was embarrassed and said to Bacon, Professor Bacon, don't call me Brainiac. The other students were just teasing me. The student liches that were behind Professor Bacon started whispering to each other. Is he Brainiac? The one with the highest score in 1,000 years. I heard his results were legendary. 100 years of curriculum and he only used 50 years to complete it all. Impossible. 50 years to graduate. And he was the top student in school. He was a genius since young. He's a rare genius of Spectre College. The whisperings became louder, and Bacon gave a dry cough. The students kept quiet and stared wide-eyed at Brainiac. Since you decided, work hard. You are the brightest student that I have taught, and I have high expectations for you. Bacon patted Brainiac's shoulder and looked at the decorated main hall behind him. Are all this arranged by you? Not bad. Professor, I don't understand why our graduating research has such strange decorations and sinister music. When the students are taking the examination, isn't it better to have silence for better focus? Brainiac asked, puzzled. The explanation is quite complex. This is the request of the Devil Lord who helped us solve the graduating research problem. He isn't a simple Devil Lord since he is able to sacrifice a few tens of thousands of goblins. Such a powerful devil like him having a special craving is understandable. Restrain your curiosity in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Professor Bacon reminded him. I understand, Professor Bacon, Brainiac replied, but he was still full of curiosity. Students, hurry through the portal and prepare yourselves in the training grounds. Follow the dialogue schedule given to you and take note of the items in these 2 days' training. They are all graded, so take note. Professor Bacon shouted and guided the students to the rooms so that they could use the designated teleport portals to travel to the training grounds. Professor, the combatants from Eternal Kingdom are here, a lich came from the other side of the corridor and said. Chapter 67, This is a high-risk job. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A teleport portal was placed in the middle of a small dark room. The sides of the room were covered with bone walls, and there were green flames at the side. Mysterious crimson diagrams were painted on the walls, and sinister music filled the room. A magical brilliance lit up the teleport portal. A goblin walked out from the teleport portal, followed by the second and third. 5 goblins came out before the magical light of the portal faded. The 5 goblins were equipped with armor and weapons. Arthur had a quality breastplate, plate leggings, and he wielded a black short sword and a shield with a solemn face. The other goblins didn't have quality equipment compared to his. Not wearing pants and peasant used standard armor and weapons. Burning chest hair wielded a quality dagger, while Sylvanas wore a helmet and grasped a short bow tightly. She was placed at the back. A short sword and shield were tied to her back using grass rope. The 5 goblins weren't armed to the teeth, but they were well equipped. After they exited the portal, they came to a room outside the training grounds. A black-robed lich was sitting in front of an exquisite table. On a platform decorated with a skeleton motif was a crystal ball that was showing images of 5 goblins wandering around in the training grounds. The black-robed lich frowned and looked at the lich holding a cup of bloody chrysanthemum and asked, "Professor Bacon, what are those words? I haven't seen them before." Bacon sipped the chrysanthemum tea, and the crimson tea dripped from his jaw to the floor. His bones emitted hot air as he said, "Oh, those are the special words used in the Eternal Kingdom. I haven't seen them either. Perhaps it's a native language of Lord Sherlock and used for assigning work. I thought you had seen it before. Even Brainiac hasn't seen such language." "Lord Sherlock? Is that the devil who signed the agreement with our college to undertake the graduating research?" Brainiac asked. "That's correct. The most evil, cunning, and cruel devil lord," Professor Bacon smiled and said. "Though his dungeon isn't fully developed, he has extraordinary talent in training the goblins. I have good foresight, and I know that he will achieve extraordinary feats." Bacon said to Brainiac. "I didn't know that Professor Bacon looked highly on the Devil Lord. The goblins look like they have undergone training. What are they doing?" Brainiac straightened his body and looked carefully at the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, the 5 goblins destroyed all the items, including cans and wooden boxes. 2 goblins, not wearing pants, and peasant, placed the wooden planks into their backpacks. Bacon was taken aback. He turned around as green flames lit up in his eye sockets. He extended his skeletal hand and placed it upon the crystal ball. With the transfer of mana from his hand, sounds emitted from the crystal ball. "Why are you carrying them? There's more equipment for us to carry," Sylvanas asked. "Our swords and hammers don't have wooden handles. We don't even have wooden boxes." "What does that mean? Wood is a scarce resource. There are that many wooden crates here. We could exchange them for coins with Shirley." Not Wearing Pants said. "Is there a description on the wooden plank?" Burning Chest Hair asked. "No description. It needs to be appraised," Peasant said. Arthur was speechless. When Bacon's hand left the crystal ball, the chatting voices of the goblins faded. "These goblins intend to sell the wooden planks to their dungeon lord? That evil, cunning, and cruel devil lord? Finished, these goblins are doomed." Bacon shook his head and muttered to himself. "Wait, Professor Bacon, I feel this is not the crux of the problem," Brainiac frowned and said. "These goblins feel that they can return? If they were orcs or gnomes, I could understand, but the goblins. Do they think they can return?" Professor Bacon scoffed and said, "Brainiac, you can't talk like this. We're doing illegal graduating research and not operating a meat grinder. They aren't here as cannon fodder. They are here to contribute to spiritual magic research. We paid them, and they were recruited from the Merchant Alliance organization. It's a risky job. You have more to learn. Times have changed. We're a college, not a slaughterhouse. You can't just think about research. Tact is something you have to master." Brainiac nodded solemnly. "I understand, Professor Bacon. Are these goblins that capable? They look confident. They are stronger than normal goblins in terms of willpower." Professor Bacon recalled when he disguised himself as B.A. Manoroth. Con in that dramatic performance. The goblins stabbed at him wildly. They even stabbed their own comrades. They were fearless and had no sensation of pain. Let me see how to allocate the goblins to the graduating students. I'll start with the lowest ranking students. Brainiac opened up a thick book. A skull picture was affixed at the top left corner of every page, along with the name, date of entry, learning subjects, and training instructors. I'll start with this one. Brainiac pulled up another crystal ball and shouted into it, "Examination candidate number 98,562, prepare to enter the training grounds. The examination is about to commence." Chapter 68, I am going offline to eat. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A 4-story tower stood in the middle of a circular cave. The tunnel that connected the cave with the outside world was sealed by mana. The only way in and out was a teleport portal at the top of the tower. At the top of the tower, a student lich wearing the Spectre College uniform opened his hands while he used mana to vibrate his cloak. A black magical aura engulfed his body. "Puny mortals, you can't stop us. The world belongs to the Void Legion." The vibrating cloak had a small disc with the number 98,562 on it. After he finished the sentence, the magical aura disappeared. He took out a piece of paper from his cloak and scratched his skull as he said, "I left out a word, you can't stop us. The world will belong to the Void Legion." "Who is Void Legion?" As he was uttering the dialogue, the teleport portal behind him rippled, and a lich with the number 78,566 walked out. The two liches looked stunned at each other. "Senior? You haven't graduated?" "Nope, I've waited for 9 years. My instructor said I had to wait 3 years, then 3 years, and then another 3 years. How many 3 years do I have to wait?" The lich that just walked out said loudly, "I spent 1,000 magic stones to bribe the instructor, and I became the first one to take the exam." "Wha? What? 1,000 magic stones? Why did I pay 3,000 magic stones?" the other lich asked in agitation. "Because this is the first year you are taking the examination, silly." As they were chatting, the voice of Brainiac came from the high tower. "No, 98,562 and 78,566, stop chatting and start preparing. Summon your Spectre warriors. The examination is starting." They activated their mana and controlled their Spectre warriors. Each had 10 warriors. 9 were ordinary Spectre warriors, while the last one was an elite Spectre warrior. The 20 Spectre warriors occupied the high tower. These Spectre warriors were arranged to come in by specialized personnel before the liches arrived. The two liches deployed their Spectre warriors and waited obediently on the 4th floor rooftop. They knew that there were many professors observing them. They had to control their Spectre warriors to fight with the 5 combatants. They would be graded on how they controlled the Spectre warriors in combat, their familiarity in control, and the performance of the Spectre warriors. Liches who passed would be able to graduate. Before the combat exam, there were other subjects. They had to pass them to qualify for the combat examination. The two liches waited for 10, 15, 20 minutes, but nobody entered the training ground. Where are the combatants?" 98,562 gazed at the empty space below the tower and asked in bewilderment. "Is that a thief? Or robber?" Brainiac was furious as he pointed at the images in the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, there were more than 5 goblins, 20 to be exact. They were smashing the containers and wooden boxes in a frenzy. These goblins looked for all the things they could find to transport back to Eternal Kingdom. The items included wooden planks, earthen jars, metal parts, wooden wheels, and bones knocked down from the walls. Some goblins even used chisels and hammers to extract the stone flooring, but they tried in vain. As the goblins were busy transporting these props meant for creating the battlefield atmosphere, nobody walked through the corridors to teleport over to the training grounds. "Don't worry. There's a term in the contract. Let me see, Professor Bacon said as he took out a copy of the agreement and found the terms. Party B's combatants may exhibit abnormal behavior, such as taking things away. Party A should restrict the combatants' movement and control their route. Do not put any expensive items in their vicinity. If Party A suffers any losses, Party B will not be held responsible. Party A was Spectre College, and Party B was Lord Sherlock. There are such terms in the contract? Is it Lord Sherlock's intention to let his goblins steal from us? Brainiac took the contract and examined it carefully. Lord Sherlock wouldn't resort to such means. He isn't in need of money, Bacon said confidently. It could be the goblins' tendency since they have low intelligence. They might be different from the normal creatures. It's normal for them to do such stuff. Since the items aren't expensive, let them be. The most important matter is to let the liches graduate. I borrowed these props from the Drama Society, and they are performing the Armageddon War next week using the same props. They are already destroyed. Even if we retrieve them, they can't be used. Forget it. I'll talk to the Drama Society. Why did you place that many props? Magical effects are sufficient. I hope they finish their transportation fast. Bacon looked at the busy goblins in the crystal ball and sighed. Even if there were lots of props, they would complete the moving somehow. The gamers removed all the props from the instance dungeon entrance main hall. They ensured that the flooring couldn't be removed before they gathered together. In Bacon and Brainiac's crystal ball, some of these gamers looked like they were sleeping. Some were sitting dazed on the ground, while a few wandered around, looking. None of the goblins walked into the teleport portal of the training grounds. Bacon was getting impatient. What are they doing? He pressed his hand on the crystal ball, and the chatting voices of the goblins were heard. My food is almost ready. Where are you from? I'm from Beijing. I'm from Hangzhou. My group member is irresponsible. Could he not have his dinner later? The four of us are waiting for him. Time passes fast when playing this game. It's mealtime in the blink of an eye. I spent the entire afternoon helping to remove all the props. I posted on the forum, and they didn't believe that the game has such interactivity, ha ha ha. I'm not chatting. I'm going offline for my meal. I'll be back in a jiffy. Chapter 69, What on Earth Was Happening? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dark clouds gathered at a very low altitude. Flashes of white-green lightning could be seen occasionally. At Spectre College Training Ground number 69. After a white magical brilliance of light, 5 goblins whose head were showing green words teleported in. The 5 goblins looked around, but they were not in a hurry to enter the tower. The training ground was disguised as a desolate battlefield by mana. There were scattered white bones and broken obstructions. All these were just props. They acted quite similar to previous combatants finding the exit the moment they entered, Brainiac commented as he looked at the goblins in the crystal ball. I hope that their performances are better. Keep an eye on the other groups. It's almost time for my class, so I'm leaving, Professor Bacon reminded Brainiac. He drank the bloody chrysanthemum tea, and the tea dripped down as he walked out of the room. Brainiac bowed as Professor Bacon left. Then he sat down and observed the crystal ball. The goblins had given up looking for an exit. They chose the goblin with the short bow as the front scout, and the 4 goblins walked abreast in the second row. They advanced warily into the high tower. The examination rules were amended to cater to the Devil Lord's requests and take care of the goblins. There were 2 graduating students to a group, and they were only allowed to use the lowest-ranking skeleton soldiers. They were being assessed by other examiners on how they controlled a fixed number of skeleton soldiers to defeat the combatants. If they were unable to defeat the goblins, the liches weren't able to graduate. As the largest and most notable northern spiritual faculty, Spectre College had the most stringent management and academic requirements to guarantee the quality of its students. This was the reason why many students failed to graduate. To Brainiac, these goblins looked skilled and wielded their weapons confidently. But once they encountered the skeleton soldiers, they would break down. What the heck? Brainiac couldn't believe his eyes. The goblins threw stones at the skeleton soldiers out of the blue. Then they hid in a corner as they spoke frantically. Gosh, put away your short bow, will you? Did you see another group of skeletons in front? If you trigger their aggro, how do we deal with 4 skeleton soldiers? That's out of my range. Why are you so scared? Stop talking. Focus your attention. Peasant, go forward and taunt them. Grandsons. How did you taunt them? Why are these skeleton soldiers after me? I've asked already. Are you sure these skeleton soldiers have aggro? That Kramer had it. Why wouldn't the skeleton soldiers have it? D*MN. My buttock is hit. Don't panic. It's alright if it's off tank. Don't you have a shield? Whoever the skeleton soldiers attack becomes the tank. Hurry. Brainiac observed that the goblins were panicking when the skeleton soldiers attacked. Soon, they became composed and started attacking the skeleton soldiers. He was surprised the goblins didn't escape and exhibited basic combat skills. After a few minutes, they slashed the skeleton soldiers into a bunch of bones, and Brainiac started to ponder. The goblins gathered the scattered equipment and placed it in a corner. After that, they continued their advance. Brainiac was puzzled about why the goblins looked so happy. What was wrong with them? Was that goblin not injured? Why did the injured goblin not abandon his comrades and flee? Why were the goblins not afraid of the skeleton soldiers? How did the Devil Lord train the goblins? Why were the goblins smiling? Did they not know that they could die? Brainiac felt these questions were out of his understanding. As a brainiac and a genius, his research covered all the underworld creatures and races, including goblins. The more he researched goblins, the more he discovered that besides their large numbers and fast growth rates, they didn't have any positive points. These creatures were hunted for fun since ancient times, and they were merely grain storage zombies. If they weren't able to speak or have group activities, it would be questionable whether they had intelligence. Brainiac wasn't prejudiced against the goblins, but he didn't like them, and he wasn't curious about them. He wasn't like the ancient creatures who killed goblins for fun. He belonged to the New Age and received New Age education. He didn't have such primitive thinking. The times had changed. However, the vulnerability of goblins hadn't changed. What about these goblins? Brainiac switched the images in the crystal ball in disbelief. He looked in on the other groups of goblins. Besides a group of goblins who perished against an overwhelming number of skeleton soldiers, the rest of the goblins advanced to the second level. They would keep the skeleton soldiers' equipment as though they were worth a lot of money. These goblins, what on earth was happening? The gamers were fighting with their sweat and blood in the Spectre College, training grounds instance dungeon for reputation points, equipment, and first-hand tactical intelligence. The evil, greedy, cold-hearted, and cruel Devil Lord Sherlock sat on the chair and gazed at the magic stones card as he counted the numbers happily. More than 10,000 magic stones. After purchasing the dungeon, Sherlock didn't have that much wealth, until now. He was loading Civilization 6 on his computer screen and downloading the Anno series.rar. Red fireballs appeared at the dungeon core, and a letter was spat out from the flames. The letter was clean, and small crimson hearts were drawn on the cover. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. What the heck is this? Chapter 70, Why Did Your Mum Let You Eat? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock was stunned by the little hearts on the letter. Brew asked, Lord Sherlock, is that your suitor? I didn't know there were such things. Perhaps when I went to the Dungeon Lord Experience Sharing Conference, someone was smitten by me and obtained my address before sending me this letter. Sherlock smiled as he lifted the letter and tore it open. He took out the contents. Winterfell season discount information. SK3 Flagship Shop Tengu Black Box Countdown, SK3 Shocking Discount, Black Technology Magnetic and selling for the first time in the Underworld. Enjoy 6 months of interest-free installments. Making your face greener and more beautiful. The don't have the most expensive stuff blacksmith shop's latest discount. Are you fretting over back pain, headaches, and leg cramps? The don't have the most expensive stuff blacksmith shop is selling the latest massage chair, head mallet, nail board back support, and broken leg pedal. As long as you try it, all your woes will be gone. Purchase now, only 998. Go Touring. Are you fretting daily over your job? Come to Go Touring. The largest, hottest, and most dangerous volcano bungee jumping in the Underworld. Say farewell to your worries with a jump. Winterfell provides the best season discount information. If you wish to request a refund, please proceed to the Winterfell merchandise section to queue up for the form. After filling up the form, queue up again for processing. The current queue number is 985485551. Sherlock held the letter in a daze and remained silent for a long time. Tisk, after I was abandoned for 10,000 years, these trash advertisement letters became popular in the Underworld again? And the refund process is that troublesome, is that intentional? Brew said in a jovial tone, but Sherlock did not respond. He was reading a piece of news on the discount pamphlet. Northern Underworld Dungeon Sale Section Advertisement. Are you fretting about dungeon core leveling? Troubled about how to spend your money? Come to Northern Underworld Dungeon Sale Section. We'll empty your gold vault in a second. Shocking sale price. If you register now, the original 20 million magic stones dungeon core used for leveling will only cost 19,999,999 magic stones. A discount of 1 magic stone. For more details, please send your inquiry letter to the Dungeon Sale section. The address is Winterfell, Beyond Expensive District, Paupers Avoid Street, number 888 Northern Underworld Dungeon Sale Section Winterfell Branch. Sherlock examined it for a while and then sat back as his eyes became dull. He muttered, "Price increase again." Brew was silent for a while and said with empathy, "Take it easy, Lord Sherlock. Though I'm unable to level up, at least you have your own dungeon. Take a look at those merry goblins. In their other world, they can only afford a toilet after working their entire lives, and they would still owe the bank interest. Ah, 5 gamers perished. 500 magic stones will be transferred to your account, won't they?" 5 teleport portals appeared outside, and 5 goblins walked out. The gamers outside immediately surrounded them, as they were the gamers who explored the instance dungeon. Since they came back this way, they had perished in the instance dungeon. The others were curious about the difficulty level of the instance dungeon. Sherlock glanced at the excited gamers and sat back in his chair as he picked up the letter and continued reading. Besides the discount information, there was another letter and information pamphlet. For example, the Philithome Magical Item Shop affirmed the latest ancient ruin location and commenced the project to find it. The Merchant Alliance was giving this project priority and employing professionals with high pay and benefits. The Philithome Magical Item Shop? Lord Sherlock, perhaps it was the shop that you sold the ancient ruin key to? Brew asked curiously. That's correct. I saw an opportunity to make a fortune. Sherlock smiled. He saved his Civilization 6 game and shut down the computer. Taking his cloak from the chair and putting it behind him, Sherlock walked towards the teleport portal outside the dungeon core main hall. Brew, activate the system maintenance for an hour. Dang! A black short sword and a huge red axe collided. The goblin, Arthur, who was wearing armor, shifted to his left to dodge the axe. He was unable to parry the energy of an axe swing, so he had to sidestep and divert the axe's energy to his right. An orc skeleton frame was wielding the large axe, and his body was emitting black smoke. The height was 3 times a goblin. Though it didn't have any flesh, with the spectre magic, its strength was on par with a normal orc. "Puny mortals, you can't stop us. The world belongs to the Void Legion." The orc skeleton frame opened his mouth and shouted as the huge axe was diverted to the ground. The orc skeleton extended his right hand and grabbed Arthur's neck with accurate estimation of his dodging. The orc skeleton pulled the nimble goblin towards him. At this time, Not Wearing Pants bashed the orc skeleton's thigh bone using his shield. Burning Chest Hair stabbed the orc skeleton's spine using his dagger, but it wasn't effective. A goblin laid by the side, its stomach cut open by the axe. Though the goblin wasn't dead, his intestines were all over the place. Peasant was the mortally wounded goblin on the ground. Sylvanas readied her short sword and shield and waited for a chance to attack. This was the fourth and highest level of the tower. Not far from there was the teleport portal for getting out of the training ground. If the goblins defeated the last skeleton soldier, the two graduating liches would have failed the examination. On a tall viewing platform, two liches were observing the fighting. The skeleton soldiers of one of the liches were all defeated. The other lich had the last elite skeleton soldier. Though he fatally wounded a goblin, the other 4 goblins still had strong combat power. 4 goblins, they were too strong. They weren't only strong in combat, but they were also strong-willed. The goblin whose belly was cut open and whose intestines were all over the place said happily, "Buck up, he's going down. Make haste, I'm going for my meal. My mum's going to nag at me." If the examination rules didn't exclude the 2 liches from communicating with the goblins, they would grab hold of the dying goblin and ask, "Bro, your stomach is in bad shape. How is your mum going to let you eat?" Chapter 71, I am asking a question. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. While the fierce fighting continued in Spectre College, Lord Sherlock travelled to Winterfell and shopped at the clothing store. After that, he bought a cup of pearl clay tea and called for a carriage. With the crack of a whip, the carriage took off in a cloud of dust. Black Hades horses pulled the squarish carriage while their hooves gave off green flames. An exquisite leather shoe stepped on the carriage steps and landed with a loud thud on the green stone slabs. He was wearing a black waistcoat and a white shirt with exquisite buttons. The waistcoat and the shirt were of high quality. The black tuxedo sleeve openings were stitched with gold lining. Coupled with white silk gloves, he exuded a noble and classy aura. After putting on a black windbreaker cloak, he became low profile. Those with foresight wouldn't dismiss it as low profile but a plus point. His appearance, classy clothing, and tipping of the coachman were on par with the prestige and wealth of the Devil's Wings. Strictly from the appearance. "Lord Sherlock, I didn't expect you to spend more than 1,000 magic stones to purchase such extravagant, low-profile yet classy clothing." The young devil stood by the Winterfell road and lifted his head to look at the crowded Philothome magical item shop. In his mind, Brew was teasing him. "Just a little dressing up to complement my class and status." A succubus in high heels turned her head and walked by while she flirted with Sherlock using her long, slender black tail. Sherlock only smiled politely and placed his black cane with spiral motifs in front as he walked towards the crowd. "I thought Lord Sherlock only wanted to find out about the ancient ruins. It seems like Lord Sherlock had other plans. I'll just wait and see." Brew laughed noisily, but Sherlock ignored the dungeon core. There were vampires, liches, and various levels of devils surrounding the magical item shop entrance. They were holding their magic stone cards and shouting, "Why can't our dungeons be given a place? We have magic stones. Give us a place. The ancient ruins belong to the entire underworld. We also have exploration rights. We'll give money." The Eternal Fire Dungeon Lord was given exploration rights. "Why aren't we given them too? We have money. This is discrimination." Yes, it's discrimination. We are in a new age. Why is there discrimination? Auction. Auction the remaining places for the exploration rights. The devils and monsters waved their magic stones wildly as they shouted. If they weren't in Winterfell, they would have fought. The gnome shopkeeper was desperately trying to maintain order. As he had a small build, the tall vampires, liches, and devils overshadowed him, including his voice. Sherlock held his cane and knocked it against the ground. The sound wasn't loud, but mana was broadcasted. The rowdy scene became quiet. The devils and monsters turned to look at the classy Sherlock with his folded wings. This was a superior devil. Lord Sherlock. The surrounded gnome shopkeeper looked as though he had found his savior. He held on to his high hat and ran down the steps towards Sherlock. Sherlock nodded to show his respect to the surrounding devils and creatures. Then he walked gracefully with the gnome up the steps and entered the shop. After Sherlock entered the shop, the rowdiness broke out behind him. "Everyone, please leave. There are no more places for exploration rights. I know everyone would like to participate, but I can't make a decision. If there are places, I will auction them. I have a guest, please come again next time," the gnome said helplessly and shut the main door immediately. The rowdiness continued outside. "Pata!" The gnome adjusted his monocle and snapped his fingers. Magical brilliance engulfed the shop, and the outside rowdiness faded. The shop was quiet again. "Lord Sherlock, what drink would you like? Bloody chrysanthemum? Bufotenin milk?" As he asked, his crooked body moved towards the counter. "Bufotenin milk for a change." Sherlock found a chair to settle down. "Lord Sherlock, you look different from last time." The gnome placed a brewed cup of green and bubbling Bufotenin milk in front of Sherlock with a creased smiling face. It was a stark contrast to his previous panicky composure. He was referring to Sherlock's clothing. "Let's not talk about me. Was the ancient ruin found?" Sherlock placed the cane on the chair rest as he took the Bufotenin milk gracefully and placed it on his knee. The gnome adjusted his monocle and said excitedly, "I've roughly located the place within this time period. It was fast. I thought I would have to spend several years. We're lucky to find it this fast, but it cost quite a number of resources and magic stones." The gnome looked at Sherlock and said, "Lord Sherlock, don't worry. When we signed the agreement, you still retained your exploration rights. I'm here today to find out about this matter." Sherlock sipped his Bufotenin milk and said. Chapter 72, Cannot Trust Even a Punctuation Mark. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Lord Sherlock, you are saying that your friends are archaeologists and want to participate in the archaeology work. The gnome shopkeeper hesitated for a while as his long green fingers tapped on the table. Yes, exploring the ruins carries certain risks like traps and magical beasts. Without experienced archaeologists, it's easy to have accidents. To gain access to the ruins requires professionals. The gnome nodded and said, "Unfortunately, this matter was already taken up by the Merchant Alliance." "I understand, I have seen it on the small pamphlet. The Merchant Alliance is wary against superior devils. If I recommend someone, the Merchant Alliance will most likely decline them. Why don't you handle the recommendation? As a magical item expert, a Merchant Alliance member, and even the discoverer of the ancient ruins key, if you strongly recommend someone, they will agree." Sherlock shrugged his shoulders and noticed the gnome's awkward expression. He immediately said, "I know it's not easy for you to trust a devil's recommendation. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll discuss your benefits. 1. Philothome Magical Item Shop will be Eternal Kingdom's collaborative merchant, and you will have priority in our collaboration. 2. I'm willing to share half of my loot in the exploration of the ancient ruins." The gnome stood up in astonishment. He pushed his monocle violently and then took it out impatiently. He looked in disbelief at Sherlock. "Lord Sherlock? You've said that you are willing to share the loot from the exploration of the ancient ruins with me." "Correct, after the opening of the ancient ruins, I'm willing to share the loot with you. You may also explore the ancient ruins with me to ensure a fair and just distribution of the loot." Sherlock patted his knees and casually said, we can sign a contract. As long as you are willing to recommend that archaeologist. The gnome made gurgling sounds and paced worriedly before asking, does the archaeologist have a certificate? Quality tertiary certification. Does the creature have archaeology experience? Several ancient ruins archaeology experiences, guaranteed rich experiences. The gnome was deep in thought. Then he sat down and grabbed his forehead as he asked, but why? Lord Sherlock, I don't understand why you are paying such a high price to recommend an archaeologist. Though you are willing to sign a contract to assure me, I still don't understand. Sherlock spread out his hands and said, shopkeeper, I'm not in need of money, but I'm afraid of trouble. When I obtained the ancient ruins key, I could have located the ruins by myself. However, because it's troublesome, I sold it. Don't be mistaken. I'm not in need of money, but I'm wary of trouble. As such, I'm a little interested but not into it. Actually, I'm interested in a female devil. Though she's not a superior devil, she's very bad. Smoking, drinking, tattoos, hair perming, abortion. Apologies, you might not be able to understand. Anyway, she's bad to the core. I feel I have to seize the opportunity and not let her slip by. This kind of girl is hard to woo. Coincidentally, she has just graduated from archaeology college. I hope to attract her attention. If I give up half of the ancient ruins loot for an opportunity for her to owe me a favor, I think it's worth it. I know what you want to ask. Don't ask, as I'm too smitten and rich. Sherlock was rather convincing with his low profile but classy appearance, his superior devil and dungeon lord status, and his nonchalance when he sold the ancient ruins key. The gnome shopkeeper believed him. As long as the contract was signed, it didn't matter if Sherlock was lying, he would have half the loot. Reneging on a contract had serious consequences. The gnome lifted up his head and said confidently, great deal. You have to sign the magical contract now and ensure that the recommended archaeologist is certified and highly professional. The most important thing is your promise. Don't worry, once the ancient ruins is opened, I'll share half of the loot with you, and it will be written in the contract. Sherlock stood up and took out a contract document with the detailed terms written out. The contract was obviously prepared beforehand. The gnome was stunned by the prepared contract. He examined it carefully and gave a weird laugh. He signed the contract and handed it back to Sherlock. Lord Sherlock, if there was no magical contract, I wouldn't dare make a deal with you. How did you figure out what terms I would be asking for in advance? I only have an hour to be out. There's a large group of goblins waiting for me to take care of them at home. Sherlock casually signed his name and extended the hand that was holding the contract. Time is money. The gnome shook hands with Sherlock, and the magical seal appeared on their hands before vanishing. Lord Sherlock, happy collaborating. The Winterfell Sun simulator continued to give out heat. Even the crowd in front of the Philothome magical items shop were feeling hot and frustrated. Perhaps the frustration was caused by their failure to clinch the ancient ruins exploration rights. When the shop opened its door, Sherlock walked out gracefully with his cane. He stood on the high platform and surveyed the crowd before walking off. Rowdiness erupted from the crowd again. Lord Sherlock, I have an important question. Bruce's voice appeared in Sherlock's mind. Say it. Your decision was like driving a go-kart and negotiating a bend using the drains. Are you sure it won't flip? Bruce asked, bewildered. I don't understand most of what you've said. You seem to doubt my decision. Do you think that I made a loss? Sherlock stood by the roadside and removed his white gloves. He released 2 buttons and removed his waistcoat. He was a perfect gentleman previously, and now he looked like a rebellious rich kid. Lord Sherlock, what I'm going to say may not be appropriate. This ancient ruins opportunity could be our only chance to have an open beta. I'm saying it could be the best chance to level up the dungeon core. Bruce's voice sounded lost. Who is the archaeologist who made you give up half of the ancient ruins loot? If that creature was your female schoolmate, or your childhood sweetheart, as your servant, I have to give you a suggestion. What suggestion? Sherlock put his white gloves into his pocket and flagged a Hades carriage. He said to the coachman, Winterfell Old District number 777 Black Shop Hotel, please. With the crack of a whip, the carriage took off. Lord Sherlock, please have a clear mind. I know that times are now different. While I was asleep for 10,000 years, the superior devils started to obey the laws and even became poor. This kind of dog-licking behavior has to stop, otherwise, your future will be ruined. Are you meeting that female devil at the hotel? Prue was agitated, and he said, even if you don't intend to adventure and find exploring the ruins troublesome, you could sell your exploration rights. There are many creatures fighting to buy exploration rights, and you could earn a few million magic stones. This is an ancient ruins. The gnome only needed to recommend a female devil and could obtain half the loot. Your dog-licking description is filled with grievance. Sherlock was sitting in the swaying carriage as he said, I can guess where you're coming from after listening to your gripes. Do you believe that I would share half my loot for a female devil? Why do you have the wrong belief that I would be chummy with a female devil? What about the contract you signed just now? Prue stopped talking as he pondered. He muttered, Lord Sherlock, are you? That's right, I'm forging a tertiary certificate in archaeology. Sherlock nodded his head. But Sherlock, you've signed the magical contract. Even if you're a superior devil, you can't renege on the contract? If you forge a tertiary certificate, you will have reneged on the contract. Prue quickly reminded Sherlock. Renege on the magical contract? No, 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 why would I? I'm a superior devil with 90 years of compulsory education. Why do you think that my certificate is not substantial? Sherlock smiled. Wait, Lord Sherlock, you intend to disguise as the archaeologist? But why? Prue went into deep thought and said, I understand. Lord Sherlock, you are cunning. Prue asked in a teasing voice, Lord Sherlock, you told the shopkeeper that the archaeologist is a female devil. But you're a male, Lord Sherlock. Sherlock said with an emotionless face, did the contract mention it's a female? No. Don't you know that with a devil's words, even a punctuation mark isn't trustworthy if they aren't included in the contract? A trustworthy devil like me would follow the contract to the dot. I see, I see. I was worried just now, but it was unnecessary. Lord Sherlock, how did you know that the shopkeeper would be tempted? He possesses the ancient ruins key and will have exploration rights. He could have explored the ancient ruins on his own. Do you think that a gnome shopkeeper, a merchant under the Merchant Alliance, would become the sole owner of the key and the exploration rights? Sherlock asked. At most, he would obtain the price of the key, some magic stones as a reward, and benefits from the system like reduced taxes. The Merchant Alliance is not a charity organization. He can't make decisions, so he can't and won't decline my proposal. Are you a devil? Yes, a superior devil. Half of Sherlock's face was in the shadows, and he smiled sinisterly. We've arrived, Devil Lord. 2 magic stones, the orc coachman turned his head and said as the Hades carriage came to a stop. That expensive? A price increase? Did you go on a detour? Pa. The Hades carriage behind Sherlock left. Directly in front of him was the Black Shop Hotel, where he met Professor Bacon the first time. The entrance was as quiet as the first time he came. The magical light from the signboard was a warm crimson color. Sherlock adjusted his collar and placed his hands in his pockets as he walked to the hotel. Sherlock stopped by the side of a stone wall where a green female orc was leaning. The female orc noticed Sherlock and squinted her eyes. She shifted her heels and pushed her barrel hips, walking over alluringly. She winked flirtatiously at Sherlock. Handsome guy, making your documents? Chapter 73, Death due to bleeding effects. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The huge orc skeleton soldier was hacked until his bones were all over the floor. In front of him were two goblins lying on the ground. One had a slit belly, and its intestines were spewed all over his body, while the other was decapitated with multiple wounds. The two goblins were motionless. The three remaining goblins were slightly wounded, but they had no intention of retreating. They didn't even have tension and were not in pain. They were no longer chatting. Instead, they coordinated their attacks on the skeleton soldier from 3 different directions. Not wearing pants was the tank and attracted the skeleton soldier's aggro. He used his +5 shield to brace against an axe slash. Arthur and Sylvanas attacked simultaneously from both sides. The battered thigh bone finally gave way and broke apart. The orc skeleton soldier collapsed to the ground, and his black mana faded. A black short sword hacked viciously into its spine. Dang! Arthur witnessed his sword bounce off the bone and was stunned. The bone's tough. It's indeed a worthy boss. Sylvanas hacked on the orc's hip bone, but it screeched along the surface, leaving scratches without any damage. The black mana on the orc gradually faded as he knelt on his broken leg and muttered, "My, 1000 magic stones." He fell to the ground with a thud and remained motionless. His armor dropped noisily with the bones onto the ground. Yes. We've defeated them. This instance dungeon is too difficult. We fought for 3 hours. Sylvanas sat on the ground, and the wound on her buttocks tore open. Blood gushed out and formed a large pool as though a floodgate were opened. You look like you're having a period. Why are you sitting down? Help pick up the loot. We're leaving. That's a teleport portal, most likely the exit. Not wearing pants picked up the scattered bones. The bones were pretty hard, perhaps they could be made into medicine. If not, they could be ground and eaten to strengthen one's bones. He also removed the skeleton soldier's breastplate, pauldron, and helmet. As the gamers were busy looting, Lich number 78,566 stood on the command platform and gazed at the goblins below. They were gathering the equipment that he had bought for the skeleton soldiers and piling it together like it was trash. They were even looting the previous skeleton soldiers that they had defeated. Lich number 98,562 sighed and patted his senior's shoulder. "Senior, forget it. We'll try again next year. Our luck's bad to have met 5 insane goblins. It won't be like this next time. We'll graduate one day." Tears welled up in the empty eye sockets of 78,566. "No, they're too much. Did you see the goblin whose stomach was slit and yet was telling horrible jokes at the same time? He was dying but still thinking of going home to eat. That affected my control of the skeletons. There was an ape that kept stabbing. I could still put up with that, but he kept shouting, 'Berserker attack, horizontal slash, berserker attack, horizontal slash.' I had a splitting headache from his chanting. What's up with these goblins? 10 years, this is my 10th year. Oh oh oh, oh oh oh, oh oh oh, they did it on purpose. They're taking advantage of me. Oh oh oh, oh oh oh, my 3,000 magic stones are gone. No 78,566 and 98,562, the examination has ended. The results will be released to you from your faculty instructors 3 days from now. Go back and take a rest. Once the combatants have left, return via the teleport portals," Brainiac said while the two liches were still consoling each other. Brainiac adjusted the images in the crystal ball and observed the wounded goblins running around the 4 levels and accumulating their loot at the teleport portal. They weren't showing any pain or suffering. Weren't they feeling pain or tiredness? Why were they so obsessed with the loot? Even at the expense of their lives? It was understandable if the equipment was valuable, but it was worth at most tens of magic stones. Some equipment was only worth a few magic stones. Why were they that obsessed? Were they that poor? Were they not paid 100 magic stones? They barely survived and should logically hurry back to heal their wounds. Were their wounds not serious? Why were they able to carry that much equipment even though they could die at any time? Was the equipment useful if they died? Since when did the goblins become fearless? Would the goblins not do anything to survive? Brainiac gazed at the goblins' behavior in the crystal ball. When they were dragging their dead comrades and about to leave, he had a burning desire to ask the goblins what they were doing. Bringing their comrades back for burial? After being burdened by the equipment and injuries, they were thinking of bringing back their dead comrades. Were they goblins? Perhaps knights? Perhaps the goblins did watch out for each other in their culture. Brainiac placed both his hands on the table as his empty eye sockets lit up with green rays of bewilderment. Sweat dripped down from his bald forehead like torrential rain. Why did the goblins become like this? Sherlock. Eternal Kingdom. Would the answer be found over there? While Brainiac was still mulling over his curiosity of the goblins, they entered the teleport portal and left the training ground with their loot and dead comrades. After transiting through the Winterfell teleport portal, Arthur, not wearing pants, and Sylvanas returned to Eternal Kingdom with their loot and the corpses of peasant and burning chest hair. The gamers immediately surrounded them. Experts. Tell us your strategy. Father. Post your strategy guide. Experts, bring me along for your next expedition. Are you selling the equipment? It looks pretty neat. Sylvanas was looking as pale as a sheet when she collapsed to the ground. Her buttocks were bleeding profusely. Sylvanas perished due to the bleeding effects caused by fighting the instance dungeon boss. Chapter 74, Gamers' Rights. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After Sherlock forged his archaeology certificate, he returned to the Eternal Kingdom. Eternal Kingdom was covered with a huge pile of useless items. They included rusty metals, crushed metal pieces, tiles, ceramic pipes, wooden planks, metal parts, bones, and even grass. Those were the items collected by the gamers from the instance dungeon. They were the props from the Spectre College Drama Society, but they were dismantled and brought back by the gamers. The gamers carried the trash and gazed at Sherlock in anticipation as they said, "Shirley. Do you want this? Shirley, could the wooden planks be used to make handles? I took them to Mufasa, but he doesn't want them. Shirley, take a look at this ceramic tile. Is this a magical item? Can this item be appraised? Shirley, do you want these items? Low prices are accepted. I'll sell them to you. Buy this trash? Since when did I ask the gamers to collect trash? Wait, the color of the wooden planks looks good, and they have a smooth texture. Could it be wood from the underground grey forest? Spectre College is rich, but it's a pity the wood was made into planks. Sherlock informed Brew to collect the wooden planks but not the other useless trash. The wooden planks were of high quality and could be used to make wooden boxes. They could be sold to the gamers for them to store their personal items. Perfect. The wounded Arthur and not wearing pants dragged the corpses of their comrades while their bodies were laden with a noisy pile of equipment. Who knew how they managed to secure that much equipment to their bodies? The surrounding gamers became rowdy. That equipment looks cool. Can they be exchanged for fitting equipment? Are they considered legendary equipment? Shirley, can peasant be revived given his current state? Shirley, can you revive a decapitated gamer? Shirley, this gamer perished from her bleeding buttocks. Shirley. Sherlock looked at the surrounding goblins, who were about the height of his knees. They gathered around Sherlock regardless of whether they had a request or not. There were only 100 of them, and Sherlock felt a splitting headache. Once the dungeon core leveled up, the second beta would start, the gamer count would rise, and his workload would increase a lot. If the workload increased, he wouldn't have leisure time to explore computer games. He wouldn't be able to understand the other world's culture and upgrade the gamer's experience in the online game. This would cause the gamers to quit playing en masse. Hence the development of the dungeon would come to a halt, and he wouldn't be able to enjoy this leisure time. If he couldn't enjoy his leisure time, he wouldn't be able to research computer games. Oh God! The consequences were serious. Sherlock was racking his brain on how to decrease his workload as he healed and revived the gamers. He let Brew appraise the weapons that could be used immediately. Brew would come up with a name based on the quality and appearance to bluff the gamers. Perhaps to make them happy? As for the equipment that was too large for the goblins to use, collect the equipment and create fitting equipment for sale like last time. Could that work? When the gamers looked at Sherlock, he was talking with Brew on the distribution of the instance dungeon loot. Lord Sherlock, perhaps you don't understand these gamers. They accumulated so many metal coins so that they could have quality equipment, cool skills, luxurious houses, or transportation tools that could show their status. With only money, a game that doesn't allow status upgrade is not playable. Brew explained patiently, there's a difference with the equipment from the previous world boss. Collecting the equipment from the world boss for auction was understandable since most of the gamers helped to defeat Kramer. However, if we collect the equipment from the instance dungeon and sell it, then the rich gamers don't need to conquer the instance dungeon. They can simply use their otherworld money to obtain the instance dungeon equipment. For the poor gamers, if the equipment is collected by us after they spent lots of effort, they will be angry if they have to then spend money like the rest of the gamers to purchase the equipment. Once the capability gap between them widens, the game will become imbalanced, and the gamers will quit the game en masse. None of the commoner gamers will be willing to use broken equipment while the rich gamers are equipped with stellar weapons and armor. Though there's no player versus player fighting, if the commoner gamers are unable to be proud of their equipment, the consequences will be dire. Lord Sherlock, please reconsider. The main labor force developing your dungeon are those commoner gamers who work the missions day and night. If they are unable to retain the instance dungeon equipment, their motivation to conquer the instance dungeon will be very low. If no gamers are willing to conquer the instance dungeon, then your magic stone's income will be severely reduced. You might even have to renege on your contract with Spectre College. I don't think you want that to happen, do you, Lord Sherlock? Sherlock pondered and looked at Arthur, not wearing pants, the revived Sylvanas, burning chest hair and peasant, and the surrounding gamers who were staring at him. Then he said, "Well done, brave warriors. You've successfully completed the non-existing intelligence organization's mission. The loot might not fit, but it's all right. Follow me, I'll bring you to Simba and see if the equipment can be refitted." True warriors require quality equipment. The gamers cheered wildly. A plot, this is the plot after conquering the Spectre College, Training Grounds Instance Dungeon. Too strong, those 5 are D*MN strong. Nonsense, that's Arthur, the gamer who killed a spider single-handedly, the hero that gave Kramer the fatal blow, and the owner of 3 pieces of legendary equipment. That team of theirs possesses 5 pieces of legendary equipment. They are rich, diligent, and capable. You can't help but envy them. Follow them, follow them. The group of gamers followed behind Sherlock noisily as they walked towards the blacksmith shop. Chapter 75, That is my credit. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Simba was hammering away in his blacksmith shop, making more equipment and tools to stock up the warehouse. That was Sherlock's order. How could Simba get paid without doing work? Sherlock was ambitious. He intended to have the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th beta testing and expand the dungeon with millions of creatures. That would require an enormous amount of equipment and tools. When Simba saw Sherlock with the gamers, he put down his hammer and bowed to Sherlock, who said, "Simba, these warriors obtained quality equipment, but it doesn't fit. Help them make some adjustments." Sherlock manifested some words on a piece of paper using mana and passed it to Simba. "War. Warriors? Simba stared wide-eyed at the green warriors behind Sherlock. Then he took the piece of paper from Sherlock. Add a new blacksmith service called Reforge, which is to refit the equipment to a size suitable for the goblins. It costs 100 bronze coins for each service. The extra metal can be reforged into new equipment and put on sale. Please burn this paper after reading. Do not ask, as it is futile. Simba was puzzled, but he threw the paper into the fire. The other helpful gamers brought the instance dungeon equipment of the warriors into the blacksmith shop. They surrounded Simba as he worked on the equipment. Sherlock had to attend to other matters. He returned to the dungeon core main hall, switched on the computer, adjusted his seat, readied his cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea, and browsed the official forum. Just as Sherlock expected, the forum was filled with many posts on simulated strategy guides. They were called simulated strategy guides because they were created by non-beta gamers. An example of a post was a detailed description of the first boss, Void Dragon, in the instance dungeon. It told of where to position the gamers so that damage could be inflicted on the dragon from tactical gaps, and the second boss, which was a Void Devil commander. It was quite convincing, and the replies were repetitive like a repeater machine. It's real, I am that Void Dragon. The gamers had just completed their instance dungeon mission, and only one team survived while the other teams failed. The initial count of the beta gamers was low, and there were even fewer gamers who went for the instance dungeon missions. The gamers who liked to post strategy guides were few. An example was not wearing pants. The gamers were still at the blacksmith shop reforging their equipment. It would take some time for them to post strategy guides in the forum. Sherlock wasn't going to be idle. He was going to research the other world's culture. The Anno series game had finished downloading. Anno 1800 began. In the academic department of Spectre College. Brainiac, I've finished reading this year's academic report. You have done well, recruiting students and teaching duties. I will be submitting these reports soon, including the graduating research report that you have written. From the 4 elimination rounds, 6 liches have successfully graduated within a day. This is the fastest and most efficient graduation in tens of years. You've raised some issues like collaboration termination, disguised graduation examination, and goblin research. I have deliberated on them, and they are to be amended. Bacon sat on the chair as he looked at Brainiac and passed the report back to him. Professor Bacon, perhaps you haven't seen the 4 elimination rounds. From what I observed, those aren't ordinary goblins. Brainiac said confidently. Of course they aren't normal goblins. Normal goblins wouldn't be participating in our graduating research. Bacon unfolded his hands and said, these goblins were trained by the Devil Lord, though I'm not sure what methods he used to train them. I understand you are curious and wish to understand the reason and mechanics, but you have to think about it from the college's perspective. Bacon tapped on the table and said, the college is concerned about profits. It's neither a charitable organization nor a research center. Of course, we also do some research, but our final customers are the Devil Lords. Though Eternal Kingdom is small and developing, with Lord Sherlock's ambition and wealth, the future is extremely promising. He has sent highly trained goblins to help us while bearing the costs. Are you thinking that Lord Sherlock found some free method to increase the goblins' intelligence and sent those goblins to us because he lacks money? Impossible. It was my sole effort. I went on a business trip to Winterfell for 4 to 5 days and accompanied the Devil Lord. I formed good relations with him and persuaded him to collaborate with Spectre College. Bacon stood up and said earnestly, Brainiac, I know you are diligent, curious, have ideas, and are a rare genius, but don't bother with this matter. No matter how strong the goblins are, they're still goblins. Do a good job in your teaching duties and apply for professorship in a few years. With a stable job as a professor and the support of the college, you will be able to do any research you want. Young lad, think of your future. Good riddance. But, Professor Bacon, Brainiac hesitated and finally said, I recall that Lord Sherlock contacted us first. Bacon interrupted him and said, enough, amend the report, and I'll take a look tomorrow. If you want to research more on those weird goblins, visit the training grounds more often to observe them. Observation is part of research. Don't do anything to renege on the contract. If you antagonize the Devil Lord and hinder the college from solving the graduation problem, it will be a huge question mark whether you can stay in the college. Bacon was stern, and he stared at Brainiac with an expression that said, don't ask. Okay, I understand, Professor Bacon. Brainiac sighed and left the academic department with the report. Seeing the dark and empty corridor outside the academic department, Brainiac grasped the report and sighed. When am I going to earn a profit in this game? Why am I getting a deficit? Sherlock was furious to see his finances in shambles on the computer screen. Many people on the internet were also complaining about this, Bruce said casually. Sherlock lifted his head and noticed that there weren't many online gamers. There were 4 groups of gamers who challenged the Spectre College, Training Grounds Instance Dungeon. All groups, except Arthur's group, failed. They fought to the final boss, but he was too strong, and they all perished. At this rate, he would receive 10,000 magic stones within 7 to 8 days. It was good to collaborate with the rich Spectre College. Sherlock understood that it wasn't practical to sustain such a high casualty rate. With the improvement in the gamers' combat skills, accumulated experience fighting the skeleton soldiers, and the captured equipment from the Spectre College, the chance of conquering the instance dungeon would increase. Sherlock was saving these issues to solve later. He wanted to know the gamers' strategy and comments on the instance dungeon. Sherlock shut down the game anno 1800, in which he was always running a deficit. He browsed the discussion forum and found Not Wearing Pants' strategy guide posted on the first page. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom latest instance dungeon, the Spectre College, Training Grounds strategy guide after the first successful challenge. Hello, everyone. I'm Not Wearing Pants, *O. Chapter 76, Spectre College, Training Grounds Instance Dungeon Strategy Guide. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hello, everyone. I'm Not Wearing Pants, *O. I know everyone has been waiting for this post for a long time. I was with my teammates distributing our loot, so there was a delay in posting. I have written this strategy guide for an hour. Enough idle chat, let us take a look at the equipment from the Spectre College, Training Grounds Instance Dungeon. Picture. Shield of Unyielding Garrison Guard, Blue Superior Equipment. Defense, 18. Weight, 13. Durability, 10. Reforger, Blacksmith Simba. Required Reputation, Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 2. It was previously the shield of a Winterfell garrison guard. It has the Merchant Alliance's symbol. Picture. We have only reforged these 5 pieces of equipment. We brought back a total of 16 pieces, of which 5 could be used after minor repairs. The rest have to be reforged, and it will take a long time. We can only retrieve the rest of the equipment tomorrow. The following content is on the strategy guide. First, we will introduce the basic requirements to enter the Eternal Kingdom's instance dungeon. To enter the instance dungeon requires Reputation Level 2 and Weapon Level 2. The Reputation Level 2 can be easily attained by carrying bricks for 2 to 3 days. The difficult part is the weapon level. To increase weapon level, one has to attend Moro's classes and hunt for the spiders. Most of the gamers were in the equipment accumulation and improvement phase. If they improve the standard equipment to +3, the weapon level will definitely be at level 2. We have tested that if gamers have an upgrade in weapon level, then when using a similar weapon, the weapon level will increase very fast. For example, Burning Chesthair already had short sword level 2 before purchasing the dagger. Before long, his dagger level increased to level 2. Let's not discuss long-range levels. For close combat, the weapon levels are closely related. I have written a commentary on the combat system before. We haven't dabbled in mana, so the discussion is limited to passive weapon combat. Everyone needs to remember that the combat system is 100% simulated reality. You don't need to worry about not picking up the skills. As long as you aren't a dummy, take more classes, and die a few more times, you will know how to fight. Goblin anatomy is different from a human. You might need a lot of effort to kill a mosquito, but a goblin's body can easily perform incredible combat moves. Wait for the second beta or open beta to try out the game. I won't comment further. It's not that difficult. If the gamers achieve the requirements, they can enter the Eternal Kingdom's teleport portal. The teleport portal main hall is a new building. The beta gamers have updated the Eternal Kingdom's map with the new building. Picture of beta gamers' hand-drawn map of Eternal Kingdom dungeon. The place with the red circle is the teleport portal main hall. The outer walls aren't completed, but everyone is working hard to complete the construction. Let's buck up. After waiting for a while at the teleport portal, it will be activated. Take note that the portal will take at most 5 gamers in a team. During the journey, we had a chance to see the Winterfell teleport portal main hall in a VIP room. We were unable to move, and within seconds, we were teleported to the instance dungeon entrance. After the teleport portal was the instance dungeon entrance. The following picture was taken before we cleaned out the props from the instance dungeon. Picture. This picture was taken after we cleaned out the props. Picture. Are you shocked? The game producers are awesome. We have the freedom to dismantle the props. Take note that the wooden planks are valuable, while the bottles and containers are worthless trash. The entrance of the instance dungeon is considered big, and there is a straight passageway. When there are many more gamers in the second and third beta, I believe the gamers will assemble here to form teams. We have finally come to the important part, the instance dungeon strategy guide. Before challenging the instance dungeon, the configuration of the team is very important. There must be a gamer with at least a +3 shield. There will be a huge difference in combat efficiency. Do not bring along archers. The interior of the instance dungeon was a desolate 4-level tower. I shall not talk about the sound effects, but the background decoration was awesome. When I was in the instance dungeon, my heartbeat increased, and I had lots of goosebumps. After going offline, even when I was out of the gaming capsule, my hands were still shaking. The monsters were all skeleton soldiers, even the boss. They would shout things like, "Intruders! Kill the intruders!" Whether they were minions or the boss, the dialogue was similar. The boss had slightly more dialogue, but it isn't important. The most important thing is they are very strong in combat. The minions were a team of 2 skeleton soldiers patrolling in the 4-level tower. I haven't discovered any fixed patrol routes. They seemed almost random. After confirming with the other expedition teams, we discovered that they had the same experience. The configuration of the minions and equipment was different. Even the attack style and habits were different. The contents of the entire instance dungeon were randomly generated. Whether my strategy guide is useful depends on how you make use of the information. When more gamers successfully complete the instance dungeon and collate their strategies, we might be able to find some pattern in the data. The minions were all elite monsters. Take note that they had no aggro. Whether they are minions or the boss, they have no aggro. They attack based on their whims and aren't affected by taunting. They don't attack the closest enemy. They will attack our weaknesses. The weaknesses aren't the game setting or data. Based on our conclusion, if you stumble, swing too hard and are unable to retrieve your sword, or fall into a daze, these are all weaknesses. They will make use of the weaknesses to deal a fatal blow. What is the solution? Back to the basics, block with a shield. Don't depend on a dedicated tank. Treat everyone as a tank, otherwise, it's not possible to defeat them. At least at the beginning, with our current equipment level, we have to resort to this strategy. To fight the minions, we followed the one block, one slash method. The safest way is to make use of the recovery time of the monster's attacks to counterattack. If the monster attacks you, do not be impatient and counterattack. Use a +3 shield to block effectively. Don't worry that it will be like Kramer's attack and crush the shield and shield bearer. The monsters that we encountered were goblin skeletons, gnome skeletons, and houndhead man skeletons. There were dire wolf skeletons, but they were few. The minions were easily defeated as long as one was cautious. The crux was defeating the boss. The boss doesn't have any skills. Every one of his attacks is a skill. Besides having more dialogue, the boss had a layer of grey aura, which some called a force field, chakra, or Dragon Ball power. I call it mana according to the game context. Mana strengthened the boss, which was usually an orc skeleton or werewolf skeleton. I don't know if there will be other skeletons with difficult to pronounce names. They are difficult to deal with and defeat. The attacks of the boss were unable to damage our shields, but their strength and agility were much stronger than the minion skeletons. Their bones were extremely hard and required 10 continuous hackings to break, while the bones of the minions were broken with 2 hacks. I recommend hacking any of the leg bones. If you can break one, congratulations, you can complete the instance dungeon. The difficulty of the boss decreases a lot after the leg bone is broken. Is that a weakness of the boss? The monsters consisted of 2 bosses, one on level 2 and one on level 4. The level 2 boss that we encountered was weaker, and the level 4 boss was stronger. Other teams encountered the reverse configuration. I suppose that deployment was random. It's not effective to use block once on the boss. It depends on real skill. The speed of the boss was fast, so there was no recovery time to exploit. We had to depend on bracing the attacks or praying that we weren't hit. After that, we tried to inflict as much damage as possible. I will say again, hack the thigh. It's best to improve equipment to level 3. We have a teammate called Peasant. His improved breastplate was destroyed before setting off, so he used normal armor. The attack of the boss penetrated his armor and killed him. I won't describe his demise or show the picture since it would be censored. Protect your neck. Burning chest hair from my team was decapitated. I will end the discussion of the strategy guide since it is getting late. Tomorrow, our team is going to challenge the instance dungeon for a second time. I am unable to finish the strategy guide in one post with limited time. I will put in more detail next time. I am publishing the screenshots of the instance dungeon. Enjoy. Picture. In conclusion, this instance dungeon is extremely fun. I will read the replies of the post tomorrow morning. Good night everyone. After not wearing pants post was published, the comments flooded the screen. Angel Reg, gosh, the attributes of the equipment are very high, W. Don't say what I do not want, Reforge? What's that? I haven't heard of it before. A new skill. Lonely patient without regrets, it could be the coder monkey updating in secret. What is your name on Kidian? Is the boss called Skeleton Spirit? Comedy. Seafood shaved ice. I would like to participate in the second beta. When is the second beta? Green Wong's cat. I wrote about Shirley and college memories in my classmate Octopus roasting the boss forum. Show your support after reading. Shang Yueming, traditional Chinese. Seed and foam. If you're not using the 16 pieces of equipment, sell them to other beta gamers. The more gamers that complete the instance dungeon, the more strategies there will be. Buck up beta gamers. Stir-fried vegetable rice. I am in America, and the game is famous all over America. It's a pity the Americans can't play. Serpent, we can't play either. A Lone Ranger called Success, could you be less melancholic? __. Short Flute Devil King _Nian Pasu, buck up beta gamers. You are the best. Work hard in the expeditions. We will follow you. Sherlock browsed the contents of the forum once. Some were pleading for the second beta or beta tester status. Some bragged about killing the boss in the instance dungeon within seconds. Most of them were gamers who indicated 666. The gamers were fond of this instance dungeon. As Brew said, the gamers were most concerned about the instance dungeon's equipment and its quality. Sherlock thought they loved money, but he discovered that they loved equipment. Money was a means to get better equipment. Sherlock became worried as he noticed how serious the gamers were discussing the instance dungeon strategy guide. Would the graduation rate of the liches drop to a record low? Chapter 77, Room 77. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were discussing how to conquer the instance dungeon in the forum, where they encountered many strange ideas. For example, why are healing salves, disinfectants, and bandages not added? When is the map system coming out? Even the dungeon's map is hand-drawn. The instance dungeon is very real and with such difficulty. Is it a dungeon version of Sekiro? The forum was filled with similar questions. Sherlock browsed the forum and clicked on the posts that he was interested in. He clicked on F5 occasionally to refresh the pages. It was getting busy outside, as there were more and more online gamers. Sherlock looked at the time, which was close to the afternoon. Why was time passing so fast? Sherlock was bewildered as he gazed at the computer. Was the computer a time-related magical item? Would time pass faster when it was in use? The dungeon core lit up with flames, and a letter was spat out from the fire. It landed on Sherlock's table. To Lord Sherlock of Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Philothome Magical Item Shop. Sherlock tore open the letter, and it was a short letter. Respectable Lord Sherlock. I submitted the application for the recommended archaeologist. The Merchant Alliance valued my recommendation highly. As it is a matter of utmost importance, the archaeologist has to be tested. The actual interview and written test will be held 3 days from now. Please inform your friend to report to the Human Resource Department of the Winterfell Business Main Hall between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Lord Sherlock, I hope that your friend will be able to pass the test successfully. Sherlock put away the letter after reading it. Lord Sherlock, it seems like the gnome shopkeeper is keen to have a share of your ancient ruins loot. His efficiency is very high, Bruce smiled as he said. It looks like that on the surface, but Sherlock placed his arms behind his head and leaned on the chair. He crisscrossed his legs and placed them on the table. Too easy. Too easy? Lord Sherlock, that is half of your loot from the ancient ruins. You have successfully masqueraded as a rich and powerful superior devil and convinced the gnome shopkeeper. It was logical that he would help you as soon as possible, Bruce said. I'm not talking about the gnome. The Merchant Alliance agreed too easily. A large organization like the Merchant Alliance couldn't have such high efficiency. I thought I would only receive a reply in 10 to 20 days. It seems too easy for a reply in a day. Sherlock stood up and took out his new windbreaker from the box made from wooden planks. He placed it on his arm. Oh. Is that so? I'm beginning to understand a little. Brew went into deep thought before saying, I thought Lord Sherlock's contract would have no issues. I never expected the gnome shopkeeper to be that shrewd. If it's what you're thinking, your plan will fail. Are you giving up half your loot to him? Lord Sherlock, you have made a great loss. I already thought of this situation, and it was within my expectations. I won't make a great loss. In fact, I will benefit a little, though it will cause me some inconvenience. Sherlock put on his windbreaker as he walked out of the dungeon core main hall. Since Lord Sherlock has already considered carefully and things are within your plan, I don't have to worry. Lord Sherlock, would you like to make a revival system maintenance announcement? Brew asked. Make the announcement. I will be away for quite some time. Sherlock walked towards the teleport portal. I understand. I'll extend the maintenance period. The maintenance has been quite frequent these few days. Lord Sherlock, it's time to employ an NPC to help revive the gamers. How about a lich? Don't we have good relations with Spectre College? Let Professor Bacon recommend a candidate. Sherlock walked into the teleport portal under the gaze of the chattering gamers. In the next instant, Sherlock appeared in the VIP room of the Winterfell teleport portal reception hall. I have to consider it, Sherlock said. Magical lights glimmered with crimson rays. Bloodstains were found on the rusty black metal railings. The huge signboard at the side showed 404 bar. An orc in an expensive western suit lay in the corner, vomit and trash surrounding him. The stench was unbearable, except to the thieves, who wouldn't mind the smell if it meant robbing him. Polished leather shoes stepped on the broken glass pieces and caw-caw sounds were made. Sherlock bypassed the penniless and drunk orc and walked to the back door of the 404 bar. Compared to the huge, luxurious, and crimson-lit main door, this small metal door didn't look like a part of the 404 bar. A tall werewolf with a black waistcoat, strong arms, and a fierce look stood by the small metal door. From his aura, he seemed like a powerful werewolf. Sherlock tightened his windbreaker as Bruce said with concern, "Lord Sherlock, it might be difficult to slip in without being seen." "No problem." Sherlock frowned and walked towards the werewolf. As he got closer, he became more solemn. "Han. Xilulu. Who? Han." The werewolf glared as he made the rhythmic sounds. "Is Underworld work that tiring?" Bruce's voice was filled with sympathy. "It's different from previous times. I have been saying that it's not easy making money these days." Sherlock sighed, walked by the werewolf, opened the small metal door, and walked in. Behind the door was a dark and silent corridor. It looked as though there was no end. Sherlock glanced at the corridor and walked as he counted his steps. When Sherlock counted to the 77th step, he stopped and faced the wall to his side. Dong, dong, dong. Sherlock tapped on a wall that made hollow sounds. Boom. On the left side of Sherlock, a furry fist penetrated the stone wall and made a huge hole after a loud bang. Stone fragments and dust filled the corridor. Before the dust settled, a fierce-looking werewolf poked his head through the hole and looked at Sherlock as he asked in a hoarse voice, 38324. Sherlock shook his shoulders to remove the dust and said to the werewolf, 14122. Sherlock waited for a while, and the wall with a hole was pushed open. The fierce-looking werewolf behind the wall bared his teeth, and his chest muscles were bulging out from the tight dark shirt. A goblin was bandaging his bleeding fist carefully. A few goblins were carrying bricks that were to be used to repair the wall. They looked proficient in their jobs. Behind the stone door was a corridor. After walking for a while, there was a wide entrance hall and a bar counter. A professional, smiling succubus who was wearing a white shirt and short black skirt that stopped above the knees stood by the bar counter, which had the words "Successful Educational Bookstore" behind it. The succubus bowed to Sherlock, who nodded back before walking into the bookstore. The door to the room had a small window, and a small tag was placed by the side. It said, "Winterfell Police Notice, do not visit indecent places. Merchants are to engage in proper businesses." Looking through the small window of one of the rooms, one could see a U-shaped sofa, which held a few goblins, gnomes, and orcs drinking merrily. There was also an orc carrying a loudspeaker and singing loudly. A few scantily clad orcs with heavy makeup clapped their hands to support him. The room was soundproof, so Sherlock couldn't hear what the orc was singing, but he saw a banner celebrating third-year Class A successful group interview for Eternal Fire Dungeons employment. Sherlock continued to walk forward. The windows of most of the rooms were blocked by metal sheets, so there was no way to see what was going on inside. Sherlock wasn't interested in what was inside. Sherlock walked to the room with the number 77. He composed himself and muttered, "It's here." Chapter 78, I Am Conscientious. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The door with the number 77 was made of steel, and the small window on the door was blocked by metal sheets. Sherlock extended his hand and placed it on the metal door. After Mana engulfed the metal door, it vanished. Behind the door was a scene that shocked Sherlock. "What a bold scene, Lord Sherlock," Bruce said teasingly. "Though I obtained similar information, I'm still shocked to see the real thing. Let's capture the shots." Sherlock took out a square-shaped magical item and a round adamantine ore, which had great mana conductivity. He put the adamantine ore into the magical item and aimed the magical item at the scene. The pictures were engraved into the magical item. These should suffice. Winterfell Business Office Building, Office of the Dungeon Lord's Assistant. A well-dressed orc walked into the assistant's office as the nearby creatures greeted him respectfully. "Good morning, Senior Beast." "A very good morning, Senior Beast." "Senior Beast, this is your sleeping worm red tea." The orc took the cup of sleeping worm red tea, which was emitting hot air and fragrance. He nodded his thanks and walked into the assistant's office. Today was another busy day in Winterfell. He sat down and sipped the fragrant sleeping worm red tea. Then, he abruptly exclaimed, "**it," before spitting out the red tea onto the table. "What happened, Senior Beast?" a gnome heard him and asked with concern. "Did anyone enter my office this morning?" the orc asked loudly. "No, Senior Beast, nobody entered your office." The gnome looked puzzled. "Okay, you may leave." Senior Beast frowned as he picked up the round adamantine stone that showed he and another strong male orc doing unspeakable things. Though the pictures were small, with a certain magical item, the pictures could be blown up big enough for clarity. Without close scrutiny, Senior Beast knew what the images were about. Yesterday night, he and another male orc were at the successful educational bookstore of the 404 bar doing unspeakable things. There was a letter on the table. After seeing this letter, go immediately to the innermost private room in the nearby Big Trouble Cafe. I am short of time. Sit down and listen after you arrive without asking questions. If you ask, I'll send the green engraved stone to your wife and family members. That was all for the letter. Senior Beast tore the letter into shreds furiously. If he wasn't in the office, he would have given a battle cry and hacked someone with an axe. He swallowed the torn letter into his stomach and squeezed the adamantine ball, but it didn't disintegrate. His green face turned red from anger. He put the adamantine ball into his pocket and rushed out in a fury. "Senior Beast? Where are you going? Urgent matter." While everyone gaped, Senior Beast left the office in a hurry. He ran all the way to the Big Trouble Cafe. It was breakfast time, and the cafe was crowded. Senior Beast inhaled deeply to normalize the panting from his run. He tried to hide his wretched face as he clenched his fists, which were as large as sandbags, and walked towards the innermost private room. It was much quieter inside. He held himself back from smashing the room door. Instead, he knocked. "Come in." A voice was heard from within. Senior Beast snorted, clenched his fists, and felt his primitive power. He was sure he was going to tear the creature inside into half before opening the door. A young devil was sitting inside the room, a superior devil. In front of the devil were a variety of tea beverages. He had ordered almost all the tea in the cafe. The face of the devil was hidden in the shadows, so Senior Beast was not able to see it clearly. From his folded wings and the aura of the devil, Senior Beast could discern that he was a superior devil. He was unable to defeat the devil alone. Sherlock looked at Senior Beast. He caught a smell in the air and frowned as he asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Sleep. Sleeping worm red tea will do." Sherlock chose a cup of tea from the beverages in front of him and pushed it out. "Thank you," Senior Beast said politely. Sherlock took a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and drank its content like a tornado before saying, "If you had come by a second later, I would have left." "Back to business." Sherlock placed a round adamantine stone on the table and said, "It's simple. I checked your ancestry. Your name is Beast, age 42, and your wife is the Winterfell Dungeon Lord's daughter. You got your current position with the help of your father-in-law and hold an important position in the Merchant Alliance Winterfell branch. Your wife loves you and bore you 2 kids. You lied to your wife to study the heavenly sacred grace with a man in the bookstore. You also worshipped the sacred Lady Coconut, and you were so devout that there was sacred light. By Satan's grace, if I didn't witness it, I wouldn't have believed that 2 orcs had sacred light. If this was made known to the Dungeon Lord or your wife, you would be dead. Sherlock stopped for a while. The orc was as pale as a sheet. Sherlock finished drinking the Buffetenin milk in one gulp and said, I know that 2 days ago, the gnome shopkeeper of the Philothome magical item shop looked for you. Let me guess what he asked of you. He asked you to reject a devil archaeologist who is coming for an interview in 2 days. Is that correct? What do you mean? The orc swallowed hard. Let me ask, how much did he pay you? Sherlock got a cup of blood-curdling swine tea and gulped it down. 20,000 magic stones, the orc said with difficulty. Into your account? Full sum. Into my account, full sum, the orc said in agitation. I signed a contract with the gnome shopkeeper. If I renege on the contract, the consequences are serious. Sherlock leaned forward, intertwined his fingers, and placed them under his chin as he said, that is a tricky problem. I'm not about a devil. Times are different, and devils have a conscience. Share half the money with me, and I'll let you accept the gnome shopkeeper's request without reneging on the contract. You can keep the other half, how's that? Good, deal. The orc hesitated for a while but eventually gritted his teeth and nodded. Both he and Sherlock took out their magic stone cards, and they made the transfer. Sherlock had an additional 10,000 magic stones. Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. I spent thousands of magic stones to obtain your information. I also owe someone a favor. To obtain information on creatures like you is difficult. I'm getting my costs back. Sherlock put away his magic stone card and said, I'll talk about the second matter. Seconds. Second matter. The orc stood up in agitation. He felt the adamantine ball in his pocket and helplessly sat down. I need you to employ an archaeologist to participate in exploring in ancient ruins, Sherlock nodded and said. What? Didn't you say I'm not hiring? The orc widened his eyes and looked at Sherlock as though he had schizophrenia. Decline the applicant 2 days later. Why don't you hire the applicant for today? Sherlock took out a certificate with the name Sherlock. This is my archaeology certificate. I'm a qualified professional. I wouldn't force you to do things against your will. I'm also willing to take a test. There's no need for a test. I know what to do. I hope that you can guarantee, no, draft a contract. If I help you, you'll never show the recorded images in any format to anyone, the orc said with despondence. No problem, I love to sign contracts. The more detailed, the better. Let's discuss my salary. A fixed fee of 10,000 magic stones to be settled now, Sherlock said as he smiled. Beast went outside the room and punched wildly in the empty air before going back and sitting down. I understand. I'll transfer the amount to you after signing the contract. Sherlock nodded. Settle the bill for the beverages too. Chapter 79, Latest Spectre College Graduation Strategy Guide. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Inspector College. Brainiac sat in the room and observed the goblins via the crystal ball. They had defeated the skeleton soldiers controlled by the liches and were accumulating loot merrily. This was the third team of goblins to have defeated the skeleton soldiers within 4 days. They didn't look like they were research combatants with their enthusiasm. Instead, they looked like they had gone into a treasure vault. Their combat performance piqued the curiosity of Brainiac. Examination candidates 85,945 and 65,685, get ready, Brainiac shouted into the crystal ball as he gazed intently at the 5 goblins in the crystal ball. Brainiac was confident that the green words above their heads were identical to the team that had successfully defeated the skeleton soldiers 4 days ago. What did these words mean? Brainiac took out his notebook and wrote the distorted Chinese words Arthur, not wearing pants. There were about 20 words. Brainiac couldn't understand the meaning, and he only copied them. They didn't look like mana runes or other mana symbols. They were just language, complex language. Were those words their names? Or professions? Their professions were more probable. If they were names, then those 2 words, burning chest hair and peasant, wouldn't appear again. What were the green words above the goblins exactly? Faint sounds of walking and chatting came from outside. Have you bought the paper slips that have the graduating topics? Bought it, bought it. Gosh, they are expensive. Only these few paper slips, and it cost 100 magic stones. Share it quickly. I heard 4 graduating students failed. We are against goblins this year. Why are goblins that difficult? Perhaps 6 are failing now. The skeleton soldiers in training ground number 45 were all killed. My God, those goblins are good, do you believe that? Gone. I feel I'm going to fail. I'm going to be hammered by those goblins. Why do you say that every time? Aren't you the top in every examination? Never, it's not me. You are tarnishing me. Brainiac frowned and opened the room door. He saw 3 students walking past. Wait, come over here. The 3 students were stunned by Brainiac's voice. They turned their skulls and looked nervous. Give the paper slips to me. Brainiac extended his hand towards them. Senior, what paper slips? I don't know. Yes, we don't know. The students colluded among themselves, but after seeing Brainiac's emotionless skeleton face, they looked at each other and lowered their skulls. One of them passed tens of paper slips, which were full of words, to Brainiac. The lich at the side complained in a small voice, "It's your fault for speaking so loud. What's there to show off? Gone, even our tips are gone. Depend on your own capability in the examination. Are the bosses giving you tips in the dungeons when you start work?" Brainiac scolded them severely and glared at them with his empty eye sockets. Then he returned to the invigilation room. Brainiac closed the door and looked at the crystal ball that showed 2 lich students doing their final preparations. The 5 goblins who had come before squatted at the training ground entrance as they packed their backpacks. Brainiac wasn't bothered with the goblins. They were most likely checking their backpack space so that they could pack more trash from the training grounds. Many goblins were doing that. Brainiac examined the paper notes in his hand. Latest Spectre College Graduation Strategy Guide, from the graduating seniors who vomited bone marrow to compile. A must-have mystical manual for all slackers. We collated the latest rounds of examinations and obtained information from all channels. The combatants were given uniformed training, and they came from the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. We have reason to believe that the combatants have a commonality. We sacrificed many nights not sleeping in the graveyard and vomited our bone marrow to organize related information and strategies. We compiled the latest trending examination contents. Every copy is 100 magic stones. The price is fair and the offer sincere. Please do not distribute, and respect the fruits of the seniors' labor. We will prosecute offenders. The following are the essences of our research. The notes on the previous years can be burnt. The combatants this year are different. Keep your dragon urine since it is ineffective against the goblins. We are still observing, and the curious can do some research. Research on goblins' immunity to the dragon urine is non-existent. Do not accuse the seniors of not telling you. Smearing the skeleton soldiers with the feces of magical beasts in a bid to affect the goblins has failed. The speed of the goblins wasn't slowed down by the stench. After defeating the skeleton soldiers, they collected the feces. Do not steal the feces from the laboratory. Save it for the juniors. Goblins will attack the skeleton soldiers' thighs or legs. Do not save on the magic stones. Within the weight limits of the skeleton soldier, put on as much armor as possible. If your control of the skeleton soldiers isn't strong, your mana is limited, and you are unable to cover the whole body, you may sacrifice the breastplate for a pair of plate leggings and metal boots. Goblins will accumulate the captured equipment after defeating the skeleton soldiers, and the subsequent goblins will use the captured equipment. We concluded that they have an organization that facilitates the exchange of equipment. Do not prepare quality equipment for the goblin-sized skeleton soldiers to prevent future examinations from getting tougher. In combat, damage the goblins' equipment as much as possible, as, after combat, the equipment will be collected and sent back to the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. The equipment can then be used to arm more goblins, so damage their equipment. There is no point in cheating during the examinations. However, before the examination, during the preparation period, try the Big Devil brand mana drink. It will replenish your energy and increase your mana. As for the effect, it depends on each individual lich. Try it. Please understand that we are paid advertisement fees. These goblins don't know pain and are fearless of death. Some goblins sacrificed themselves to create opportunities for their comrades to kill the elite skeleton soldiers. Goblins who were dying could laugh happily. The skeleton soldiers were panicking from their antics. The goblins are suspected of taking drugs. According to successful graduates and failed students, these goblins were using standard breastplates, shields, and short swords. Very few of them had full body armor or strong weapons. For example, the following was called Black Armored Goblin. Picture. Brainiac looked at the picture of the goblin that showed his extremely ugly and aggrieved face. He was wielding a black short sword and shield and was wearing a black breastplate and plate leggings. This picture was taken secretly by an examination candidate. The most important identifier was the green words above the goblin. Brainiac took out his notebook. He checked many times, and it was the same as Arthur. This goblin had the profession of Arthur. Brainiac didn't understand the words Arthur, he only looked at the shapes. Brainiac had a deeper knowledge of the words Arthur and continued reading the notes. Please remember, if you encounter this goblin or his team, then your examination will most likely fail. If you aren't confident in your skeleton soldiers, I suggest you remove, hide, or destroy all equipment to prevent creating problems for future graduates. Though there are no rules that stipulate killing all combatants for graduation, the college has the famous words: if you cannot defeat 5 goblins, do not talk about graduating. All students who were defeated by the goblins have to repeat school. As the goblins were all using a shield, try to go for hammers, flails, or other blunt weapons. Though they aren't fearful of death or pain, their arms can still be broken. When you encounter weak goblins, do not kill them. Knock them unconscious and throw them into the teleport portal. Your little action could help more students graduate. The goblins' attack patterns are quite obvious. If your skeleton soldier attacks a goblin, he will not counterattack. Instead, other goblins will attack you. When you see the weakest goblin, pretend to attack him. When other goblins attack your skeleton soldier, use the opportunity to inflict damage when they show their weaknesses. When they raise their shields, attacks will be ineffective. If the goblins don't enter the examination ground for a long time, do not worry. They are most likely sitting at the entrance eating. Why are they able to eat in this situation? There were 3 teams of goblins in which goblins suddenly laid down. The first team had 2 goblins lying down. The second team had 1 goblin lying down. The third team had 3 goblins lying down. However, the other goblins would protect them and chat happily. The laid-down goblins would also wake in a short while. The events occurred 2 days ago at 7 p.m. and 12 p.m. and today at 7 a.m. We aren't sure about the cause. We will continue to investigate whether it is widespread or a regular pattern. If you discover goblins with short bows, do not attack them. They are friendlies. Chapter 80, Using a Powerful Move. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Finally, wishing everyone a successful examination and a happy day every day. Brainiac put down the paper slips after reading the contents. His eye socket became focused. Indeed, there were problems with these goblins. Cold wind howled above the high towers while Mana controlled the special effects of the sky. A flaming rock whistled above and landed with a loud bang. Sinister background music pervaded the entire area. 2 Lich graduating students with the numbers 85,945 and 65,685 were preparing for their examinations. Plate leggings, huge hammers, and bone bows are prepared. Both candidates, 65,685 and 85,945, were using their crystal balls to check each of their skeleton soldiers. I'll feint an attack. Senior, ensure that your archer is accurate. We'll inflict casualties before the goblins move to level 2, then we can easily deal with them later. Okay, don't worry, I'm not a goblin. Candidate 65,685 laughed with his teeth chattering. As they were chatting, the brilliance of Mana flashed outside the high tower. 5 goblins walked out. Coming, they're coming. When the 2 Lich students saw the 5 goblins, they started preparing. Lich 65,685 was taken aback and pointed at one of the goblins and said, "Wait, that goblin with black equipment, is he the black armored goblin?" "Done, we're done for." "Senior, why is our luck that bad? Why did we encounter the black armored goblin team?" Lich 85,945 grabbed his head in anguish as he squatted down. He looked like he was giving up. "Don't panic. I have a secret weapon." 65,685 inhaled and wriggled his white skeleton fingers. 85,945 was taken aback. "Senior, what secret weapon do you have?" "Skeleton magician." 85,945 was in awe of his senior. "Expert. Expert. Skeleton magician is the advanced level subject, isn't it? Isn't that only available in the research center? How did you manage to do that? Where did you learn it? Please teach me." "Wait, if we are only allowed basic skeleton soldiers in the examinations, are we allowed to use a skeleton magician? There's no rule that says we can't use it. They can't possibly disqualify me if my basic skeleton soldiers can shoot fireballs. If I don't use the secret weapon, do we wait for the black armored goblin to defeat our skeleton soldiers?" 65,685 said confidently, while 85,945 thought that it was reasonable and kept quiet. Both of them whispered into each other's ears and started discussing. On the first level of the high tower, Arthur, Not Wearing Pants, Sylvanas, Peasant, and Burning Chest Hair had completed their equipment check and were venturing into the instance dungeon. Those lousy producers definitely lurked in the forum. I posted in the forum for gamers to attack the legs and they equipped their monsters with plate leggings. When I advised the gamers to bring shields, the monsters all started being equipped with huge hammers. That's unscrupulous, be a man. Lousy producers. Not Wearing Pants entered the instance dungeon and saw 2 gnome skeletons whose arms weren't armored and who were without breastplates. Instead, the legs were heavily armored. Even the feet were protected by metal shoes. Each one also wielded a huge hammer. Not Wearing Pants pointed at them and started scolding. "Let me try my tactics. It will be successful. The short bow has its combat value. As a vanguard, I'll discover new combat tactics," Sylvanas said eagerly. "I agree too. There's a lot of freedom in the game. I don't believe we have to hack these skeletons. Moreover, it's expensive to repair equipment. Let's try her tactics. Perhaps Sister Sylvanas will have new short bow tactics." Peasant suggested. "Besides, aren't we prepared? What was that about?" You are calling him sister when he's a guy disguising as a girl. How much did he bribe you with for helping him? Not wearing pants looked perplexed at Peasant. What are you saying? Peasant agreed with me, so he said that. Isn't it obvious that the difficulty of the instance dungeon has increased? If the bosses are like the minions and are armed with flails and plate leggings, then we won't be able to protect ourselves with shields. A few hits on the shield and our arms would be broken. What's there to fight? Sylvanas said. Try my method. It's powerful. I thought about it for a few days. Not wearing pants was about to rebuke when Arthur interjected. We'll defeat the minions first. When we reach level 2, we'll assess the boss. The minions are easy to deal with even if they are using hammers and flails. They aren't dangerous. Since their torsos are unprotected, it's easier for us to hit. Attack their spines. It's the fastest way to defeat them. Since Arthur said so, the rest didn't raise any objections. The 5 goblins cooperated in battling the monsters. 85,945 and 65,685 tried their best to control the goblin and gnome skeleton soldiers, but their agility was inferior to the actual goblins. Moreover, the combatants weren't ordinary goblins. They were cooperative, agile, and skillful gamers from the other world. After the liches strengthened the lower part of the skeleton soldiers, the gamers focused their attacks on the vertebrae, and it was very effective. Before long, Arthur's team had reached level 2. 85,945 was getting worried as he said, "These 5 goblins, why are they so strong? Don't panic." 65,685 chided his junior and started to focus his mind. He was going to unleash his secret move. The gamers arrived at the level 2 entrance and ransacked their backpacks. One of the goblins took out a bloated flesh-colored ball, while the other goblins took out a black tinder-like powder, primitive flint, and some combustibles. 85945 observed them viaduct the crystal balls and was puzzled. What were these green-skinned goblins doing? The goblins started a fire, and seeing the start of a flame, the goblins danced around happily as though they had found some treasure. Senior, these goblins are strange. 85,945 was worried, and he patted the shoulders of the meditating 65,685. 65,685 ended his meditation and said perplexed, "Since when are the goblins not strange? This could be their tribe's ritual. Don't bother. Let's defeat them quickly and focus on our graduation." The goblins rolled 4 bloated flesh-colored balls towards the elite skeleton soldier. Soon, they rolled to the sides of the elite skeleton soldier. Which animal's bladders are those? 85,945 stared for a long time before figuring out what those flesh-colored balls were. Animal bladders? These goblins are thinking of using urine-laden bladders to defeat my skeleton magician? This is hilarious. 65,685 laughed heartily. A goblin archer readied an arrow that was covered with fur and oil. She lit up the arrow and aimed at the distant bladders. Gosh! Friendlies, the 2 liches shouted out as they looked at each other, exhilarated. Steady, steady. We can graduate this time. That gave me a good scare. I thought we're going to fail after encountering the black-armored goblin. I didn't expect to have friendlies, ha ha ha. Senior, senior. After graduation, let's go out for a drink. Of course. My treat. I was scared to death just now. I'm happy, very happy. The 2 liches talked excitedly about how they were going to celebrate. The images of the crystal ball showed the other goblins hiding far behind. The goblin archer shot the flaming arrow at the balls of bladder. The other goblins started to protest. The liches were able to see the images but couldn't hear the sounds. From the goblins' expressions, they were dissatisfied with the goblin archer. She turned her head to shout a few words. Then she raised her short bow, lit up the arrow, and pulled the bowstring. The taut short bow looked tight and packed with power. The second flaming arrow flew out and hit right into the bladder by the elite skeleton soldier's leg. Boom! The bladder exploded, and the explosion smacked the elite skeleton soldier heavily to the wall. The bones of the elite skeleton soldier scattered and were engulfed in an inferno. Seconds later, only a ball of fire burned on level 2 of the training ground. The two liches stared with their empty eye sockets at the flames within the crystal ball. What was that? Chapter 81, I am creating a post immediately. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Explosion? An explosion. Not wearing pants peeped out from the walls and looked in disbelief at the blasted bones of the elite skeleton soldier. Gosh, that's something. Weisai, I didn't know you were that awesome. What was that? A hidden item? Burning chest hair asked in astonishment. The flames in front lit up his green face, and he looked rosy. What Weisai? Don't give me strange names. I am Sylvanas. Dark Queen. Sylvanas said in a hoarse voice. I told you about my tactics yesterday. You weren't paying attention. That was not a hidden item. I made them myself. Forget it. That was somebody's idea, and he made them for you. You merely paid for it and killed a few dire wolves, Not Wearing Pants said. I paid for the feces and the original materials. Sylvanas was unhappy with Not Wearing Pants' undermining behavior. Let's defeat the monsters and discuss later, Arthur said, interrupting them before they started a new round of argument. Everyone kept quiet after hearing Arthur's words. All of them were focused and ready to fight as they walked towards the burning elite skeleton soldier. They were going to salvage the equipment. Sylvanas grasped her short bow and was alert as she placed an arrow on the bow. The fire diminished since there were not much to burn. The 5 goblins walked warily into the detonated area. The explosion was quite powerful, leaving a pit in the ground. The skeleton frame laid on the ground and the pieces of armor were slightly damaged. The weapon was a flail, which looked intact. Peasant extended his hand and touched it when he caught a whiff of fragrant roasted meat. Peasant was dumbstruck. He retrieved his hand and found his finger cooked. It's dangerous without the sensation of pain, Peasant muttered to himself, but no one was bothered. With Peasant's confirmation of the true-to-life game physics, Arthur took out his short sword and flipped the scattered equipment to let it cool down. He would come back for the breastplate when it was safe to touch. The other gamers followed Arthur's method and went around to flip the equipment. How was my shot just now? Was it super cool? I've thought of the name, Explosive Arrow. This didn't explode. Sylvanas used the arrow that was latched onto the bow to poke something in the fire. Not Wearing Pants turned his head and shouted in fear as his sword dropped to the ground. Don't poke. Boom. An explosive fireball rose up into the air. 85,945 and 65,685 gazed at the fiery blast in the crystal and looked at each other. We defeated the black armored goblin? We graduated. Seems like it. Rows of round pillars filled the ceramic tiled floor, which was so clean that it reflected the beautiful ceiling painting. In the spacious main hall, there were rows and rows of long tables. Behind each table sat a formal employee who could be a gnome, an orc, a succubus, or other underworld creatures. The background wall behind the employees had the words "Smile on the face, service with your heart, Winterfell Talent Resource Market." Under the huge background wall, Sherlock sat at the table with the words "Talent Resource Information 9." He was reading a book carefully. Opposite Sherlock was a werewolf with dark eye rings. He was wearing a formal working suit with a bow tie and sat hunched as he remained silent and emotionless. Oh, is this the information on the lich applicants? Are there any official recommendations? Perhaps with better price-quality ratio and service? Sherlock asked as he placed the book on the table. The werewolf looked at the book emotionlessly and flipped a page open. It showed a lich's resume and a large skull photograph in the top left-hand corner. The words below showed, XXX, female, graduated from Professional Skills College with intermediate lich skills. The skills are superb and the service excellent. The monthly salary is 500 magic stones. More benefits could be seen with extra payment. Sherlock looked at the photograph of the large skull and the monthly salary. Then he registered his recruitment requirement and wrote "Negotiate face-to-face" in the salary box before leaving. Sherlock didn't stay in Winterfell. He returned to Eternal Kingdom immediately. When the gamers saw Sherlock, they gathered like bees to honey and started requesting various services. Sherlock healed and revived the gamers. Before long, the goblins chatted while they dispersed and continued with their missions. Sherlock surveyed the surroundings. The furnace fire was lit in the blacksmith shop as Simba hammered the equipment. There were 3 solemn and silent gamers queuing up for equipment improvement. They would glare at any passers-by if they made any loud noises. There was a wooden signboard by the blacksmith shop with the following words: "If you treasure your equipment, do not make any noise." Over at the carpenter workshop, Mufasa stirred the cauldron using a soup ladle. A few gamers gathered at the workshop as they tapped their shields and shouted, "Quick, quick! I'm so hungry that I'm unable to carry the bricks." In comparison, the blacksmith shop was dead quiet, while the gamers at the carpenter workshop were absolutely unrestrained. "I know, it's going to be ready soon." Compared to the hardline Simba, Mufasa was more gentle. There were many gamers gathered at the training ground, but the number of Moro's students had dwindled. The gamers were forming expedition teams, chatting, and conducting transactions at the training ground. With the appearance of the Instance Dungeon, Spectre College, training grounds, the equipment of the gamers became better. Though not many gamers were successful in conquering the Instance Dungeon, a successful team would bring back tens of pieces of equipment back. Most of the equipment was better than the standard diamond seam equipment. Even the worst pieces of equipment were of green excellent quality. Besides using this equipment to upgrade themselves, most of the gamers sold their leftover equipment. Sherlock wasn't bothered with their selling since they were equipping themselves and since it saved him a large amount of money. Was that not mutually beneficial? The development of the dungeon proceeded methodically those days. The gamers dug out several large, empty spaces along the sides of the central passageway according to Sherlock's plan. The empty spaces were catered for the future gamers' living quarters and equipment storage. The dungeon couldn't possibly stay in beta testing, and the gamers' count wouldn't stagnate at 100. Sherlock's ambition wouldn't allow that. After Sherlock got to know the rough location for the ancient ruins, he had planned for a lot of things. Like upgrading the dungeon core, recruiting more gamers from the other world, developing the dungeon, and creating a powerful army to fulfill his dreams. The advertisement in the other world was Game Second Beta. Though Game Second Beta's announcement wasn't published, Sherlock had started thinking of the concept. Returning to the actual world. Sherlock didn't want to wait, and he wasn't willing to wait for the 100 gamers to complete the entire living quarters. The pressing task was to excavate some empty space for future gamers to sleep and go offline. As for refinement and beautification of the living quarters, that would be done after expanding the gamer count when new gamers were recruited to the dungeon. Sherlock looked at the busy gamers setting up stalls and selling their stuff. He pondered for a while and returned to the dungeon core main hall. He let Brew display the current area map on the dungeon core before he started planning. He planned a new area beside the original living quarters. Brew, let the gamers excavate this area first for tomorrow. I understand, Lord Sherlock. Sherlock heard a commotion coming from outside. What? Arthur's team perished. Was the test of the bladder bomb successful? Sherlock looked outside and saw 5 goblins walking out from the teleport portals. They were Arthur, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, peasant, and burning chest hair. The other gamers surrounded them immediately. I didn't expect to be killed by my teammate using such an unscrupulous method. I can't help it. I'll smear you to death in my posts, the surrounded not wearing pants said to Sylvanas before falling to the ground. He had gone offline. Chapter 82, I am bombing the dungeon, server. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Why did all of you perish? Is the boss that difficult? What? The lousy producers patched their bugs secretly. What about the bladder bombs? Did you try them out? Lost? We gave all our collected feces to Sylvanas. How could it be lost? Successful? What? You were killed by your own explosives. Sherlock watched the gamers discussing excitedly. He didn't understand what they were saying, but he knew where he could understand the meaning of bladder bombs. He browsed the discussion forum on the computer. The discussion forum was filled with many gamers. Just as Sherlock expected, Not Wearing Pants wrote a post the minute he went offline, and the post was right at the top of the page. As the beta gamer expert who was extremely popular, his post garnered hundreds of replies. Sherlock estimated that the replies would reach a four-figure number once he refreshed the page. He wasn't interested in the forum members' replies though, he was interested to know what the beta gamers were doing. He wanted to know why they were so happy and acting as though they were celebrating a festival. The name of the post was Smear the Short Bow Gamers and Their New Tactics. Hello everyone, I'm not wearing pants. I am depressed. Why? Because our team, which was the team of hope, perished. We were killed by a short bow gamer, Sylvanas. This is the photograph of the guy who disguises himself as a girl. Picture. Do not be mistaken. Though archers have been known to kill their own, under normal circumstances, archers aren't able to kill all team members. It goes like this. 5,000 words detailed description. Then we recreated our characters and were revived. After smearing this team member of mine, let us discuss another topic: new tactics for archers and the correct way to play this game that has no professions and a high degree of freedom. Like I said before, the top beta gamer, Hemp Rope Technologies' speculation and trials were confirmed by us. Gamers can make their own traps. Not only can the arrows of the archer be used to kill monsters directly, but they can also be used as a signal or trigger for a trap. This requires good archery. This is better than shooting at our own gamers. Take Hemp Rope Technologies' bladder bomb. By putting the bladder bomb near the boss and using the arrow to trigger, with sufficient explosive power, it can defeat a boss. Today, we used 4 bladder bombs and detonated 3 of them. After the boss was defeated, we were killed by the last bladder bomb. Let us imagine that if we could find a detonator wire kind of prop and develop similar bombs. With the current freedom, this is highly possible. Bomb. Asterisk, could we become creature bombs too? The stability of the bladder bomb has to further discussed. The rest of the bladder's bombs detonated except for one. Could the defective bladder be full of stones? We could develop cannons, mines, explosives, and perhaps nuclear bombs. Think about that. If we could develop a nuclear bomb, how hardcore would the game be? Should the game start the Industrial Revolution? Enough idle chat. We decided to form a research team to research ingenious methods in the game, such as throwing hornets' nests, self-exploding goblins, traps, and other ideas. The leader will be the top gamer Hemp Rope Technology. We haven't thought of the team's name. If you have any good names, send us a note. We will hang the name at the front of the huge house built by all of us, so it must be awesome. I have to denounce the lousy producer who lurks in the discussion forum. After seeing our strategies, the lousy producer patched their shortcomings. All the minions wore plate leggings and changed their weapons to blunt weapons like flails. We cannot go for the legs now. The boss will hammer until our arms are broken if we use the shields. We have to think of how to fight. Please share your good ideas. I will highlight your names in the next strategy guide. I will end things here. I am here mainly to denounce that fool Sylvanas and come up with future combat tactics with everybody. I feel much better now. I am going online to complete my missions. My reputation was reset to 0, and I have to work another 2 days in order to challenge the instance dungeon. The death penalty in this game is very heavy. Is that used to force us to excavate more? Could the lousy producers not leave us alone after patching bugs? Wanting us to help you mine ore? And building houses for NPCs? They are too unscrupulous. Please be a man. Sherlock finished reading the contents without any emotion as he moved the computer mouse. Running groundhog, breaking the leg bones so that the monster could be easily killed. This game is ultra-realistic. Why did you protect the legs of the minion? Logically speaking, should you not leave some vulnerability? Joluo Yuking, what is a bladder bomb? Why did I not encounter this before in the forums? Bright Haze, search for hemp rope technology in the forum. His posts are very detailed. Dreamless Sleepless, I have drawn a picture of Shirley, who is surrounded by sickos every day. Who is helping me to push my post up? Green Bean Precious Lady, I have drawn Shirley and the beta gamers on a book. Flying de Rossi, Sigma, Degree Key Perception. Poison Expert Jiasu, 6666, why did you draw such things? Could you not draw Shirley and Little Fairy? Sylvanas, Dog Pants, you wrote that many words just to smear me? Come online, I will kill you. Honest Professional Friendly, come and look at the beta gamers feud. I am getting melon seeds and a small stool ready for watching. Craving Kid Next Door likes to cry, I am thinking, could we develop our Industrial Revolution? Seafood Shaved Ice, Industrial Revolution is good. Rose Cherry Meat, initiate the second beta. Do not delay. Sherlock scanned through the contents below, and they were asking for second beta. Sherlock closed Not Wearing Pants' post and searched for hemp rope technology in the forum. 4 entries were found, and the one with the most replies was the possibility of creating bladder bombs in the game. Sherlock clicked on the post and saw a picture on the front page. It showed a black, sticky substance that looked like it had a bad stench. Picture. The post creator, Hemp Rope Technology, explained in detail how to stuff the smelly back stuff into the dire wolf's bladder. Then he showed how to make threads from the spider silk and seal the bladder tight. After putting it aside for a day, the dried bladder would become bloated like a round ball. Hemp Rope Technology couldn't explain what the gases were. When he breathed them, he perished on the spot. He didn't die of the stench. As his pain reception was set to 0, he couldn't feel the gases that could do him harm. These gases weren't methane, but since there were no professional tools, there was no way to find out what they were. Hemp Rope Technology quickly added, "It's quite silly. Why am I researching this stuff so seriously? The coder monkey could change some codes, and I would die even if I am breathing air." After explaining in detail how to create such bombs and testing with a small amount of fire, they started to burn. He concluded that the gases could be used to make raw materials for bombs if the physics in the game engine was ultra-realistic. He concluded with 2 sentences. "I sold all my bladder bombs to Sylvanas, and she is going to test them out in the instance dungeon and create a future for archers. I'm not interested in the future of archers, but if they are successfully detonated, the gamers won't need to dig a hole to relieve themselves as I would collect all the feces. I will dig a methane pool at the living quarters and see if I can bomb the dungeon, server." Plus cheers. The replies were like repeater machines. "If you are bombing the dungeon, server, I will give you my future feces." There were 99 identical replies. Sherlock went into deep thought for a while and asked Brew, "The other world's gamers like to play with feces." Chapter 83, Game Alias, Pioneer. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Rough huge rocks were stashed at the side, and grey powder particles shrouded the newly excavated construction site. Hammering sounds filled the air as weak green goblins carried rocks their size and hobbled along. A pair of hands grasped a hammer that had no handle and knocked on a chisel that was stuck in a rock in a bid to break it into smaller pieces. Without the protection of the wooden handle, he grasped the metal handle that was forged with spiral grooves to increase friction. With this design, every action of hammering was physical torture. There were about 20 similar goblins at the construction site. It looked as though the goblins were living through hell. But if you listened to their conversations, "I'm so happy. After carrying this rock, I'm completing my mission. When you accept a new mission, return quickly. Many of us want to build a house. Who knows, someone might take your place. I can't control it when there are so many people. Wah, help me reserve a spot. Don't let others take it. I'll be back in a jiffy. Make haste, make haste." "Gosh, why is Shirley here?" a gamer carrying a huge rock shouted. Everyone stopped and looked at the approaching Sherlock. A gamer said, "That's normal. Shirley would take a walk sometime. But he seldom visits the living quarters. Seems like it. Take a look, take a look." The gamers abandoned their posts and surrounded Sherlock. A few brave gamers tried to grab Sherlock's cloak, but they were immobilized by Sherlock's dominant aura as soon as they went near him. Sherlock had experience with the gamers, so he wouldn't let them climb all over him. Sherlock wanted to find out if the gamer, hemp rope technology, was digging a methane pool. The wall that had the word dream and the construction diagrams was filled with more graffiti, like underneath dream was Suzuran Summit, selling contact, which at XXXX. Beside work hard, which was written by Sherlock, were the words lousy producer. And peasant was here, strike out, take note of quality, please stop the graffiti, this is my construction blueprint, brother Arthur is the coolest, and please visit Dobeo among others. The wall was filled with graffiti, unlike the first time Sherlock saw it. As there was no space for blueprints, there was another blueprint on the other wall. It looked like an underground multi-sided storage groove. There were many channels and connections. The words methane pool were written on the side. The living quarters, which had been covered with a partial surrounding wall, were now completely protected. There were many rocks stored at the side and tools on the ground. From the condition of the half-smoothed rocks, at least a third of the gamers were working here. Sherlock pondered and asked Brew, "Didn't I prioritize the development of the commercial area? Why are there so many gamers building the house? Didn't we increase the rewards for the development of the commercial area? I doubled the rewards. Honestly speaking, even if I tripled the rewards, the effect wouldn't be much. Perhaps we could increase it by 5 times, Brew suggested. Lord Sherlock, you might not have a deep understanding of the gamers. Though they love high-reward missions, between building a home and a high-reward mission, most of the gamers would choose building a home without hesitation. In the other world, strong-willed gamers were willing to spend months and even years carrying bricks to build world-class buildings as their homes. In games, if there was private land available, they would build their homes untiringly. They would also accumulate decorations to make their home presentable, even if there were no functional benefits. The gamers were obsessed with their homes. According to a popular advertisement tagline, if they don't make their homes presentable, they would feel uncomfortable. Sherlock nodded and asked, "Why did they bury their feces underneath their home? Are they going to blow up their resting place using such methods? I feel that they are more interested in bombing your dungeon, Lord Sherlock." Brew was worried Sherlock might be mistaken, and he quickly explained, "Like I said initially, they would give themselves strange names and do lots of strange things. Like using feces to detonate one's home." Brew pondered for a while and replied, "Pretty much. Though I'm not sure, according to my understanding, they have powers similar to mana, perhaps technology? Or some other term. The surface humans are also developing this power. If the other world's gamers have this research capability," Sherlock nodded and returned to the dungeon core main hall. He ignored the gamers behind him and said, "Brew, I have another bold idea." Grey smoke shrouded the narrow tunnel. 5 goblins, who didn't have any protection against the ore powder particles, waved their pickaxes excitedly and hit on the tough diamond seam rocks, making loud hammering sounds. "Hemp rope expert! Hemp rope expert. Why are you still excavating? 5 goblins stopped their excavation simultaneously. 4 goblins looked at the goblin, hemp rope technology. He was slim and looked like a dried goblin. I am searching for explosive materials. Make haste. What is it? Hemp rope technology turned his head and asked bewildered. Gosh, stop excavating. You've been by the forum administrator, a gamer ran and panted as he said. The administrator's looking for me. The thin hemp rope technology was dumbfounded. A gamer at the side smiled and said, must be that lousy producer who saw your posts in the forum. He wanted to warn you not to create trouble. There's no need to give a warning. Since the game has this capability and it was discovered by the gamers, the game producers have no reason to ban it. Why are the game producers looking for hemp rope expert? Who knows? Hemp rope expert, take a look offline. Hemp rope technology nodded and fell to the ground as he went offline. The forum was shocked by the administrator Dungeon Lord Shirley's post, which was like detonating a bomb in a fish pond. The title of the post was the game producer's reward announcement for hemp rope technology. Greetings everyone, we are the producers of Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom. This is our first time in the forum using the administrator account to communicate directly with the gamers. The game producers would like to express our gratitude to the beta gamers for working hard, and for their contributions to the beta testing and refinement to the game. I am pleased with the unity of the gamers. As the game is 100% simulated virtual reality, the gamers can create their reality in the magical world. The unity of gamers allows the smooth development of the game and the beta testing. I hope that everyone will continue with the good work. Work hard for Shirley's Dungeon. Smile. We would also like to express our gratitude to our friends in the forum who were unable to participate in the beta testing and yet contributed with their ideas and suggestions. We feel that everyone has provided many good ideas to enrich the developing Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you. We understand everyone's anticipation and love of the game and would like the development of the game to accelerate so that there will be more functions and various types of gameplay. The game producers are also working hard to present the best game to everyone. The game producers are definitely not slacking by playing computer games. Let me mention at hemp rope technology. The beta gamer has unexpectedly invented a new type of weapon called the bladder bomb. Though we were surprised, we decided to give this enterprising inventor a special reward, the game's first alias Pioneer. This is to encourage more gamers to explore different types of gameplay and create interesting, functional, and powerful game items. We will award this alias to this gamer in the next update. We will also push out the new alias system and increase the new types of gameplay. For more details, look out for the coming update patch. In addition, do not try to blow up the dungeon server. Shirley would be very perplexed. Wishing all of you the best of health. Chapter 84, This is Impossible. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As this was an administrator's post, it received an overwhelming number of replies. Jiao Kaiu, the gamers are all talents. Imagine obtaining an alias by blowing up a bladder. Spinning leaf through the forest, we are now the producers too, Manual Houndhead. Doubling the money, gamers are producers. Waiting for extramarital affairs, The game producers were playing the game all this while. Pining for him, the game producers snuck in with the beta gamers to play. Sunrider, no, the previous time he appeared was to request a sandbox strategy game. YWWY, since the game producers have made the request. The explosive team should get ready, light up the powder kegs, and detonate. Let Shirley experience agony. There were many replies discussing how to blow up the dungeon. Very few gamers followed Sherlock's advice to discuss the invention of new items and styles of gameplay. It was obvious that these gamers preferred destruction over construction. Sherlock looked at the gamers sharing their thoughts on how to blow up the dungeon. He activated the program word and started editing the contents of the next update. Update content: dangerous experiments are strictly forbidden in the dungeon. They should be carried out outside the dungeon. Sherlock watched the gamers interact with each other on the forum. They were discussing gameplay for the next update patch. Meanwhile, experienced Lich Invigilators and the assistant tutor, Brainiac, gathered in training ground number 25 of Spectre College. In front of them was a badly burnt, empty space. The floor of level 2 had a huge pit. "It's mana." One of the Lich teachers looked at the devastated place and said, "Examination candidate 65,685 flouted the rules by bringing in a skeleton magician. This kind of damage is due to fireballs." Another Lich teacher quickly disagreed. "Not likely. If it were caused by mana fireballs, the edge here would be in a melted state from the high temperature. Mana fireballs have an extremely high temperature, and it looks like the damage was created by physical smashing. So, it was created from physical combat." The other Lich teachers at the side started to debate. "The pit is too big, so it couldn't possibly be from smashing unless it was done repeatedly. How could such a situation happen during the examination?" "I agree, it's mana. Look at the obvious scorch marks over here. As for why it wasn't in a melted state, I think it's a good topic for research. My research team will look into this topic today, the relationship between mana transfer and mana effects. I think this is a good research example." "Impossible. Though candidate 65,685 created the skeleton magician, according to my initial questioning, he didn't create the magician himself. He is a novice Lich, and the skeleton magician was created with another Lich's help. How could he control the skeleton magician effectively? I believe the pit was caused by passive weapons. As for the scorch marks, they are the products of the student's mana, which caused the mutual destruction of the skeleton magician and the goblins. I feel that this argument isn't valid. If it was the skeleton magician, the goblins wouldn't have the chance to get near, especially since they are goblins. I think it's this situation." The group of Liches was furiously debating when Professor Bacon raised up his hand to stop them and said, "I've listened to your opinions. Since the director believed in me and handed this matter to me, I'll investigate the truth. We'll hold a special discussion meeting this afternoon. Summarize your opinions, and we'll have a detailed discussion during the meeting." "Great, I agree with Professor Bacon." "I agree too." The Lich teachers agreed, and Professor Bacon said, "Good, please go back first. I know a famous private investigator in Winterfell. He's a good combat analyzer. As this situation is special, I think it's necessary to seek professional help. After the meeting, I'll contact him." The Lich teachers were concerned about Professor Bacon. "Yeah, Professor Bacon, you just came back from a business trip. Take care of your bones' health. You are too hard-working and professional. You are our role model. Professor Bacon, I have some bone-strengthening powder. Bring along this powder on your trip. With your current health, you are still going on this business trip." I'm moved. What about the rest of you? Professor." Seeing everyone's concern, Professor Bacon was moved, and tears welled up in his eye sockets. "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. For the college, the spiritual faculty's mana research, and to protect the fairness of the examination, this hardship isn't a great deal. Everyone, carry on with your duties." Everyone said their farewell and dispersed. Brainiac, who was the assistant tutor, had been recording the professor's opinions. After everyone dispersed, Brainiac caught up with Professor Bacon and said, Professor, I have a query." "Brainiac, what is it?" Professor Bacon waved to the other teachers, then he looked at Brainiac and asked. "Professor, as the other teachers were present, I didn't speak my mind. I believe that what the two students said was true. What you're saying is that the training ground was destroyed by the goblins. Professor Bacon looked at Brainiac and asked. They threw a few bladders, then there was a loud booming explosion that killed the skeleton magician? Have you seen an exploding bladder? Thrown by the goblins? I know that you had some personal matters to attend to, so you weren't observing the examination. Even if you're just blaming yourself, you can't possibly believe the two students just because you want to obtain the reason quickly, Professor Bacon sighed and said. The students nowadays aren't as good as the previous students, and they have many gimmicks. After cheating during the examination, they tried to push the blame to the goblins and made up a story about exploding bladders. If they told me that goblins could shoot out fireballs, I might have believed a little. These students are hopelessly ill-disciplined. Bacon said furiously and showed his disdain of the ill-disciplined students. Afterward, he said to Brainiac, Brainiac, just do some self-reflection, I still have high expectations of you. I will explain your negligence during the invigilation. You're my favorite student and are talented, hard-working, established in mana research, and have a bright future. Don't brood over this small matter. You will achieve more than I have. Definitely more than an academic department's deputy director. I think highly of you. But, Brainiac couldn't resist saying it, though he was interrupted by Professor Bacon. No buts. Brainiac, you are good in all areas except tact. You are acting immature. As your teacher, I just told you to listen to me and stop meddling. Don't you find it absurd that the goblins were able to detonate bladders with a flaming arrow? Especially when the goblins are brainless. Seeing Brainiac about to retort, Professor Bacon quickly said, that is impossible. Don't say any more. If the goblins could kill a skeleton magician by using a bladder, I, Professor Bacon, could become the principal of Spectre College. Professor Bacon smiled mockingly and patted Brainiac's shoulder. Enough, don't think too much. Work hard and fight for your future, young lad. You have a bright future. I'm going to pack my luggage. After the discussion, I'll leave. Pay more attention to teaching and mana research. Talents with dual skill sets are highly sought after. Okay, enough idle chat, Professor Bacon said earnestly and placed his hands behind his back as he walked away. Brainiac was left standing there holding his notebook while he mulled everything over in silence. Brainiac turned to look at the explosion scene. In his heart, he had made a decision. Chapter 85, Spectre College's Number 1 Genius Brainiac, Part 1. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In an office with white walls, a coffee-colored table was placed in the middle of the room. Professor Bacon sat behind the table as he looked at an application form in his hand. At the top of the form were the words Resignation Tender. Professor Bacon's hand was covering the applicant's name, so the name couldn't be seen. Standing before Professor Bacon was his student, Brainiac. Brainiac, I remember that you gave up the job at Eternal Fire Dungeon to work in the college, didn't you? Professor Bacon placed the resignation form on the table and placed his arms on the table as he interlocked his fingers before saying, Since you returned, the college has been supporting your plans. If you resign now, isn't it a pity? Did you encounter some issues in your work? You can tell me about your problems. Thank you, Professor. You've been taking care of me. I also wish to stay in the college to do research, but I have to settle some matters. Brainiac exhaled and looked outside the window. His empty sockets were gazing at a faraway location. Bacon looked at Brainiac's eye sockets, and they reminded him of his long-lost youth. That was during a cozy spring in a farmland story. Professor Bacon exhaled and nodded as he wrote approved in the supervisor's column and signed his name on the form. I understand. It's your decision. Professor Bacon passed the form back to Brainiac and sighed. No matter what pursuits you have, I'll support you. Pass the form to the Creature Resource Department. After getting the approval stamp, you may leave. Use the teleport portal since a Beetleman's journey would make one ill. Bon voyage and take care of your safety. Brainiac took the form and bowed to Professor Bacon. Then he turned to leave. Brainiac! He heard the reluctant voice of Professor Bacon and stopped. He turned around and asked, Professor. Professor Bacon's skeleton frame looked extremely slim. On his white skull were various cracks. Professor Bacon looked at Brainiac and nodded. All the best, my student that I'm proud of. Yes. Professor. The ancient dark fortress was barely discernible in the trees of the forest. Brainiac took his large luggage and sat on the horizontal seat that was on top of a beet lemon. He gazed at the sharp tower of the ancient fortress. With the beetleman's rhythmic steps, the sharp tower that he had watched for tens of years was gradually swallowed by the treetops. He inhaled deeply and said earnestly, Farewell, my college. Farewell, Professor Bacon. At the exit counter of the Spectre College's teleport portal. In the spacious main hall, a uniformed orc sat in a room with protective metal boards and asked without raising his head, Where are you going? Winterfell. Travel visa. Here. The orc examined the travel visa and noticed that the photograph was a skull. Put your luggage onto the checking device. Brainiac put his luggage on the magical checking device, which emitted a blaring siren. Warning! Mana units exceed 100. An on-spot death execution is advised. The uniformed orc knocked hard on the device and looked at Brainiac. Little bro, the mana units of your luggage exceed 100, and there are restricted items. You can't use the teleport portal. You could use a courier service for your luggage and have a 10% chance of not losing it, or you can take the new high-speed, dedicated beet lemon service to Winterfell. Thank you, I'll take the beet lemon. Brainiac picked up his luggage and moved quickly to the beet lemon transit area. How many tickets? 1. Get up onto the beet lemon. The journey starts in a minute. If you encounter fraudulent crashers, all the passengers will bear the compensation. What? Get up. Pade, Padie. Palm. *T. How did you control your beet lemon? Didn't you see that I'm over here? You crashed into me, and my leg fur's all messed up. If you don't compensate me 500 magic stones, I won't get up. Pay up, we've encountered a fraudulent crasher. Padie, Padie. Palm. Get off the beet lemon. We've arrived at the East Forest. Wait, I'm going to Winterfell. Which Winterfell? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Young lads nowadays are so reckless. Stay here for a night and take my beet lemon tomorrow morning. It's too late now, no beet lemons will be running since they need sleep. This is our recommended hotel with a 20% discount. Go ahead. Lich bro, staying in a hotel. Lich bro, need a foot wash. Lich bro, interested in derivative trading? My sisters are derivative dealers, and they earn the equivalent of a dungeon. Going to Winterfell? What? Last-minute passenger? This isn't the new beet lemon, but a green-skinned beet lemon with less than mediocre facilities. Sit over there, partial refund for bad facilities? No such thing. There are no more seats for you. Please stand. Padie, Padie. D*MN. Is there a cockroach among the passengers? Smells like *T. Ugh, why is it stinky? Bro, could you move your leg back a bit? Selling beverages. Selling beverages. Tasty bloody chrysanthemum tea. Smile on the face, service with your heart. Winterfell Talent Resource Market. Brainiac, who was looking tired, sat in a chair and looked at the huge words before him. Then, he shifted his attention to the werewolf sitting in front. It was a werewolf with dark eye bags, who was wearing a formal suit with a bow tie. He sat hunched and was silent and emotionless. Excuse me, are there no employment notices from Eternal Kingdom? Is the dungeon newly opened? According to my knowledge, there's no lich working there. Aren't they recruiting liches? If it's a level issue, I could apply for an external position so that I'm not affected by the dungeon's level restriction." Brainiac gazed at the werewolf and asked impatiently. The werewolf lifted his eyelids and said feebly, "Yes, but the applicant left without paying the administrative fees, so we won't be publishing his recruitment notice." "How can I take a look at Eternal Kingdom's recruitment notice?" Brainiac asked. "That is not possible unless the administrative fees are paid," the werewolf said calmly. "How much?" 20 magic stones. Brainiac held the form that had the words Talent Recruitment Form. Recruiting Unit, Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Contact details, applicant can see the details after fee payment. Recruiter, Lord Sherlock. Recruitment requirement, Lich skilled in biology. Job requirement, skilled in healing creatures, listen to instructions, care for colleagues, professional, responsible and hardworking. Career advancement, the dungeon provides comprehensive and professional training. There is a chance to learn the latest knowledge, build connections, and gain work experience to help in your career and family advancement. Monthly salary, negotiate face-to-face. Wait, why do I have to pay for the contact details? Didn't I just pay? Brainiac looked unhappily at the werewolf and asked. It's the same. Leave if you don't pay, the werewolf lifted his eyelids and said. Brainiac was about to argue when he noticed an orc with heavy makeup, permed hair, tattoos, and possibly a pregnant belly. She crossed her legs, held a slim red-hot metal stick, inhaled deeply, and puffed out rings of smoke as she said, "Little bro, is this your first time here? Unless you get employed in a college's recruitment fair, it's the practice here. If they don't collect fees, what are they earning?" Brainiac looked warily at the female orc but didn't respond. The female orc laughed like a barbell and took out her name card. "Little bro, look for me if your application isn't successful. My friends are in the bone-strengthening powder business. You would make a good salesman with your handsome looks." As the female orc passed him her name card, she was astonished. You are Eternal Fire's newly employed top student from Spectre College." Chapter 86, Spectre College's Number 1 Genius Brainiac, Part 2. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom had a new fad experimentation. Though everyone suggested bombing Eternal Kingdom, Sherlock observed that they didn't do so. They didn't create any items that were explosive. Sherlock was rather pleased with the development progress of the dungeon. The development of the commercial area was fast. It didn't matter whether their diligence was due to high rewards or searching for explosive raw materials. Sherlock was happy with the end result. While the dungeon was developing at a feverish pace, an official letter from the Merchant Alliance arrived. "Respectable Mr. Sherlock, we are pleased to inform you that you have been successfully employed by the Winterfell Business Unit as a member of the Ancient Ruins No. 85 Exploration Committee. After confirmation of the Ancient Ruins location, we will inform you of your working hours. Please do not stay far away from Winterfell. Thank you." Besides the Merchant Alliance's letter, there was a work permit. Photograph is empty. Name, Sherlock. The other information consisted of his graduated college, address, age, and designation. "Lord Sherlock, you have a contract with the magical items shopkeeper. Besides qualification, do you have rich archaeology experience?" Brew asked as Sherlock was examining his work permit. "Of course, I have traveled all over the world for my archaeology work. I am a superior devil who has helped 5 archaeology museums with their exhibits," Sherlock said casually as he put away his work permit. "Lord Sherlock, the archaeology in the game Civilization is not considered archaeology experience." Brew gave a friendly reminder. Sherlock didn't reply to Brew. A fireball appeared, and a letter was spat out. The letter had the words "Seeking Employment." Sherlock tore open the letter that said, "Respectable Dungeon Lord of Eternal Kingdom, Lord Sherlock. Greetings. I am a lich who has graduated from Spectre College. I discovered your recruitment notice in the Winterfell Talent Resource Market. I feel that I fit your requirements. I am hardworking, proactive in contributing, good with communication, and I care for my colleagues. I have excellent skills and interned at Eternal Fire Dungeon for a year. I listen to instructions and carry out my tasks effectively. I would like to request an interview. The following are my resume and contact address. Oh? Seems like a professional lich. But he didn't mention the salary. Perhaps he is a current graduate with bad results and isn't confident. Brew said, Lord Sherlock, I feel that the work experience at Eternal Fire can be discounted as it could be a bluff. Though I have been awake for a short time, I have heard of Eternal Fire. I would like to suggest 200 magic stones, no, 300 magic stones, as it is sufficient for a current graduated lich. Are you afraid that my salary offer would be too low and scare him away? Sherlock sat in a chair, hugging his arms as though he was in deep thought. Haha! Lord Sherlock, I'm not afraid of you scaring him off. I'm thinking of Eternal Kingdom's development. If your plan is successful, you will be able to upgrade the dungeon core and the servers. Then I can recruit more Otherworld gamers and open up more races. Unless you stay in the dungeon all the time, we will be short on manpower for healing and revival. If we have revival maintenance frequently, it will cause the gamers to quit after some time, Bruce said earnestly. Yes, you are right, but I didn't pay the administrative fee. Sherlock spread out his hands. What? I registered my recruitment notice at the Winterfell Talent Resource Market, but I didn't pay the administrative fee, Sherlock said as he took out a pen and paper to write. To look at my recruitment notice, the lich must have paid the administrative fee. I thought I had to wait for a while, I didn't expect such a lich to appear. Sherlock put the letter and the lich's resume into the envelope. Then he took out some powder from a box. Magic flames erupted from the powder. Spectre College has tens of thousands of graduating and non-graduating students. Some of them would notice the eccentricity of the goblins and be curious to find out more. However, to deduce that he wants to find out more about the goblins after he paid for my administrative fee is premature. Sherlock stuffed his written letter into the powder's flame, which swallowed it. After listening to Sherlock's words, Brew did not respond immediately. Within moments, another ball of fire appeared in front of Sherlock, and a letter was spat out. It was the letter that Sherlock had written. Sherlock opened the letter and placed the resume at the side. The letter had two sets of handwriting, one of which was Sherlock's. Greetings Evelyn, I am Dungeon Lord Sherlock of Eternal Kingdom. How are you doing? Is your special talent recruitment center part of the Winterfell Talent Resource Market? Please help me investigate a lich, whether he applied for other jobs with his resume within these 3 months. Thank you. This is his registered resume. The handwriting below it was more feminine. Lord Sherlock, I discovered that he only applied for your lich recruitment. Are you recruiting a lich? I have a lot of liches and their information, but they mostly possess special abilities. Shall I organize the information and send it to you? The inquiry fee is 5 magic stones. Please pay me the next time you visit Winterfell. Sherlock threw the letter to one side and took out a fresh sheet of paper. As he wrote, he said to Brew, I am now 100% sure that he is here to investigate the gamer's eccentricity. A graduating student would send out many resumes to prospective dungeons, especially if his results weren't good. Brew said, Lord Sherlock, could it be possible that he was sent by the Spectre College to investigate? Sent by Spectre College? No. If Spectre College was suspicious of the gamers, they wouldn't send a lich to my dungeon to investigate. Every day, goblins will be sent to their training grounds, and they could use the opportunity to study the goblins. If they change the instance dungeon to study the goblins, the discussion forum would be full of the news. But currently, they are discussing how to bomb the dungeon, and there are few posts on the instance dungeon. Sherlock immediately said, this should be the case of a curious lich. He has strong capabilities, and his internship at Eternal Fire is real. Lord Sherlock, Brew muttered to himself before saying, you have been targeting the liches of Spectre College all this time. Brew, I can't possibly plan for this beforehand as I can't predict the future. Sherlock shook his head and sealed his finished letter. He pinched some powder, and flames erupted from it. I only cast a wide net and threw some bait. The letter was thrown into the flames. After it was incinerated, only these words were left on the letter: return letter from Eternal Kingdom Creature Resource Department. Chapter 87, Spectre College's Number 1 Genius Brainiac, Part 3. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Please wait patiently for our notification. Brainiac put down the letter slowly after he finished reading it. His empty gaze was locked on a candlestick that was lit with pale blue magical flames. The long shadows of Brainiac were cast on the wall. Loud arguments from the room next door pervaded his small room. We let you eat salty clay, but you opted for sweet clay daily. Everyone's going for salty clay. The place where I came from, we took sweet clay. Isn't it strange to take salty clay? Then crashing and breaking sounds were heard. Brainiac extended his hand and activated a magical barrier on the wall. It became silent again. He lost count of the number of times he read the return letter from the Eternal Kingdom Creature Resource Department. But, 3 days had passed. 3 entire days. Brainiac waited in the hotel, but there were no replies. Why? Was my resume not good enough? Or has Eternal Kingdom already recruited a lich? No, I can't stay passive. I have to be more proactive. Brainiac reaffirmed his goal, stood up, packed his luggage, and ran to the Winterfell Beat Lemon ticketing booth. Greetings, I'm buying a ticket to Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Eternal what? Fire. Eternal Kingdom. There's no such route, and there are no transit lines to poor or desolate locations. Use a teleport portal or rent a Beat Lemon. Winterfell Beat Lemon Rental Center. Rent a Beat Lemon to Eternal Kingdom? I know. Aya, don't show me this expression. The Dungeon Lord has rented a Beat Lemon from me before. The dungeon is pretty close to the surface world and dangerous. If the Beat Lemon encounters a magical beast or the surface army, it would be dead. Therefore, I can't rent it to you. But if you are willing to buy one, thank you for your patronage. Soft Candy Gal at Lord Sherlock, Administrator. I have discovered the game's gravitational law. Can you give me beta tester status? Let me measure the gravitational constant. Can I have an alias? Low-profile bookwolf at Lord Sherlock, Administrator. I invented the Roman catapult using my imagination. Create 2 ropes using spider silk and tie the middle with dire wolf skin. The stone from the catapult inflicts great damage. Can I have an alias? I'm also good with beta testing status. Peasant at Lord Sherlock, be reasonable. Why did the game producers sneak into the forum to study the strategy guides? Why did the skeleton soldiers in the instance dungeon start carrying kite shields? We ran out of bladder bombs. D*MN. Not wearing pants at Lord Sherlock, the changes in the loot system are devastating. Can there be more black feces loot? After appraisal, the loot is called magical beast's feces. That is used as a raw material for bladder bombs. We took on the instance dungeon missions every day, but we didn't encounter any. Are you worried about us bombing the dungeon, so you removed this loot? Sherlock noticed that there were more than 99 of his account in the forum. Perhaps because Sherlock's administrator account was more active than previous times, many gamers messaged Sherlock in a bid to have direct communication with him. The messages were mainly denouncing the game producers, pleading for beta tester status, or giving opinions and asking for aliases. Those who requested an alias were mostly not beta gamers. Sherlock cleared all his messages and was browsing the forum when Brew said, "Lord Sherlock, 5 days have passed. I think it's about time that we send the Lich information regarding the interview. As for the salary, I suggest 200 magic stones. Yes, it's about time. Sherlock nodded and took out some paper and envelopes. Before he started writing, Brew said, "Lord Sherlock, you don't have to write. A Lich has come to our dungeon from Winterfell. He came by himself." Sherlock was taken aback. Then, he grabbed the cloak at his side and put it on as he strode outside. Along the way, he encountered gamers who were carrying their dead comrades for revival. They were stained with blood and dust, and their bodies were laden with noisy equipment. They had just finished their instance dungeon missions and were packed with loot. Sherlock grabbed the corpses and revived them before putting them on the ground. The revived gamer woke up quickly and patted the dust off his body happily before following his companions to find Brew to appraise their equipment. As Sherlock walked towards the exit, more and more gamers discovered that Sherlock's route was different from normal. The abnormality attracted the gamer's attention. As the gamers approached him, Sherlock quickly went through the dungeon barrier and left Eternal Kingdom in the direction of Winterfell. The curious gamers gathered at the dungeon barrier and discussed whether there would be new plots. Sherlock exited the dungeon boundary and walked along the tunnel. He saw a beet lemon making the pada running sounds as it ran at high speed towards him. A cloaked figure was on the back of the beet lemon. The figure noticed Sherlock and controlled the beet lemon to reduce speed. The beet lemon emitted panting sounds as it slowed to a halt. Dust shrouded the entire tunnel. A six-legged beet lemon, whose back was covered with protective armor, stood obediently in the dusty cloud. A cloaked skeleton frame was sitting on its back. To be exact, the skeleton frame was a lich. The lich stood up and climbed down from the beet lemon. His empty eye sockets glimmered as he gazed at Sherlock. Sherlock smiled as both of them gazed at each other. The beet lemon shook its head. Then, it sneezed loudly and blew its nose at the ground. "You must be Eternal Kingdom's dungeon lord, Lord Sherlock." The lich placed his hand on his right chest and bowed. "I'm the job applicant from Spectre College. I submitted my resume, but I didn't receive an interview invitation from the Eternal Kingdom Creature Resource Department. I know I'm brash to come here without an invitation, but I really hope to obtain a chance to work in your dungeon. I have an impression of you, the top student of Spectre College with the alias Brainiac. You have a year of internship." Sherlock pondered for a while and said, "Honestly speaking, I would like you to work for my dungeon. Due to some practical reasons, however, I had to let the Creature Resource Department decline your application." Brainiac was surprised and asked worriedly, "Wait, Lord Sherlock, why is that so? If you have already employed a lich, I don't mind competing with him. Lord Sherlock would like to employ the best lich, wouldn't you?" Sherlock looked at Brainiac's serious face and asked, "You are quite frank. You didn't have many friends in school, did you? From work either? Lord Sherlock, is this related to the dungeon's work?" Brainiac asked immediately. "Yes. I feel that whether it is learning, research, or work, those who indulge in drinking, eating, and wasting time in courtship aren't desirable. Only if one is focused can they improve themselves. So I didn't develop in those areas." Brainiac said loudly and confidently, "I have a few friends. I am bold to admit, he's a talent. He's quite compatible with the gamers in some areas. Lord Sherlock, if you employ him, the dungeon will become more interesting," Brew suggested as Sherlock looked solemnly at Brainiac. Brainiac wasn't able to hear Brew's voice. "Is it convenient to ask you about your salary expectations?" Sherlock asked. "I know your dungeon has just started developing, so I'm expecting 800 magic stones per month. I'm willing to accept a month's probation with 400 magic stones salary. The working hours can be from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. with 2 days of rest per week. As I'm employed externally, I won't ask for other benefits," Brainiac said. Sherlock listened attentively and nodded. "You're professional, and the salary expectation isn't high. I'll consider it carefully. Please return and wait for news. Wait. Lord Sherlock, please tell me the reason for declining my application. Brainiac felt he was too emotional and exhaled as he said, "Apologies, I had a bad journey. I really wish to know the reason." Sherlock said calmly, "Because you aren't good enough." Sherlock's words were like a sharp sword filled with sacred light that pierced deep within Brainiac's soul. He backed up in shock. The genius of 1,000 years had received his life's first setback. This was the first time someone told him he wasn't good enough. Chapter 88, The Citizens of Eternal Kingdom are absolutely loyal. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Brainiac's eye sockets were showing shock, bewilderment, and anger from the insult. "Lord Sherlock, perhaps you didn't read my resume carefully. From the first year in college, I mastered summoning and control of skeleton soldiers. In the 10th year, I could control over 100 skeleton soldiers. From the 20th year, I started to research advanced spiritual mana. From then on, I produced a spiritual research paper every year." Brainiac spoke rapidly but was interrupted by Sherlock. "No, it's not your ability. I'm not doubting your skill level. As a lich, your achievements are that of a genius that appears once in 1,000 years. But you are not good enough for Eternal Kingdom in terms of servitude and loyalty." Sherlock immediately said, "The citizens of Eternal Kingdom may not be as capable as you, but each of them works very hard for Eternal Kingdom. Every day, once they open their eyes, they think of how to make Eternal Kingdom the evilest and greatest dungeon. Even if they work to death, they are still smiling because they know their deaths are worthwhile to make Eternal Kingdom the greatest dungeon." Brainiac frowned and thought for a while. After calming down, Brainiac discovered that something was amiss. Was there a pit that they were waiting for him to jump into? Were his dungeon citizens willing to sacrifice their lives to contribute to Eternal Kingdom like Lord Sherlock had described? If that was true, how did he do it? No, it couldn't be true. The goblins that participated in the Spectre College's graduation research were most likely drugged so that they weren't afraid to die. But they were willing to sacrifice their lives to develop Eternal Kingdom and could even smile while dying. Brainiac's mind was in chaos. Brainiac's instincts told him that things weren't that simple. Because, when the name Eternal Kingdom appeared, all the things relating to the dungeon and Lord Sherlock were inexplicable. The things that Lord Sherlock had done were illogical, but he couldn't detect that Lord Sherlock was lying. "Young lad, I know that you attended a prestigious college and received a premium education. It's understandable that you are ambitious since you have just graduated," Sherlock said calmly. "These goblins didn't attend school for 50 years like you or have your talent that appears once in 1,000 years. However, I treat them as my good citizens, and they have qualities that you don't possess. Go back, Brainiac. When you are ready to contribute to Eternal Kingdom, and when you have the goblins' enlightenment, you will be welcomed by us." Sherlock turned around and cast a huge shadow on Brainiac. Brainiac watched the retreating Lord Sherlock and lowered his head. He couldn't help recalling his mentor, Professor Bacon. In his memories, Professor Bacon taught him the proper way to appreciate the bloody chrysanthemum tea. During late nights, he would be draped in a cloak while he checked on the poor female students in their dormitories. Professor Bacon's voice and words flashed through his mind. Brainiac lifted his head abruptly and opened his jaws. With Lord Sherlock's ambition and wealth, the future is extremely promising. Are you thinking that Lord Sherlock found some free method to increase the goblins' intelligence and sent those goblins to us because he lacks money? I formed good relations with him and persuaded him to collaborate with Spectre College. When the memories appeared in Brainiac's mind, he was instantly enlightened. If what his mentor said was true. Brainiac focused his gaze on Sherlock's figure. All the things that had occurred flashed through his mind. Together with his teacher's words, Brainiac was sure of one thing. All the collaborations were the result of the good relationship between his teacher and Lord Sherlock. Moreover, he was the most highly valued student of Professor Bacon. Lord Sherlock had wealth, power, and was a capable superior devil. So, Professor Bacon made use of the close relationship with Lord Sherlock to help him. Lord Sherlock agreed to let Brainiac work in the dungeon because of Professor Bacon and Brainiac's curiosity. In addition, Brainiac had to suffer during the journey. Even the administrative fee had to be paid by him. To Brainiac, Lord Sherlock was indeed powerful since he was able to undertake the Spectre College's graduating research alone. That was Professor Bacon showing him a way out. Brainiac felt a sense of warmth in his bones, and his image of Professor Bacon became extremely tall. Tears welled up in his eye sockets. "I understand now, teacher. Lord Sherlock!" Brainiac shouted at the receding figure of Sherlock. Sherlock stopped in his tracks and turned his head in bewilderment. "Sorry, Lord Sherlock. I was too arrogant just now. I know what to do. I won't ask for salary or rest days. Since there are many more things for me to learn, I will become an apprentice and learn diligently in Eternal Kingdom." "But..." Brainiac's eye socket glinted. "Please allow me to have a tour of Eternal Kingdom. I want to witness the citizens of Eternal Kingdom and see if they are like what Lord Sherlock said." Sherlock, who had walked for a distance, lowered his head as he pondered in silence. When Brainiac's bones were rattling, Sherlock shouted, "Prepare a contract first." Brainiac made himself invisible and followed beside Sherlock. Why did he become invisible? Sherlock explained, "Since you would like to have a tour, make yourself invisible. Then you can see for yourself how the citizens of the dungeon work hard for the development of Eternal Kingdom. It will be more convincing for you. Don't you think so?" Beside Brainiac was a group of dirty goblins. They were surrounding Sherlock. Those goblins had strange green words above their heads, and they were holding pickaxes, short swords, chisels, and hammers without handles. And what was that clump of yellow mass? Those goblins stared wide-eyed and muttered things like, "Are there any plots, routine daily walks, and disperse, disperse." They dispersed quickly. Without any supervision or a word from the Devil Lord, the goblins continued constructing houses, smoothing rocks, carrying heavy goods, and using pickaxes to extract the tough diamond seam. All the goblins were smiling and looked relaxed. Even though one of the goblins carried an overweight rock and broke his leg. The goblin hobbled with his broken leg to Sherlock, greeting his comrades along the way. "Let us gather the materials later, okay? Wait for me to finish carrying the bricks." "Okay, I'm carrying the bricks too." The goblin moved in front of Sherlock. Before he spoke, Sherlock said, "Take a rest. Don't carry the bricks." The goblin was dumbstruck. Then he broke into tears. "I only broke a leg, and you won't allow me to carry bricks?" Previously, someone broke his back, but didn't he continue to carry bricks? Oh, why can't I do it? I want to carry bricks, oh. Surely, I want to carry bricks." Seeing the tearing goblin pleading to carry bricks, Brainiac was bewildered. What was that? Sherlock lifted his hand and healed the goblin's leg. The goblin cried as he continued carrying the bricks. Sherlock took Brainiac along the tour. Soon, they arrived at the excavated commercial area where there were 10 goblins who were as thin as skeletons. From the accumulated ore dust on their bodies, they had worked for a long time. But they were jovial. "I'm so happy. I didn't expect to obtain a mining mission. Yes, I thought I was going to smoothen the stone slabs. I want to mine ore every day. Gosh, I have almost exhausted myself. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Do you believe that I will die of exhaustion? Remember to help me." A goblin was speaking merrily when he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. His face was smiling while his eyes closed forever. The goblin had died of exhaustion, and he was happy. The moment he died, the nearby goblins were taken aback. Then someone shouted, "What? Another maintenance? Forget it, continue with the mining. Put him there first. They continued their mining. They didn't bury the dead goblin. Chapter 89, version 0.04 Update Log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Brainiac walked into the dungeon core main hall and closed the door. The loud chattering of the goblins was shielded by the walls of the dungeon core main hall. Sherlock sat in a chair and snapped his fingers. The pen started to write on the paper. They were originally intended for Brainiac's interview letter, but now they were used for Brainiac's contract. Brainiac was still astonished by what he saw and heard in the dungeon. He was pondering what kind of power was supporting the goblins. Even at the brink of death, they weren't willing to take a rest. A sense of responsibility? Love for eternal kingdom? He couldn't figure out, and he couldn't understand. While he was pondering over the questions, Sherlock had drafted their contract, which was drifting slowly to Brainiac. Sherlock said, "As you've seen, Eternal Kingdom is vastly different from other dungeons, so the rules will be different. If you can accept the terms, sign your name and the contract will be completed. You may start work immediately." The contents of the contract were: Party A, Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Lord, Sherlock. Party B, please write your name and sign. According to the Underworld Labor Contract General Rule and related conventions, Party A and B have come to an agreement and are willing to sign the contract and follow the terms of the contract. 1. The duration of the external employment contract, with the Underworld Labor Contract General Rule as a guide, is set at a year. 2. Job description. Party B agrees to the job requirements of Party A, which is the work of a lich. Party B fulfills the skill level requirements as indicated by Party A. 3. Both parties are to work for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 4. Party A will pay Party B magic stones per month at a rate of 0 magic stones per month. 5. There is no overtime pay. 6. There are no benefits and rest during holidays. 7. Party B can freely engage in research projects in Eternal Kingdom that are not destructive to Party A. 8. Party B must maintain confidentiality regarding all matters pertaining to Party A within the contract period. 9. Party B shall maintain absolute loyalty to Party A. 10. Party B's beet lemon will be fed by Party A. While the beet lemon is fed by Party A, the beet lemon has to perform manual labor. 11. If there is no permission granted from Party A, Party B is not to engage in private conversations with the dungeon citizens. Party A, official seal, Party B, hand signature. With the current contract, Brainiac felt that if he made a complaint to the Merchant Alliance Talent Resource Market, Eternal Kingdom would be blacklisted immediately by the underworld creatures. As most of the terms were requested by him, he couldn't accuse Lord Sherlock of exploiting him. Brainiac inhaled deeply. After several days of arduous travel and relentless waiting, he only obtained an unfair employment contract. Brainiac didn't regret his actions as he believed that he had to pay a price for obtaining knowledge. As a lich, he had this belief. Brainiac took up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Sherlock took the signed contract from Brainiac and put the contract in his hand while he shook hands with Brainiac. The shimmering magical seals were engraved on both their hands before they vanished. "I know your goal in coming to Eternal Kingdom is to learn more things. I can guarantee that you won't be disappointed." Sherlock put away the contract and stood up. Then he walked to the dungeon core entrance. When he opened the door, chit-chattering noises were heard from outside. "Isn't the maintenance over? Shirley, please help me heal my leg. Shirley, help us revive our comrades. We are challenging the instance dungeon. Shirley. Shirley. Someone is buried in the ore pit. We can't get him out. Can he be saved?" Tens of goblins were seriously wounded or carrying corpses of their comrades who died of various causes. They were covered in the stench of blood, but they weren't bothered by it. Instead, they were smiling. He had seen these scenes several times in Spectre College, but he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He even felt fear. When the goblins saw a cloaked skeleton frame standing in the dungeon core main hall, they became silent. They couldn't speak either since they were suppressed by Sherlock's dominant aura. Sherlock was smiling while his back faced the bloody goblins. He made a welcome pose to Brainiac. "Welcome to Eternal Kingdom, our harmonious big family." Sherlock raised his hand to heal a damaged corpse, who sat up immediately. The word peasant was above his head. The goblin looked dazed at his surroundings. "This will be your job from now on, Brainiac." The forum was overwhelmed with posts created by non-beta gamers. In the dungeon core main hall, Shirley was alone with a skeleton lich. Was Shirley's behavior immoral or his nature distorted? Speculation of the game's plot, secret ties between Shirley and a lich. A possible revolt of Eternal Kingdom. A probable guess, the lich is defecting to Eternal Kingdom. The news of Brainiac's appearance in the dungeon core main hall sparked many different speculations which could only be confirmed by an official announcement. To the gamers, adding a new NPC would entail a new game plot. An official announcement was swiftly published in the discussion forum. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.04 update log. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.04 update log, new content was updated. Added new NPC, Lich Brainiac, a lich from the Spectre College. He was described as a genius that appears once in 1,000 years. After being influenced by Lord Sherlock's charisma, he traveled to Eternal Kingdom after a difficult journey. He will replace Lord Sherlock to heal the gamer's injuries and revive corpses. Repaired the frequent dysfunctional revival system. Added new mission, Brainiac's research. Brainiac has a strong curiosity. Besides working for Lord Sherlock, he is also doing some creature research. During the process of revival, Brainiac will be doing some strange experimentations. Whatever he does to the gamers, please do not be alarmed. There will be a reward after experimentation. Added a new bug, failed research. During Brainiac's research, it is possible to create an irreversible bug. If the bug causes you not to be able to move normally, please inform Brew or Lord Sherlock. The probability of this happening is low, but what if it happens? Added new building rule, building blueprint audit. Lord Sherlock would like to encourage the citizens of Eternal Kingdom to express their creativity and ensure that the beauty of Eternal Kingdom is preserved. He is allowing every gamer to design the dungeon buildings, including the living quarters of the gamers and NPCs, and even the future commercial areas. Before actual construction, the design has to be audited by the dungeon core. Audited blueprints of buildings will be subject to a day of polling. The design with the highest votes will be the official blueprint and will be constructed by the gamers. There is no voting for living quarter blueprints. Added new creature, Beet Lemon. The Beet Lemon from Winterfell is huge and cute, but don't be squashed by its legs. There will be missions for feeding the Beet Lemon. Added new blacksmith function, reforging. Gamers who obtained equipment from the instance dungeon will be able to reforge the equipment at the blacksmith shop. This function is already online. This is just an announcement. Since it was an official announcement, there were overwhelming replies from the gamers. I predict this book would become popular. Let's make bets that the beta gamers will agitate the lich until he goes on strike. American Wild Dog, strike? Impossible to strike. Only 007 could sustain such a horrible lifestyle. Without day and night. Wait, why are you adding a bug? Is that how you handle a bug? You should patch the bug. Nonsense. _. Something is not right when the buttocks are up. Is this your first time encountering nonsense from the game producers? Burning chest hair. Whether he is a brainiac or a flunky, please don't have frequent maintenance of the revival system. I will be thankful for that. I sealed Loaken, bug. Irreversible failed experimentation? I don't believe you unless you give me beta tester status to test it out. Breathing but weak. The lousy producers are afraid of us bombing the dungeon, so they come up with building blueprint auditing. Tax evasion makes me female. Wait, wasn't the background of the Spectre College recently reinstalled? What's the deal with the once-in-a-thousand-year genius? Burning silly egg, isn't it normal for a gaming company to cheap out on a game's background? Look at the previous comment on Spectre College, Sigma Omega, Sigma. Cute Lulu, Beat Lemon? Is the transportation system being released? While the gamers were discussing everything excitedly on the forum, the beta gamers were surrounding the NPC, Brainiac. They were staring at him mercilessly and doing all sorts of probing. Chapter 90, Brainiac's Research Journal. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Inside the dark dungeon, Brainiac stood at his workplace, which was an adjacent empty room next to the blacksmith shop. The walls of the room were patched with stone bricks. Together with the floor tiles, the entire room was grey. Like Brainiac's mood. There were some goblins by his side and more outside his room. They were all curious as this was the first time they encountered a lich. They maintained their curiosity about a new NPC. Since the version 0.04 update log contained entries about Brainiac, the gamers wanted to try out the Brainiac's research and failed research missions. Observant gamers could see that it was a plot. If not, why did the game producers do the upgrade? To tease gamers? Treat them like laboratory rats? Impossible. In the game Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, NPCs were few and rare. Besides Winterfell and the Dungeon Lord Experience Sharing Conference, the NPCs that the gamers encountered were few. Those that they talked to were Simba, Mufasa, Moros, Little Fairy, and Sherlock. With the arrival of Brainiac, it was like a man arriving on an all-female island. Sherlock revived the dead gamers in front of Brainiac and brought the astonished Brainiac to tour the dungeon. After introducing the buildings and future constructions, Sherlock led Brainiac to his own room. He reminded Brainiac to do his job well. Then Sherlock left. After being freed from Sherlock's dominant aura, the unrestrained gamers flooded his room like a green tsunami. They started their daily crazy chatting. It's awesome, a lich. I wonder if a Lich King exists. Can I change my profession to undead? Why aren't there any plot animations? What's that Brainiac's research? Do we have to spend money to participate? How do we accept the mission? He's not speaking. Is the mission about to be triggered? Can I tap on his bones? Better not, it looks like the skeleton frame is scary. It's even scarier when it's not speaking. Can I hack him? Would you like to have some clay? Do you have magical beasts' feces? Is there a shop? Are you selling stuff? Are there any items in the luggage? What? I can't touch the luggage. Not speaking, he's still not speaking. The game master warned us not to hack him. The goblins buzzed like bees swarming out from the nest, but Brainiac didn't speak. It wasn't because he didn't want to answer or that he wasn't curious about the gamers, it was because he signed a term in the contract with Sherlock that prevented him from doing so. 11. If there is no permission granted from Party A, Party B is not to engage in private conversations with the dungeon citizens. Brainiac remained silent, and the goblins lost their patience. They started chatting among themselves and gradually dispersed. Occasionally, a few injured goblins, who were laden with equipment, sought assistance from Brainiac. Brainiac helped them to heal their wounds and revived the corpses. The top student of Spectre College, Brainiac, was able to do the job with ease. Many goblins that were injured were able to run around after being healed. Brainiac attributed that to their willpower. After healing the goblin corpses, they stood up and started running around. That baffled Brainiac as it was beyond his understanding. How did the goblins maintain their undying attribute? In other words, why were their souls not retrieved by the spirit world? Brainiac frowned. His research of the goblins had only started. He took out a pen and some paper. Then he wrote. Eternal Kingdom Research, Day 1. 1. The goblins in Eternal Kingdom have a special undying attribute. After their death, as long as their corpses are healed, they will revive. It isn't known whether this undying condition has a limitation. It could be an important research area. 2. The goblins have extraordinary socializing. This kind of phenomenon has never been observed in previous studies of goblin groups. Their activities include commerce, team forming, mutual help in the storage of personal items, taking care of injured comrades, and high division of labor in construction. Cultivating low-intelligence goblins to have such complex socializing skills is a future research topic. 3. Eternal Kingdom is using the surface world's coins for transactions. It seems like the Dungeon Lord is using the coins as one of the methods to motivate the goblins. It shows that the goblins lack common knowledge. 4. Eternal Kingdom seems very poor, but it's not logical. 5. Some of the goblins show chaotic and undisciplined behavior, as though they have a psychiatric illness. They tried to ransack my luggage in my presence, touch me, and even hack me. But there was a force that was stopping them. This confirms my suspicion that Lord Sherlock has done something to them and caused the side effects. 6. The feeling of being deceived gets more intense. Eternal Kingdom had a highly skilled lich. Besides making the gamers excited, the NPCs in Eternal Kingdom visited Brainiac and welcomed him. They were in the same boat. Most of the inhabitants of the dungeon were insane goblins. Normal creatures like them were the minority. Little Fairy was not included. Sherlock welcomed the interaction between his employees. However, Brainiac didn't get along well with them. When the gamers went offline during the night, Mufasa, Simba, and Morose brought bags of clay and bottles of chrysanthemum beverages to visit Brainiac. Before long, they left with their bags of clay, and Simba left with a broken and half-filled bottle of chrysanthemum tea. Sherlock was in the dungeon core when he heard Simba's furious voice. It's okay if he didn't want to drink, but he scattered my chrysanthemum tea on the ground. He's looking down on me. I hate this kind of highly educated lich. I had good intentions to treat him to some chrysanthemum tea, but he's looking down on me. Mufasa was consoling Simba, but Sherlock couldn't figure out what he was saying. Mufasa and Morose dragged Simba away, and the scolding faded into the distance. Brainiac stood alone in the entrance to his room and watched Simba and the group leave. After some time, he turned around silently and returned to his work. Seems like the lich will need some time to assimilate in Eternal Kingdom. His skills are superb, though. His healing skills are merely a notch below Lord Sherlock's. Brew observed that Sherlock had no reaction and continued speaking. Lord Sherlock, before employing Brainiac, you purposely isolated him. I can understand that. However, since he has signed the contract, shouldn't the Devil Lord show some concern? The lich only signed a year-long contract. After a year, if he hasn't been influenced by you, could you bear to let him leave Eternal Kingdom? Didn't you say devils are manipulators of the heart? I think it's time to manipulate his heart. But liches don't have hearts. Sherlock spread out his hands and said. You want me to manipulate a creature without a heart? That is making things difficult for me. Lord Sherlock, if I had only known you for a day, I might have believed you, Brew said, sighing helplessly. It seems like you already have a plan but are unwilling to share it with me. You have hurt the feelings of a loyal servant. You've surprised me. A dungeon core can be sad. Sherlock smiled and didn't say anything. Crimson flames flashed by, and a letter was spat out. Sherlock examined the letter and then burnt the letter to ash. He grabbed his overcoat from the box and put it on. Then, he walked outside the dungeon core. Put aside the matters of Brainiac. Since he is already in Eternal Kingdom, there is nothing to worry about. His aim is research, and the gamers will provide this research opportunity for quite some time. Even if I don't do anything, he will renew the contract with me after a year. Sherlock smiled and walked towards the teleport portal. Lord Sherlock? That letter is bothersome, Brew said as he watched Sherlock leave the dungeon. Yes, indeed. I'm taking a walk outside. Sherlock disappeared into the teleport portal. Take care of the dungeon, Brew. Chapter 91, Gamer's New Discovery. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The green stone slabs glimmered with grey light after being illuminated by magical road lamps. The frightening shadows on the ground mimicked the frightened rat that scurried across the street. In Winterfell, the peace-loving underworld inhabitants extinguished their magical lamps, kissed their family members' foreheads, and enjoyed the peace of the night. Barbecue smells, various strange smells, and rowdiness pervaded the underworld's nightlife. Kebab. Kebab. Fresh worm kebab. With clay flavor. You don't have to pay if it's not tasty. Can it be cheaper? It's for stitches. Can you reduce the price? It's not for eating, it's for stitching on his body. Handsome lad, come, our learning materials are interesting, come and learn. No, no, it's harmful to the body. The magical lamps illuminated both sides of the street that were filled with various stalls. Gnomes, werewolves, orcs, and other strange underworld creatures strolled by. The stall keepers were selling censored merchandise. Oh la 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 la. A gnome with a punk hairstyle rode on a multicolored bird and shouted in a shrill voice as he traveled on the chaotic street. An orc who rode on a young beet lemon also yelled, oh la la la. The orc rider was chasing after the gnome rider. Their reckless behavior invited curses from the crowd. An old orc jumped up and threw a bottle at both young riders as he scolded, young lads nowadays. No speed at all. Slow as dog *t. I used to race with beet lemons at Bright Autumn Pit and negotiated the bends without damaging my cargo of slimes. The gnomes were tailing me all the way. You're a trash. After he finished scolding, the old orc trembled as he walked back into his shop and said to a young orc, Twoto. Deliver the slimes. A tall-built figure that was draped in a black cloak passed through the crowd. He walked past the old orc and sat down in his shop. Then, he raised his hand and said in a hoarse voice, a plate of slime mucus. The old orc went to the kitchen and came out with a plate containing a small, trembling slime that was looking around wide-eyed. He poked a straw skillfully into the belly of the slime. The little slime closed its eyes and emitted cute sounds. Moo-yee. The dark figure lowered his head and gazed at the cute slime. That's how we drink in our shop. Don't finish the mucus. Leave about half. He will grow back after I add some water, a young orc named Twoto explained. The tall figure nodded and extended his gloved hand to pinch the straw as he leaned forward. He sucked like a tornado. The little slime was stretched and distorted by the tremendous force. Half of the mucus was finished, but he continued sucking. No. The slime gave a shrill scream and extended a hand to extract the straw. He jumped up and punched his sticky fist at the tall figure. His voice was no longer cute. Instead, he said furiously, D*MNU, can't you understand common underworld language? D*MNU, I was almost sucked dry. I'm quitting. I'm unable to do this job. I'm always meeting country bumpkins like you. The slime jumped off the table and ran to the kitchen. Arguments and loud banging sounds were heard. The little slime dragged a small piece of luggage as he walked outside. As he passed by the tall figure, he spat at him violently. K-pooey. Then he scolded furiously as he left. As the slime left, Sherlock, who was wearing a windbreaker, walked by the slime. Sherlock turned to look at the mysterious tall figure sitting in the shop. He walked over and sat opposite the tall figure. It has been a long time since we last met. Sherlock said directly, why are we meeting here? I thought we would be meeting in Winterfell's tallest tower or an empty alley. Lord Sherlock. The figure hidden within the cloak spoke in a hoarse voice. He turned his head, and the hidden face was directed at Sherlock before he continued speaking. I'm here to convey a message. Sherlock frowned and waited for him to continue. The tall figure remained silent. They gazed at each other for a few seconds before Sherlock raised his hand and invited him to continue. Continue. What did he say? I am the past, the present, and the future glory. I am the summoning of Hades, the opposer of the eternal oracle. Use the sacred teachings to fend off the heavenly blame, and leave the kingdom of heaven towards, the tall figure spoke in a hoarse but poetic voice. Before he finished, Sherlock lifted his hand and flung away the cloak of the tall figure. There were 3 alternate white and black hamsters stacked on each other. The topmost hamster pinched his own throat to produce the hoarse voice. As the cloak was unveiled abruptly, the voice came to a stop. He stared wide-eyed at Sherlock. The middle hamster hugged a large fruit and placed it underneath his large teeth as he gnawed on it and filled up his cheeks. After the cloak was unveiled, he was stunned, and his chewing came to a halt as he stared at Sherlock. As for the bottommost hamster, his 2 legs were trembling, and his eyes were closed. He didn't know how long he was going to last. Enough of the nonsense. Get straight to the point. Who is the person, and what is the message? Sherlock asked. The top 2 hamsters jumped down to their right, and the 3 hamsters gathered together. Then they sat down from left to right consecutively. The rightmost hamster spoke in a voice that sounded as though he had breathed in helium. Lord Sherlock, let us inquire about why you disappeared. The middle hamster put down his fruit and said in the same voice, what are you doing recently? You've established a dungeon. The leftmost hamster said, slime mucus? Wasn't it agreed upon that I would take a little? Sherlock folded his arms and pondered before saying, please bring a message back that I have not disappeared. I'm doing some preparation. I didn't establish a dungeon. Why would I do that? Sherlock spread out his hands and looked innocent. The leftmost hamster took some documents out from his back. They had the words Lord Sherlock's investigation report on them. He slapped his paws on the table and asked, really? We have proof here. We found your name and mana traces on the contracts of several shops. Don't have the most expensive stuff, only have the most expensive, and secret garden. The other 2 hamsters slapped on the table and said simultaneously, that's right. Palm, palm, palm. Sherlock knocked on the hamsters' heads quickly using his knuckles. He took the investigation report and walked out of the shop. The 3 hamsters looked at each other. What are we doing here? Who are you? Where's my slime mucus? Sherlock vanished into the crowd. Your enemy? Or your childhood friend? Destiny lover? The person must be a female to have such cute pets. Wah, Lord Sherlock, I am noticing that your history is pretty exciting. Bruce's voice appeared beside Sherlock's ear. Why do you think that I have a relationship with a female? Sherlock said, keep it a secret. I'm leaving for a day. Take care of Eternal Kingdom and the gamers. Do not bother me unless there are special cases. If there are problems with the gamers, let Brainiac handle them. Make use of the missions to appease them. Are you good? No problem, Lord Sherlock. Brainiac stood in his room. In front of him was an endless stream of goblins requesting healing and revival. The goblins were extremely excited. Those bothersome goblins had been harassing him by touching him and ransacking his luggage for the past few days. Today, there were only a few of them. Most of them were busy. They brought their comrades' corpses and their own injuries for healing and revival. After leaving, there would be another batch of goblins requesting help. Some goblins would shout outside. Gather! Gather! The third wave of the expedition into the Houndhead men's lair. Gather quickly. The beet lemon will set off in 10 minutes. Shucks! The beet lemon isn't running? Is it hungry? Who has spider meat with clay? Feed the beet lemon. Mine's finished. Wait for me, I'm going for a quick meal. Give me 10 minutes, wait for me. When we engage the Houndhead men, memorize the skills of our enemy. Whoever is in the wrong position will not be in the next expedition. Don't sabotage our expedition. Awesome, you have found the Houndhead men's lair. Brainiac frowned. What were those goblins doing? Chapter 92, Do You Need an Army of Houndhead Men? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Brainiac stood at his workplace and healed the goblins like a robot. Compared to the previous day's intermittent flow of goblins, the flow of goblins today was rather regular. They would bring lots of injured and dead goblins to Brainiac. After being revived, the goblins would form teams before leaving noisily to board the next Beat Lemon trip. After an hour, another group of goblins would bring their dead and wounded to Brainiac. After observing several waves of goblins, Brainiac formed a few simple speculations. During his free time, he took out his journal and wrote. Eternal Kingdom Research, Day 2. 1. The goblins of Eternal Kingdom found the Houndhead Men's lair, and they were excited. 2. They exhibit extraordinary aggressiveness and are actively invading the Houndhead Men's lair. They are not afraid to die because they can be revived. 3. If I burn their corpses, will they be able to revive? When I meet Lord Sherlock, I will formally request to do this research. 4. They summarize and share their combat experience. I thought they were insane creatures with low intelligence. After 2 days of observation, I know I was wrong. Their intelligence is an area for future research. 5. They have a forum for special gathering, and they create posts at the location. The actual meaning has to be researched. 6. They were analyzing the attack methods of the Houndhead Men in order to find a pattern. Is that possible? 7. That hot-tempered blacksmith will purposely destroy their equipment. I feel I have to report this matter to Lord Sherlock. 8. Besides working in the dungeon, they seem to have other interests, and they discuss them in public. Are they 100% loyal to Lord Sherlock? 9. They seem to lack common sense. After eating, they will shout to everyone that they are going to eat and then fall asleep on the ground for 10 minutes. 10. My Beat Lemon has been taken over by them. 11. I am very angry. As Brainiac put away his journal and lifted his head, a group of goblins ran over noisily from outside. This time, they each held an egg in their hands. The furnace fire of the blacksmith shop gradually extinguished. Simba locked his blacksmith shop and followed Mufasa to their small houses. A goblin with tattered clothing stood in the flower bed. This goblin did not wear armor like the rest of the goblins and was not interested in fighting. According to Brainiac's observations over 2 days, that goblin preferred agriculture. Most of the goblins returned to their living quarters. Brainiac had followed Sherlock to take a look before. It was a place with incomplete buildings, and the walls were filled with various graffiti. Brainiac's instincts told him that the graffiti was good material for his goblin research. Brainiac turned his head and looked at the nearby dungeon core main hall. Most of the eggs of the Houndhead Men were stacked in the middle of the main hall. A few eggs were brought to the goblins' living quarters, as they were curious about the eggs. A tall figure walked out from the teleport portal main hall. It was Sherlock. He had left the night before and had been away for a day. Brainiac held his journal and walked towards the dungeon core main hall. He knocked on the door and heard the Devil Lord say, "Come in." Brainiac opened the door and walked in. Sherlock took off his overcoat and placed it on top of a wooden box. He looked exhausted. Brainiac was surprised to see Sherlock exhausted. He couldn't figure out what could make a devil feel so tired. "Lord Sherlock, after working for 2 days, I have discovered several problems that need to be solved." Brainiac was curious to know what happened to Lord Sherlock, but he didn't show it. He took out his journal and started his report. From the goblins' conversations, they bear a grudge against Simba. I think it is necessary to find out more since it affects the goblins' morale. The goblins seem to be taking other jobs, though I haven't seen them leave the dungeon and they return to their living quarters to sleep. I think they might be working in their dreams, so I find it necessary to investigate. Thank you for your concern. I will use your leads to do follow-up investigations. Sherlock took a seat. He looked at the pile of eggs of the Houndhead Men and gazed at Brainiac as he said, Do you have any research in modifying the Houndhead men? I mean, do you have any way to take control of them easier? I remember that creature modification is one of the topics at Spectre College. Brainiac thought for a while and said, because there are no creature modification laboratories, with my current magical ingredients and crude methods, though I can make them controllable, their strength, agility, and intelligence would be greatly diminished. The modified Houndhead men would be weak but docile. Are such modified creatures useful to Lord Sherlock? They're still useful. Sherlock pondered and said, modify them according to the crude method. You may carry the eggs back to your room. Lord Sherlock, creature modification is a complex magical skill and requires many magical ingredients. My current materials and mana can only modify 10 eggs within this period, Brainiac said. Ah, in that case, just carry 10 eggs back. Sherlock waved his hand. Brainiac didn't carry the eggs. Instead, he took out a journal and said, the Houndhead man is a low-level dragon-type creature. The materials used for modification are closely related to huge dragons. 10 dragon scales, 10 mana units of dragon blood, several pieces of dried dragon eggshell, some highest quality magical powder, and some creature modification catalyst. The initial estimate is 2,000 magic stones, Lord Sherlock. Brainiac extended his hand towards Sherlock. Ah! Sherlock's tired face looked dazed. 2,000 magic stones, Lord Sherlock, Brainiac said. Though I have the materials and they aren't rare or hard to buy, I don't suppose Lord Sherlock intends to make me pay for this modification. No, of course not. How could I do such a thing? Sherlock slapped the table and said in a principled manner. He stood up, paced a few steps, and turned to look at Brainiac. Do you have any research that you are thinking of doing? Brainiac's eye sockets lit up as he placed both his hands on the table and said confidently, yes. When the satisfied Brainiac left the dungeon core main hall, Sherlock sat in the chair and shut his eyes to rest. Bruce spoke to him in his mind. I thought he was a dumb bookworm. It seems he has a mind of his own. Did he discover your tight financial situation? Tight financial situation? I have tens of thousands of magic stones in my card. Sherlock shifted his chair back and placed his feet on the table. Correct, Lord Sherlock, you are thrifty, Bruce said. Lord Sherlock, would you like to have an obedient army of Houndhead men? Sherlock opened his eyes and looked at the dungeon core. You are able to summon Houndhead man gamers. None of the dungeon cores can summon a dragon-type creature as a servant, including Houndhead men, who are an uncontrollable, low-level dragon-type creature. In addition, they don't register with the Underworld talent resource market, so they are unable to become servants, Bruce said. However, my summoning method is different from other cores. I use your mana directly to summon the servants. I created a server that connects two worlds. By using the method of creating a character, I summoned the other world's gamers as your servants. You are saying that with the proper conditions, you can create Houndhead men as my servants. Is that correct? Sherlock nodded and asked, how do I do that? First, toss the egg of a Houndhead man into the dungeon core, Bruce said after a long pause. Then, You need a huge dragon, is that right? Sherlock interrupted Brew and picked up an egg. After weighing it in his hand, he tossed it into the dungeon core. Brew burned with crimson flames and swallowed the egg of the Houndhead man. Then Brew said slowly and with satisfaction, you will become the great Devil King, my lord. Chapter 93, New Version Evaluation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Lord Sherlock, when you left to settle your confidential matter, the gamers discovered a large Houndhead men's lair. I think it's Kramer's tribe. When Sherlock walked into the dungeon to make his daily rounds, Bruce spoke to him in his mind. After a day of bloody fighting, a day of raiding, the gamers smashed the Houndhead men's lair. Besides the tens of eggs of the Houndhead men, the gamers brought back other trash like candles, crude furniture, and stone tools. But don't worry. I appraised the crude furniture and candles and gave them attributes. Then I distributed them to the gamers as rewards. The other useless trash was given to Simba and Mufasa as fuel for their furnaces. Sherlock had arrived at the blacksmith shop. The outside of the blacksmith shop was very quiet, and there were no gamers. Besides the usual signboard, "If you treasure your equipment, keep quiet," there was another signboard, "Disposal of trash in the surrounding areas is strictly prohibited." Simba was throwing the trash outside the blacksmith shop. At the side was a large pile of damaged equipment. He was scolding, "D***mn goblins, fancy throwing the nest of the Houndhead men into my shop. Are you treating my shop as a trash collection center? Everything reeks of the Houndhead men, and it stinks." A large pile of trash was thrown in the carpenter workshop. Mufasa stood in front of a cauldron, his nose stuffed with metal pieces. He held a large soup ladle and stirred the food in the cauldron. From time to time, he threw the trash behind him into the magical flames. A group of gamers queued outside and shouted, "Make haste, make haste." In front of Brainiac's house, there was a queue of 20 gamers. They were perfectly fit, without any injuries or deaths. They gathered here because they received a special mission. Mission title: Brainiac's Research. Mission description: Brainiac is starting a secret creature research. You look like a suitable lab rat. Mission objective: after receiving the mission, proceed to the Lich's burial hall to participate in a series of creature research. You could perish and have to create a new character. If you have to create a new character, your reputation points will remain unchanged. Mission reward: gamers will receive 300 reputation points, 100 bronze coins, and a chance to receive the Dark Modification Improvement buff or a weakening debuff. The effects continue until death. The missions were distributed by Brew under orders from Sherlock. This was the research Brainiac requested. Requested research the relationship between the death and revival of the goblins. Sherlock gave Brainiac 2 days to research in return for Brainiac providing free materials and skill support for modifying 10 eggs of the Houndhead men. This mission was currently very popular. Sherlock saw a gamer who didn't manage to get the mission. He was pounding the ground and shouting, "Why didn't I get this mission? I would like to lie down, do nothing, let the Lich play for an hour, and receive my reward." Sherlock made his rounds to ensure the dungeon was fine after leaving for a day. He returned to the dungeon core main hall with peace of mind. Then he browsed the discussion forum. Just as Sherlock expected, the forum was in a state of exhilaration because the beta gamers discovered the Houndhead men's lair. Sherlock wasn't in the dungeon yesterday, so he didn't manage to observe how the gamers attacked the Houndhead men. From the results, the gamers achieved total victory. Since the gamers brought back the nest and tens of eggs, he assumed the tribe was exterminated. The popular posts were about the new NPC, Brainiac, as well as yesterday's discovery of the Houndhead men's lair and the ensuing battle that lasted for a day. Sherlock quickly discovered the most popular post. "Let us discuss the game's latest function and the battle of the Houndhead men's lair. Hello everyone, I'm not wearing pants. The game has been upgraded to the new version for 2 days. There are many newly added functions. This post was supposed to be published yesterday, but we discovered the Houndhead men's lair. Because of the battle of the Houndhead men's lair, we stayed online for almost 20 hours. I just got offline to create this post. Let us take a look at the contents of version 0.04. First point, new NPC Brainiac. This is a game-created Lich who is a once-in-a-thousand-year genius from Spectre College. He came to the dungeon as he was being moved by Shirley. There were no plot animations, and we were extremely perplexed. At least show us a plot animation to whet our appetite. Some experts speculated that the plot animation could be shown in the future versions as a memory. This kind of anticipation hooks the players, and the future memory recall can be made into an instance dungeon. Many large game companies use this technique. The most notable reference instance dungeon, Caverns of Time, had the appearance of Ashbringer and the prison break of Thrall. They were good examples. As for the game producers of Dungeon messing with the settings of the Spectre College, we'll pretend that it didn't happen since they have added new content. We can find out more about the background story of Brainiac. We are very sure that this NPC will have future plots and missions, just like Little Fairy, who lays on her bed all the time. The plots and missions weren't uploaded yet, as Brainiac would only communicate during missions. Next is Brainiac's screenshot. Picture. The new NPC can only revive and heal gamers and provide the Brainiac's research mission. We believe that he will provide more game content in the future. We shall see. Second point, new mission Brainiac's research. The mission was online today, and half of the gamers received the mission. But, unfortunately, I didn't get it. I will say that it's a benefit instead of a mission because it only requires the gamer to follow Brainiac's instruction for certain death experiments. The experiments include being smashed to death, suffocation, incineration, and bleeding to death. You don't even have to be online. After an hour, get revived and receive the rewards. The rewards are 300 reputation points and 100 bronze coins. I am so envious. The mission proves that Brainiac isn't mute, but that he just won't answer our questions. Third point, there is a reward called Dark Modification in the mission Brainiac's research. Nobody has attained this modification yet. We shall see. Fourth point, the game added a building blueprint audit function. Our plan to create a methane pool has gone up in smoke, but we are able to build a beautiful dungeon together. This proves that the lousy game producers are stalking the forum. Fifth point, there is a new transportation tool, the Beat Lemon, which we fondly named the train. The Beat Lemon is a new creature after the update, and its route is between the dungeon entrance and the spider's lair. It looks huge and fierce but is actually meek and obedient. It will crush us to death if we aren't careful. That is correct. Just like what was described in the update log, if you stand under its feet, you will be crushed to death. This creature has to be fed, cleaned, and its POO cleared regularly. We receive these Beat Lemon related missions from time to time. The Beat Lemon take the same kind of food that we eat but in greater quantity. This poses a great challenge to our supply of clay. The train service stops at 12 am, as the Beat Lemon needs to sleep. This is a game setting. Controlling the Beat Lemon is like controlling the AE86 of Fujiwara Bean Curd Shop. It's harder to maneuver the bends. I'm using the laws of physics for negotiating the bends. Don't ask, it's disastrous. Please take care of yourselves. Do not attack the train. Some gamers injured the Beat Lemon, and it crushed 7 to 8 gamers in a tragic accident. Here are some special shots of the train. Picture. I have completed the evaluation of version 0.04 update. I am now going to talk about the Houndhead Men's Lair. The Houndhead Men's Lair was situated within the spider's lair. As we ventured deeper into the spider's lair yesterday, we discovered the Houndhead Men's Lair. We spent a day to slay all the Houndhead warriors, and the remaining Houndhead men fled. Frankly speaking, it wasn't that difficult. The leader of the Houndhead men, Kramer, was the most difficult boss to defeat. The Houndhead men's lair was like a stockade with defensive structures. There were walls stacked using rocks. They weren't very high, but they gave us a chance to experience a siege or wall climbing battle. These are the screenshots of the battle scenes. Picture. There are lots of pictures, so take your time to look through them. Please call me Battlefield Reporter not wearing pants. The following are pictures of the loot, including furniture and equipment. Picture. The eggs of the Houndhead men are our special loot. Picture. The eggs could be exchanged for reputation points and bronze coins. We kept a few eggs for research and incubation. What if the incubation is successful? Someone witnessed Brainiac take 10 eggs away. There might be new plots and gameplay. We will keep a lookout. I shall end here as I am resting early for tomorrow's expedition to the instance dungeon. Looking forward to more game content. Good night everyone. Chapter 94, Superior Devil Without Emotion. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Not wearing pants post had many comments. Midnight Sprouts, ha 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 ha, is that Brainiac? Not that good looking. Not as handsome as Shirley. Ice maybe using physics to negotiate bends? Any science students care to explain? Burying shepherd dog, too bloody sick. Your content isn't censored. Sister's Destiny, I suspect you are driving a car. I would like to get into your car to check your credentials. Can I have beta tester status? Bohemian Cat, such a cute beat lemon, and you hacked it. Raining Dawn, what physics nonsense. It's impossible to use the leg brakes. The gamer's legs cannot reach the ground. I'm guessing the beat lemon ran in a straight line, collided into the bends, and the cycle repeated. Nameless bro, I suspect not wearing pants is a mole of the game producers. Staring into the void, try barbecuing the egg of the Houndhead men. You might discover a new dungeon dish and obtain the alias of Master Chef. Snowy winter night, are the lousy producers stalking the forum? Open up the second beta. Shrill scream of a groundhog. Apostle 419, a logical analysis. Is the pet system released? Chirping sounds, anyone drawing an album? Shirley and the Skeleton Brainiac. The gamers were responding well to Not Wearing Pants post. After Sherlock finished reading Not Wearing Pants post, he browsed other content in the forum, looking for opinions and compliments. From the posts, it was easy to see the gamers' requirements, then they could be added to future version updates. The building blueprint audit in the previous update was a suggestion Sherlock saw in the forum. For those who criticized the dungeon, Sherlock was emotionless. He deleted their posts and banned them forever. He was a superior devil without emotion. Tiny pebbles vibrated in sync with loud booming sounds on the road that was hardened by heavy weight. A beat lemon with black psyllium stepped hard on the ground and buried the pebbles deep. The strong beat lemon trudged in the tunnel and followed the northern direction. Green goblins, each holding a shovel or pickaxe, sat in the chairs that were fixed on the beat lemon. A black sash crisscrossed on their bodies and was acting as a safety belt. To ensure that the passengers were not flung out during the high-speed movements of the beat lemon. Underneath the goblins' feet, on top of the beetleman's shell, were the words Winterfell Official Beat Lemon No 188. A gliding wyvern swept past their heads, and they exclaimed in shock. The wyvern overtook the running beat lemons one by one in the spacious underground tunnel. The wyvern flapped its wings and flew higher. The view of the tunnel became clearer. White vines crisscrossed on the walls of the tunnel, illuminating it. The north-heading beat lemons carried passengers and cargo, while the crisscrossing beat lemons carried soil, ore, or other cargo. Scattered soil was stomped by the beat lemons behind, and it created a dust cloud, making the entire tunnel hazy. The tunnel, which was crawling with the white vines, was a busy transit for cargo transportation, and the end of the tunnel was like a huge dark Hades pit. Surrounding the huge pit was a circle of magical searchlights. The magical lights infiltrated the pit, penetrated the broiling dust clouds, and illuminated a few hundred meters into the pit. There were lots of tents and makeshift sheds around the pit. On the walls surrounding the pit were descending spirals of plank walkways and platforms. The plank walkways were spacious enough to accommodate giants. They lumbered while carrying heavy boxes of soil or ore as they made their way up the walkways. Countless goblins and gnomes were seen below the mine shaft, wielding tools as they mined noisily. On the walls of the mine shaft were the large words "Many rules for construction, efficiency is the number one rule. If mining does not follow regulation, the dungeon lord will be sorry." And Winterfell Ancient Ruins number 85 excavation location. Or other similar words. On a platform at the bottom of the mine shaft was a high tower with 3 mana-amplified trumpets that were aimed at the working underworld creatures in the mine. A large, fat groundhog with a yellow metal helmet squinted its eyes while its tiny legs supported a huge, round body. The groundhog swayed side to side as it walked towards the loudspeakers at the top of the high tower. At the side was a helmed orc, who was assembling a dismantled piece of magical equipment. When he saw the groundhog, he quickly asked, "Supervisor, it's time for rest. Can we go?" The large, fat groundhog said in a deep voice, "No, we haven't finished the schedule for today. The bosses at the Merchant Alliance are not happy. Within 10 days, we have to find ancient ruins number 85. Continue with the digging and complete the assembly of the detector. Install detectors at all excavation points." "Ah, I have to shout for overtime again." After the groundhog finished speaking, the orc muttered a complaint and continued working. That groundhog walked to the loudspeakers and inhaled deeply. His furry chest was enlarged by the breath intake. Then, he shouted into the microphone with his deep male voice, "Ah!" The loud scream of the groundhog was amplified by the loudspeakers, and it pervaded the pit. The workers heard the scream and worked more furiously. At the bottom steps of the mine shaft, a helmed goblin was hitting the hard ore rocks with his pickaxe. After hearing the supervisor's overtime call, the goblin's working speed became faster. As he hit the ore rocks with his pickaxe, a white object was revealed underneath the rocks. The goblin shouted for his nearby comrades to take a look. Before long, tens of goblins gathered to watch. A goblin went to look for the supervisor, while the rest started cleaning up the area. A large white rune appeared in the deep pit, and the goblins shouted excitedly. At the side, a white skeleton hand broke out of the soil. More and more skeleton hands appeared from the soil, and skeletons started crawling out. Another peaceful day in the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. A goblin grabbed his own severed arm as fresh blood dripped to the ground. He followed his companions and chatted merrily as they walked to the Lich's burial hall. This name was given by the gamers, and a signboard was placed at the entrance. All the buildings of Eternal Kingdom, with the exception of the dungeon core, were painstakingly built by the gamers. Before the game producers had given official names to the buildings, the gamers had already named them. For example, Mufface's dual-use kitchen, Beginner's Training Plaza, Eternal Kingdom Main Door, Weapon Storage, Living Quarters, Dungeon Lord Main Hall, Dungeon Core Main Hall, and Main Hall Plaza. The gamers also assigned names and placed signboards to other buildings and empty spaces. Nobody dared to fix any signboards at the blacksmith shop. Even if Simba didn't smash the signboard, the line of gamers waiting to improve their equipment would dash out angrily and hack anyone who made a racket. 2 warning signboards were placed a distance away from the blacksmith shop. Though there was no fighting among the gamers, and they appeared united, there were no rules prohibiting the gamers from challenging each other. When Sherlock stood at the Dungeon Core Main Hall entrance and gazed at the slanted signboard Dungeon Lord Main Hall, a gamer with 4 arms, wielding 3 short swords and a shield, and whose head had the words "not wearing pants" above it, ran and shouted, "Gosh! I obtained the dark modification buff. It's very cool." Not Wearing Pants ran behind Sherlock. His 2 additional hands swung the short swords wildly since he wasn't used to them yet. The gamers gathered around him excitedly as they gazed at him with envy and jealousy. Sherlock waited for the gamers to leave before he extended his hand to straighten the signboard. Then, he noticed the unfinished map of Eternal Kingdom that was drawn on the wall. Sherlock glanced at it a few times before ignoring it. Then, he walked into the Dungeon Core Main Hall. He noticed a roll of newspaper and a letter on the table. The newspaper had the words Winterfell Monthly Digest. The letter had the written words to Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Lord Sherlock Winterfell Business Unit. Chapter 95, Internet Connection Interruption. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock didn't examine the letter. He took the Winterfell Monthly Digest and muttered to himself as he sat down. I don't recall subscribing to any newspaper. The newspaper was huge. The size was equivalent to 4 pages after unfolding. Each of the pages had their own headlines. Winterfell number 666 sale, shop discount of 9.99%, a sale that will not come back, a rare occurrence in 100 years. Fretting over mischievous children smoking, having hematemesis, playing truant, and being rebellious? Don't worry, find out more about a professional kid disciplining machine. Just a bat and have another kid without any worries. Selling counterfeit stuff, selling counterfeit stuff. I am selling fake goods, but they are really cheap. Sherlock read the articles carefully. He was sure he wasn't buying, but he took down the shop's contact address. Calling for advertisements. The advertisements, which weren't of interest to Lord Sherlock, took up 95% of the front and back covers. A small portion of the middle pages had a few practical pieces of news. Winterfell is recruiting a fearless performance troupe for the welcoming ceremony and is offering good remuneration. A chivalrous gnome saved 3 aquamen who fell into the water. After trying to save the aquamen for 10 days, 2 of them perished due to dehydration. Winterfell awarded the gnome a Medal of Chivalry. Emergency. A calamity occurred at the ancient ruins number 85 excavation site. Sherlock scrutinized the headline and read the contents carefully. Late last night during newspaper production, a calamity occurred at the ancient ruins number 85 excavation site. According to official sources, the ancient ruins number 85 excavation site was originally an Orc tribe's ancestral burial ground. Because of the excavation, large numbers of ancestral skeletons got out to stop the excavation. The disturbed ancestral skeletons negotiated for compensation of 1,000 magic stones per household with the excavation team. The Merchant Alliance suffered severe losses, and they reserved the right to sue the excavation team for damages. Professionals pointed out that this could be planned fraud. Professor Bacon, Deputy Director, Academic Department of Spectre College, who was visiting Winterfell, was forced to accept our interview. Bacon, what? You're interviewing me? Can I decline? I can't. Are you threatening me? No, 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 I know, blur out my name. ba.censored.com, cough, from a professional viewpoint, the possibility of ancestral skeletons getting out of their graves is very low, so there could be an untold conspiracy. Thank you, ba.censored.com, for accepting our interview. We will report updates as they occur. Sherlock put down the newspaper and tore open the letter. To Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Lord Sherlock Winterfell Business Unit. Respectable Lord Sherlock, please proceed to the Winterfell Business Unit, Ancient Ruins number 85 Exploration Committee, and report to the team leader, Orc, within 3 days. Thank you Winterfell Business Unit. Sherlock put away the letter as Brew said, seems like there's a major discovery at Ancient Ruins number 85, Lord Sherlock. Who knows? From the official report, it seems like an incursion into a tribe's ancestral burial ground. Sherlock browsed the discussion forum as he held his bloody chrysanthemum tea and sipped casually. He wasn't worried. Whether it's this world or the other world, merchants' words cannot be trusted. Lord Sherlock, you must be clear on this point, Bruce smiled and said. If there's a contract, they can be trusted, Sherlock said as he scanned through the gamers' posts. He found Sylvana's post, which was titled Internet Connection Interruption. What the heck? Tens of other gamers replied and agreed that they had the same problem. Brew, is your summoning unstable? Sherlock asked Brew. Please wait a while, Lord Sherlock. Let me check the server's data log. Brew was silent for a while before he said, Lord Sherlock, according to the server's record, the gamer Sylvanas and other gamers with dropped connections were under attack from a spiritual mana psychic scream. Normal goblins with their mana resistance would go insane under this attack. But the gamers' souls are not in this world, so the effect of the attack would be interrupted internet connection. They only need to log back into the game and they will be fine. They won't die or receive any damage. However, I suggest stopping Brainiac's research. Sherlock stood up and rubbed the back of his skull as he walked out of the dungeon core main hall. This brainiac! In a dark room, a green-skinned goblin with the name Sylvanas laid on a large, smoothed rock face. The goblin closed her eyes and looked like she was sleeping. A lich was by the side holding a journal and recording notes conscientiously. Confirmed psychic scream attack number 21. Experiment number 41, goblin with the strange words Sylvanas. Like the previous goblin, after the psychic scream attack, she didn't exhibit insanity. Instead, she fell asleep. Note: the cognition impediment prevalent in the goblins does not affect the constant range of the research result. The following speculations are made. 1. These goblins do not have souls like the skeleton soldiers. Only their shells exist in this world. From the previous creature modification experiments and their highly complex social behavior and intelligence, every one of them has their own will. They are not controlled, and the chance of being controlled is low. The greatest superior devil can't possibly control 100 goblin puppets with different characters for a long time. 2. They are immune to spiritual mana and have a special way to avoid being harmed. Psychic Scream only created the effect of an overdose of sleeping worms on the goblins. This will be an important future research topic. The advanced principles of spiritual mana can break down and cause a revolutionary change in mana. 3. These goblins and Lord Sherlock signed soul contracts. Their souls were bound to the devil. If that is the case, it is within reason that my psychic scream has no effect on them. I am unable to explain the sleeping effect. 4. Sherlock could have installed an area effect mana that negated spiritual mana or diminished its effect. I am unable to confirm this, but this is most probable. If I have the chance, I hope to conduct similar experiments at a distant location to test my hypothesis. I will find a chance to get approval next time. 5. I am a novice. Brainiac finished writing his research notes and sat down. He observed Sylvanas and recorded the time she took to wake up, as well as if she would be jumping around. His research period was limited, as Sherlock only gave him 2 days to do so. He tried 20 methods to kill the goblins before reviving them and observing the process. Without fail, all the goblins were successfully revived. Sherlock didn't allow him to burn the corpse. He could kill them with fire but could not burn their bodies to ash or destroy the corpses completely. According to Sherlock, that was against the interest of the Eternal Kingdom. The more he researched, the more questions he had for the goblins. The journal that he had prepared was almost used up. Brainiac sat in front of Sylvanas and revised the experiments that he had conducted for the 2 days. Sherlock pushed away the goblins who were queuing up at the entrance for their turn in the experiments and walked into the room. Sherlock walked to Sylvanas and grabbed her from the stone slab. After examining her for a while, he threw her outside the door and closed the door. The gamers shouted in disappointment. No. My mission time limit is up. I want the dark modification too. Lousy game producers. There is no time indication for this mission, why is the time up? Ah! I should have queued yesterday. Sherlock ignored the rantings of the goblins. He said to Brainiac, the 2 days of research time is up. I hope that you have had fruitful research. Please proceed with the modification of the eggs of the Houndhead men. I have an excellent plan. If possible, modify the Houndhead men to be cuter. Do you understand the meaning of cute? I understand, Lord Sherlock. Brainiac stood up and bowed to Sherlock. Then, he put away his journal. As Sherlock was about to leave, he turned and said to Brainiac, by the way, have you researched ancient ruins before? That is one of my research topics. I have produced research papers on the topic for 5 consecutive years. I went to Northern Underworld Ancient Ruins number 1, number 5 and number 18 to explore and do research, Brainiac said. Very good. Soon, I will have a related task for you. Prepare yourself in advance, Sherlock said and turned to leave. Brainiac was left standing in the burial hall. He wasn't able to contemplate quietly. The gamers who had lost their Brainiac's missions followed Sherlock for a while. After discovering that it was futile, they ran back to Brainiac in a bid to receive new missions. What they saw was Brainiac's emotionless skull face. Chapter 96, Rune Location of the Ancient Ruins. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A black-armored, agile goblin swung his black flail that flew very close over his head. An elite orc skeleton soldier, who was infused with dark mana, lost his balance when his attack missed. He used the kite shield on his other hand to bash the black-armored goblin. The black-armored goblin, Arthur, shouted, "Peasant!" Before Arthur shouted, a goblin named Burning Chesthair wielding a kite shield charged over. The shields of Burning Chesthair and the elite orc skeleton soldier collided, and Burning Chesthair was thrown back by the impact. He deflected the attack path of the skeleton. Peasant bled to death. Sylvanas shouted as she took advantage of the recovery period of the skeleton soldier to give him a slash. Arthur turned his head and saw a goblin leaning against the wall. His head was slanted, and his breastplate had a gaping hole made by a flail. A pool of blood formed on the ground underneath him. A goblin with 4 arms laid by the side. There was no time for Arthur to be dazed. The orc skeleton soldier regained its balance and began attacking again. When the skeleton soldier that was fuming black smoke collapsed to the ground with a bang, Arthur, Burning Chesthair, and Sylvanas heaved sighs of relief. There were only 3 surviving gamers on level 4 of the high tower. Burning Chesthair lifted his arm that wielded the shield. His arm bone had fractured, and the flesh had torn. The injury was caused by a flail hit on the shield. All the goblins tied their hands to the shields using spider silk. As long as their arms could be lifted, it wasn't a huge problem. The 3 goblins collected their loot, dragged the corpses of their companions, and left the instance dungeon. All the while, they chatted merrily. 2 lich stood hidden on the control platform, looking despondent and helpless. The 3 gamers returned to Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portal. Arthur and Sylvanas dragged the noisy equipment to the Dungeon Lord main hall for appraisal. Burning Chesthair dragged the corpses of his comrades to the burial main hall. Brainiac was helping a goblin revive. Burning Chesthair threw Peasant and Not Wearing Pants to the side and chatted with another gamer. The difficulty of the instance dungeon is getting higher. The weapons of the skeleton soldiers were smeared with poison, Burning Chesthair said and lifted his arm, which had a cut wound. The bleeding had stopped, but dark pigments continued to spread. I lost feeling in my arm. It was fortunate that we defeated the boss fast, otherwise, I might not have survived. The goblin immediately replied, "Awesome, you are awesome. I heard that everyone had to wear green, otherwise, the team couldn't challenge the instance dungeon." "Yeah, that's right," Burning Chesthair said. "I feel that green clothing and kite shields are required to challenge the instance dungeon. The small round shields aren't able to fend off the attacks of the boss. I'll go buy a kite shield this afternoon while the price is still low." The 2 chatting goblins ignored Brainiac, who was reviving the corpses. The gamers felt that Brainiac wouldn't interact with them. At least Little Fairy would scold and spit at the goblins. Besides reviving goblins and 2 days of goblin experimentation, Brainiac wouldn't interact with them. Brainiac watched the goblins leave after reviving the corpses. Not Wearing Pants was complaining loudly because he had lost his 2 extra arms. The lousy producers are sh*tty. The instance dungeon is getting tougher and tougher. We can't complete the mission without casualties. Do the lousy producers dislike my dark modification that much? My dark modification? Brainiac took out his journal and recorded what he heard. While the gamers were complaining about the lousy game producers, the entire Eternal Kingdom had a peaceful day, and Sherlock was working hard for the future of the dungeon and the gamers. Magical searchlights penetrated thick grey mist as the giants shouted and dragged their huge load of rocks. The moving beat lemons stopped orderly at designated locations under the direction of the magical lightstick-wielding gnomes. Goblins climbed up and down the beat lemons to load and unload cargo. Some goblins pushed carts of soil mixed with worms to feed the beet lemons during the short stops. The scene of the ancient ruins number 85 excavation site was bustling with orderly activities. At a corner of the excavation site, numerous corpses of the goblins, gnomes, and orcs were placed on the ground. It indicated that the excavation wasn't as smooth as it appeared. Sherlock, who was wearing his employment badge, followed behind the orc, beast, in a group of Winterfell recruited archaeologists. They arrived at the edge of the excavated pit. A fat, yellow-helmed hamster distributed yellow helmets to each member of the group. Devil, orc, vampire, gnome, lich, centaur, sludge monster. A sludge monster? The hamster hesitated, but he gave the yellow helmet to the sludge monster. Thank you. The sludge monster gave his thanks and wore the helmet on his head. Due to the weight of the helmet, it sank continuously and reached the sludge monster's body. The hamster made sure he distributed a safety helmet to every group member before he led them down the plank walkway into the pit. He said, using his deep voice, when entering the excavation site, make sure you wear the safety helmet at all times. The sludge monster was astonished, while the centaur was looking worried. In the next instant, a huge rock was tossed from a distance. With a booming sound, the sludge monster was crushed under the huge rock. Small cracked rocks scattered from the impact and fell on Beast's helmet, making pit-pattering noises. The hamster stopped and examined the huge rock. Then, he spread his little hands at Beast and said, "You can't blame me. I told everyone to wear helmets." The group continued their journey. The deep pit was several hundred meters deep. They walked on the spiraling plank walkway for 30 minutes before arriving at the bottom. A huge rune with an area of thousands of square meters was engraved at the bottom of the pit. The helmed gnomes were wielding magical light sticks and brushing soil and trash away from the rune carefully. The hamster stood by the rune and said to Beast, "The ancient ruins' defense mechanisms weren't deactivated. We used mana detectors and found a large mana response inside." The hamster pointed at the corpses that were placed above and said, "We triggered the spiritual trap and suffered serious casualties. This will be included in the final cost. I hope that Senior Beast will report this to the Merchant Alliance." "Don't worry, I'll report this to the Merchant Alliance," Beast said. "If you place the corpses over there, what happens if reporters manage to capture shots and publish them in the newspapers? Won't our previous public announcement be in vain? If the officials from the labor union know about this and intercede, the Merchant Alliance won't be held responsible." "Don't worry, I won't let any reporter come in here," the hamster said confidently. Beast asked, "Is this place the only rune location? Are there others?" "No, our mana detectors indicated that this is the only rune location in the vicinity," the hamster said as he shook his head. "Good, evacuate your creatures from this pit within 2 days. You must ensure that no reporters discover that there were fatalities in this Merchant Alliance's excavation. For the final cost, go to the finance department of the Winterfell business unit." The hamster nodded and ordered the nearby workers, "Make haste. Once the area is cleaned, prepare to evacuate." After the hamster left, Beast turned his head and said to the group of archaeologists, "I will leave the rune location to you. I hope that you are able to find a safe method to access the ancient ruins." Chapter 97, Entrance. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. "No problem. Team Leader. We'll handle it. We, the Northern Bandit Archaeology Society, will be the first to open the door of the ancient ruins. I, Darkhoof, am ready. It's not that troublesome. To open the ancient ruins only requires explosive mana." The accompanying archaeologists gave suggestions and started their archaeological work. Everyone was professional. Only Sherlock put his hands in his pockets and stood idly. Senior Beast was pleased to see his recruited archaeologists working hard. When he saw the idling Sherlock, he wanted to remind Sherlock but didn't do so for some reason. Fortunately, it was just an on-site observation. The detailed archaeological work would only commence after the excavation team had left. Senior Beast stood behind Sherlock, took out a cup of red tea from his backpack, and squinted his eyes. I have quite a bit of homework to do tonight, so I'm going offline. Tomorrow, we'll continue the missions. I have almost reached the levels required to challenge the instance dungeon. Then you have to buck up. The equipment is valuable, and a lot of expert gamers are speculating that the second beta will start soon. Let's stockpile some equipment and sell it to the second beta gamers. We'll make a lot of money and buy some furniture to make our home more presentable. I understand. Tomorrow, I'll take 2 beginners training classes. That should suffice. I'm going offline. Chat on chat. Okay, see you on chat. A goblin spoke to his comrade, who had just revived. They held hands and went to the living quarters together. Brainiac was at the burial hall entrance, watching the 2 goblins leave. He took out his journal to record his observations. 18. I can confirm that the instance dungeon the goblins are talking about is the Spectre College graduating examination. They take it as a form of entertainment. The collaboration of Eternal Kingdom and Spectre College isn't as simple as it seems. 19. These goblins are not normal goblins. To reproduce, they have sprouted notions of love. I have not seen any real goblin couples yet. I will continue to observe further. The number of active goblins in Eternal Kingdom dwindled. Most of them returned to their living quarters, which was still under construction. Brainiac visited the place before. The building had some structure. From the blueprints on the wall, it was a 3-story high building with 2 basement levels. The ground floor wasn't finished yet. The door of the dungeon core main hall opened, and Sherlock, who was wearing a black windbreaker and neatly dressed, walked out. Brainiac frowned. Sherlock had been going out for the past few days. He didn't stay in the dungeon during the day and would go out even at midnight. Sherlock looked at Brainiac from a distance and nodded courteously. Then, he walked towards the teleport portal main hall. With the flashing of magical light, Sherlock left the dungeon via the teleport portal. Brainiac lowered his head and wrote in his journal. 20. Lord Sherlock seems to have fallen in love. A few magical searchlights wavered at the empty excavation site. The bustling tunnel was now empty. There were no beet lemons, and the quiet scene looked like the end of days. This was the ancient ruins number 85 excavation site. With the evacuation of the excavation team a few days ago, the Winterfell archaeology team took over the excavation site. Compared to the rowdy daytime, nighttime was deathly quiet. The magical searchlights were shut off in the Serenity, and darkness engulfed the location. Only the white rune at the bottom of the pit emitted faint brilliance in the darkness. After the flashing of magical lights, Sherlock walked out of the teleport portal. Sherlock walked towards the faint glowing pit. A creature standing in front of the light noticed Sherlock. He turned around and gazed at the superior devil with his sharp eyes. When Sherlock got closer, the creature put his hands into his clothing. With a loud fluttering sound, he pulled open his large coat and revealed 3 alternately stacked black and white hamsters. The middle hamster was holding a fruit. The topmost hamster jumped down to his right, and the middle hamster followed suit. The 3 hamsters formed a row. They spoke from right to left consecutively. Why is Lord Sherlock in Winterfell? We've finally found Lord Sherlock. Why did Lord Sherlock want us to do such things? Lord Sherlock, we've taken control of the location according to your instructions. We added diarrhea worms to their food and drinks. Death-causing quantities. The leftmost hamster finished speaking while the other 2 hamsters looked at him. The rightmost hamster took out a clump of soil and said, "Open your mouth." The leftmost hamster opened his mouth, and the rightmost hamster put the soil into the leftmost hamster's mouth. He started chewing and fell to the ground within a second. His chest rose up and down rhythmically. The rightmost hamster looked at Sherlock and said, "No. The hamster with the fruit looked puzzled at his sleeping companion and then stared questioningly at the firm rightmost hamster. Sleeping worms? Didn't we plan to use diarrhea worms and cause them to have diarrhea until they passed out? Why did you use sleeping worms? This isn't going according to our plan. The rightmost hamster retorted, because using diarrhea worms would make the place stinky. Are you going to clean it up? Won't using sleeping worms cause stinking too? The two hamsters were about to fight when Sherlock raised his hand to interrupt their argument. We have limited time. Don't waste our precious time. The two hamsters stopped their argument and climbed on top of Sherlock's shoulders. Sherlock bent down and put the sleeping hamster in the nook of his arm. He walked to the pit edge and jumped into the deep pit without hesitation. Howling wind made Sherlock's clothing flutter noisily. The two hamsters grabbed his collar tightly as their furry faces were distorted by the howling wind. The surrounding walkways and walls fused into the background and formed a series of afterimages in the descent. As Sherlock fell hundreds of meters and was about to hit the ground, his wings extended and flapped vigorously. The resulting violent airflow emitted a loud "hoo" sound. Dust was kicked up and swirled like tornadoes a few meters around Sherlock. Sherlock looked like he floated above the ground. He balanced himself before landing on the ground. His windbreaker gradually touched the ground. Somehow, his shiny leather shoes weren't stained by the dust. The extended wings were folded and kept behind his back. The swirling dust gradually stopped after circling a few times and settled on the ground. The two hamsters climbed down onto the clean ground that contained the rune. They used their saliva-stained paws to comb their messy fur. Sherlock's hair was untouched. He waited for the two hamsters to finish combing before throwing the hamster who was in his arm to them. They hit the cheeks of the sleeping hamster furiously with their clenched paws and shouted at him. "Wake up! It's mealtime! Mealtime! Mealtime!" The sleeping hamster was beaten awake, or rather being shouted awake. He opened his bloated eyes and looked in a daze at the surroundings. Mealtime! Sherlock lifted his wrist and looked at his watch. He left the hamsters and walked to a corner of the rune. He put both his hands on the ground and transferred his mana to the rune. He walked to 8 of the corners of the rune to transfer his mana. White brilliance from the rune was emitted, and it blinded the 3 hamsters. Dust and pebbles were blown up and suspended in midair. After the brilliance diminished, the dust and pebbles settled down. The brilliance became softer to the eyes. Sherlock walked to the 3 hamsters, bent down, and patted the back of their furry heads. "It's your turn." The 3 hamsters ran on the ground and went in 3 different directions. They sniffed intensively and searched for a few minutes. The hamster whose face was bloated with beatings shouted at Sherlock, "It's here. This is the entrance." Chapter 98, Preparing Plot Animation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The 3 hamsters gathered and looked at the approaching Sherlock. Sherlock walked to their location, knelt down, and put both his hands on the ground, transferring mana to the rune. White brilliance pulsated before it reached its peak. The ground with the rune disintegrated. The rune location was like a pile of bricks that was continuously shrinking. Finally, a vertically descending semicircle tunnel appeared. Sherlock stood at the entrance, bent down, and looked into the darkness of the tunnel. The 3 hamsters turned their heads to look at the tunnel and spoke. "What is this? Why is the tunnel going vertically down?" "I don't know. This is the first time I have seen such a thing in an ancient ruins. I feel something ominous inside." Sherlock looked at them and asked, "What do you intend to do?" The 3 hamsters said simultaneously, "Report your whereabouts." "Pom, pom, pom." Sherlock knocked on the back of their heads using his knuckles. "Who am I? Where do I come from?" "Mealtime." The 3 hamsters looked dazed. Sherlock ignored the dazed hamsters. He looked into the tunnel and muttered to himself, "Interesting. Little fairy. Can you teach me to cultivate herbal plants today?" Or concoct some healing salves for me. A goblin with armor, a helmet, plate leggings, metal shoes, a kite shield, a small hammer, and metal finger glove shouted as he dashed into the flower bed. He was peasant. K Pui. A stream of saliva was spat out from the flower bed and landed on peasant's helmet. Little fairy sat cross-legged on a bed made of soil and rhizomes. It was hard to imagine how she could spit that far with such a tiny frame. Devils! I curse all of you! Devils! After cursing loudly, she shrunk her body. The dusty-faced goblin, Raintia, was at the side eating spider meat with clay. She looked at little fairy and watched the dirty-faced peasant leave. She finished the spider meat with clay quickly and drank groundwater from a stone bowl by the side. Behind Raintia were 3 rows of plants, flowers, and grass. There were also other unknown and distorted stuff. They were all sprouts. They were seeds and plants gathered painstakingly by other gamers and sold to Raintia for bronze coins. After conquering the Houndhead men's lair, they brought back large amounts of seeds that were sold to Raintia, as they had no use for them. The gamers had appraised Raintia's cultivation at the dungeon core to see if they could be sold, used as raw materials, or made into healing salves. They were appraised as either thrash or seasonings to be used in Mufface's kitchen. The gamers weren't interested in cultivating plants with Raintia, as the life connoisseur profession wasn't designated in the game. Little Fairy, who would be the future agriculture trainer, was still spitting saliva at everyone. To the gamers, the entire underworld needed rescuing more than the plants. The game was updated about 10 days ago, and the beta testing was carried out for 2 months. The gamers went to the discussion forum to encourage the game producers to update with new game content. A few goblins shouted in the teleport portal main hall. Gosh! The game producers updated content secretly again. What kind of a mana formation was that? The other gamers gathered quickly at the teleport portal main hall after hearing the shouts. The gathering of goblins emitted buzzing and chatting noises. What the heck? Secret updates again? Could it be superficial? Who is going to test it? I will try. There is no effect. It must have been done by Shirley last night. I was carrying bricks last night when I saw Shirley going in and out of the teleport portal a few times. Impossible. Plots at midnight? Look at Shirley's appearance, would he create such graffiti? I don't think our dungeon lord is that immature. As the gamers were gathered and chatting at the teleport portal main hall, Sherlock was at his computer, editing an announcement for new updates. Lord Sherlock, you spent all the money on rune materials to create the rune teleport formation. Though you solved the problem of teleporting to the ancient ruins, there are restrictions on rune mana formation. The main one is that 1 unit of magical items can't be teleported using the rune teleport formation, Brew couldn't help saying. How will you retrieve the treasure from the ancient ruins? Aren't the magical items the most valuable? If you can't retrieve them and the Winterfell fellows obtain access to the ruins, are you going to share the treasure with them? Share? I have done so much. Of course I'm not sharing. Sherlock shook his head and said, this is to facilitate the transportation of workers to the ruins. Lord Sherlock intends to let the gamers enter the ancient ruins? As your loyal servant, I have to remind you that with the chaotic and reckless behavior of the gamers, if the traps are triggered and troubles caused, the gamers will only treat it as a game. Lord Sherlock is unable to punish them or force them. Why do I have to punish them or force them? I love them deeply, as though they are my lovers. Look at how cute the gamers are. Even in the most dangerous situation, they can chat jovially. Because of them, I have sufficient magic stones to purchase the rune mana formation materials. Sherlock spread his hands and said earnestly. If I create missions, add rewards, think of some awesome plots, and create heroic images of themselves for them, they will be willing to challenge the ancient ruins and even the angels of the heavenly kingdom. It's reasonable if I let them be my movers for the ancient ruins. As for triggering the traps or creating unnecessary trouble, if I venture alone, I can avoid them. If the goblins go into the ruins, they will at most be killed. They are too weak, so the possibility of triggering traps, alerting the monsters, and creating problems are low. Brew quickly asked, "Are you saying that there are monsters in the ruins? If you entered, you would alert them." "You can say that. This is the best option for me and the gamers in order to retrieve the treasure safely from the ruins. The gamers can increase their gaming experience and be happy developing my dungeon. This is a win-win situation." Sherlock immediately said, "The restriction of teleporting magical items via the rune mana formation can be solved with magic stones. As Lord Sherlock has already thought of the issues, I will not object." "Why did Lord Sherlock not choose to build a teleport portal? Wouldn't the price be lower?" Brew asked. "The price might be lower, but the teleport portal would be easily detected. I can't build a teleport portal, professional workers are required. Besides, there are other uses for the rune mana formation." Sherlock said, "In the ancient ruins, I am building a revival point for the gamers. The revival criteria in the dungeon is to be within the radiation radius of the dungeon core. No matter how I upgrade the dungeon core, it's not possible to extend the radiation radius to cover the ancient ruins. Only the rune mana formation can do that. At times, old, inconvenient, and expensive technology can be more effective than new technology." "I see. Lord Sherlock is more meticulous." Brew had no other queries. After Sherlock completed writing the contents of the update, he stood up and stretched himself. "Good, it's time for a plot animation and the beginning of a new plot. Chapter 99, The task of saving the world is in your hands." Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The gamers surrounded the teleport portal main hall. The walls around the main hall weren't completed, so the gamers could stand at the edge to watch. By the side of the teleport portal to Spectre College, training grounds, a large white hexagram mana formation was engraved on the stone slab floor. A goblin put a piece of black dire wolf skin on his right eye and stood in the middle of the hexagram mana formation with a hand placed horizontally across his chest. His other hand, which was supported on the horizontal hand, had a stretched palm that covered his forehead. He shouted solemnly, "Disintegrate, reality! Dispel, spirit! Disappear! This world of ours!" He lifted up his eye patch gradually after shouting. The surrounding gamers clapped and watched enthusiastically. In the blacksmith shop behind the gamers, Simba was sitting on a chair by the entrance. He put a red-hot metal stick in his mouth and inhaled deeply. "Zi. Who?" Simba shut his eyes and puffed out a ring of white smoke. He looked satisfied and passed the red-hot metal stick to Mufasa. "Cousin?" Another puff. "Can I?" Mufasa was shocked, but he took the red-hot metal stick. He looked at the gathering of the goblins and asked, "Cousin, why are the goblins gathering here?" "I don't know. It's about to begin," Simba said casually. "What's about to begin?" Mufasa was taken aback, he didn't understand. "Some strange ritual." Simba looked around to ensure that there was nobody around. Then he said in a low voice, "Lord Sherlock seems to be using this method to sustain the goblins' morale. They treated Kramer as a nemesis and attacked him for many days. They even asked me who Kramer was. I was badly harassed by them." Simba started recalling and said, "That was an incident that happened not long ago. Lord Sherlock used money instead of magic stones to reward them. They are the bronze coins that were used to buy food from you. Moros knew about this too. Let him tell you about it." The goblins gathered in front of the Dungeon Lord main hall and celebrated for a while. After that, they gave their accumulated metal coins to Lord Sherlock in exchange for Kramer's equipment. Simba pointed at the black-armored Arthur, who was following behind the crowd and said, "Do you see the equipment he's using? Those were made from Kramer's equipment. I reforged it. I wonder how they managed to put up with the Houndhead men's stench. The quality of the equipment is pretty good, though. I wonder where Kramer picked it up from. Mufasa listened to Simba's stories with a sense of longing. That's really good, the adventures of the goblins. As they were speaking, they saw a tall figure walking towards the teleport portal main hall. It was Lord Sherlock. The gamers gathered on the outer ring were the first ones to notice Sherlock. They reminded the other gamers to give way. Give way, give way, Shirley's here. The plot animation's about to begin. The other gamers had already opened up a pathway for Sherlock without their reminders. A strong dominant aura inhibited the gamers' movement. They had entered the plot animation mode. Sherlock walked to the teleport portal main hall entrance. When he saw the rune mana formation, he quickened his steps. He knelt down to examine it carefully and muttered to himself, "This is impossible. The power of the Void Devils has pervaded the ancestral ruins." Sherlock was in a state of disbelief. He put a hand on the rune. A huge image appeared above the rune. In the image was an entrance to a huge building. As the lighting was too dim, the image wasn't clear. Only white bones could be seen on the ground. The scene looked desolate. The image flashed and faded before vanishing. "I didn't expect such things to happen." Sherlock was silent for a while. He stood up and looked at the gamers, speaking loudly. "Citizens of Eternal Kingdom. The heroes of the Underworld. The ancestral ruins require your protection. There are numerous treasures. Endless wealth, powerful weapons, and untold legendary equipment. We can't let the Void Devils control the ancestral ruins. Warriors, make preparations. The task of safeguarding the world rests on your shoulders." Sherlock walked towards the dungeon core main hall after speaking. He muttered to himself, "Before that, we have to do some preparations. Warriors, go and find Brew. He'll assign you missions to resist the Void Legion. We have to be fully prepared." After Sherlock had gone far enough away, the dominant aura suppressing the gamers dissipated. The gamers erupted with loud chattering noises as though there was an explosion. "Gosh! New areas for us to explore. Is the funding sufficient for the development team? Though the images are realistic, why is the plot animation so short? Let's go and accept the missions. Didn't you see the pre-mission information regarding the ancestral ruins? Shirley's awesome. Shirley's handsome. Will the official website have the full description? Finally, we have new mission areas. But I haven't completed my Spectre College's mission. What should I do? Big Bro, are you sure you can conquer the instance dungeon? The difficulty is getting higher each time, and the enemy's equipment is getting better. They're cheating. Let's hurry. We have to save the Underworld. D*MN the Void Legion. D*MN the Void Devils. D*MN. D*MN all of them. The group of goblins made a racket as they wielded their weapons and charged towards the dungeon core main hall. In the blacksmith shop, Simba and Mufasa gaped at what they saw for a long time before Mufasa put the red-hot metal stick into his mouth. "Zi. Who?" Mufasa puffed out the smoke rings and muttered, "That's really good, the adventures of the goblins.